Hello everyone, welcome to the Supergirl Gamer Pro final championship bracket here today. Day number 3, Tessa. It is the final day. I am Camcom, once again joined by 1,000 Eyes for the final day of Supergirl Gamer Pro League of Legends tournament this weekend. Tessa, how are you doing today? We missed you yesterday, but you're coming back to us today.
Yeah, I was a little busy. Had a wedding to go to yesterday, so I was a little preoccupied. But I am excited to be back. I was checking in on some of the games when I had some off time.
Yeah.
And I mean, yesterday sounded like we had a lot of banger games.
We did. Yesterday was super fun. Also a lot quicker. Significantly quicker without the 45-minute games. Okay, we're going to have more 45-minute games today, though, because TFT is back on the bracket today. But speaking of that, let's see. We are in Supergirl Gamer once again. So, Tessa, what is this tournament? Here, all about promoting.
Yeah, so Supergirl Gamer is a competitive video game series dedicated to supporting women in gaming. It's been around since 2017, providing a platform for female-identifying and non-binary gamers, and helping underrepresented genders take a larger role in esports. The mission is to create a safe environment that encourages and empowers women and non-binary people to participate in competitive gaming and help facilitate a future where all genders have equal opportunities.
Absolutely right. Let's take a look at what the games have been so far from the previous 2 days of qualifiers. We have had 3 teams qualify from day 1 and 3 more teams qualify from day 2, and they have qualified to play in the bracket here today. So this is the first game that we saw on day 1. This was Pixel Queens versus... I'm double checking.
Yeah.
I use Kittens. Yep.
Yeah. And yeah, this was kind of, I remember this being just a back and forth game, and just unfortunately Alice not able to get into a lot of fights. I Use Kittens, though, taking a lot of advantage there. Gorka had such a pop-off game, and you know, we're possibly seeing I Use Kittens again, so the fear can be struck into opponents one more time.
Absolutely. And Jax, you see here from Zurzo on the blue side, right, was a massive champion, not only in this game, but a lot of games that we saw on both the Friday and Saturday qualifiers. Definitely expecting to see a lot more Jax today as well. Pixel Queens did end up losing this best-of-1 semifinals and also losing the third place match best-of-1 as well. So they unfortunately were not able to qualify either of the days, but they got so close, Tessa. Just that last best-of-1.
Yeah, a very, very unfortunate day. As we're taking a look now at Serenity, who, to my knowledge, did very, very well yesterday and are feeling confident coming into today as well.
Yes, Serenity was kind of just crushing everyone yesterday. I had a fantastic time casting them, especially the Serenity versus Astro Cats kind of rematch of the LCS Game Changers teams was such a fun game to watch again. This is Serenity versus, oh goodness, I'm forgetting teams. Yes, Serenity versus EPS Kids or EPS Warriors?
Or no, God's EPS Warriors, I think.
Yeah, God's EPS Warriors. This was the finals from yesterday's qualifier where Serenity did take this very cleanly 2-0. Again, Dragoon on that same exact Jax champion. Again, this is going to be a massive champion pick or ban through all the games, probably today as well.
Yeah, I mean, like, a lot of the common ones have just been, like, Jax, Rumble. I know Malphite is one that some players have been looking at pretty heavily as well, and that's maybe an option to go up against the Jax. It's just, the problem right now with Jax is he just has such strong dueling potential, and he hits it sooner than he used to with his current patch status. So it's really difficult to stop him from being a split push pressure that ends up being pretty solid in team fights, as we've seen as well.
Absolutely. I think Jax and, like you said, a couple of other champions will be very high pick or ban, not only today, but also the other 2 days that we have seen so far, right? Let's look at, we now know the teams that are playing in the championship bracket today. Let's look at the bracket that they are actually playing in. How did this work out, Tessa?
Yeah, as we can see, we have our day for today. Obviously, as we said, top 3 from qualifiers days 1 and 2 are what led us into our quarters for today. And that also meant that we also had our buys in the first rounds too, with TFT Gamer Hours winning day number 1, Serenity winning day number 2. They have bypassed directly into the semis. Before the stream started, we had Band Seraphine and God's EPS Warriors playing together. It was Band Seraphine that won that. So they will be taking on TFT Gamer Hours. Ice Kittens at 5 Seasons, to my knowledge, is still occurring. So we're still waiting on who is actually going to be winning that.
There we go. Very quick update right live for you on stream. So yes, the first matchup that we will have live on stream here is TFT Game Hours versus Band Seraphine. And different now from the qualifiers to the championship bracket as well, semifinals are best of 3 as well as the finals. So we will have a potential for 9 games of League of Legends today.
We sure do. That's a lot of League of Legends.
That is a lot of League of Legends. We may be here for a while, and TFT, I guess, famously now has had the most 45-minute games out of the whole tournament. Kins versus 5 Seasons, like you said, is still going on, though. I think that could definitely be a very long match as well. So we will head to the bottom side of the bracket after that match, and the winner of that team will, of course, be versing Serenity later today.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, semis is going to be interesting here. TFT Gamer Hours they have shown a lot of conviction in their wins. I want to see them actually capitalize on their early game compositions that they've been picking. Because as of right now, we've seen them pick early game and then get to late game and somehow win a lot of times. So I want to see the winning early game composition because I think they can do it. We obviously have heard about it. We know their first game in the tournament was a 15-minute victory. They're capable of it, but we haven't seen it on stream yet.
Haven't seen it on stream yet. We will have to wait a couple more minutes as we head to a quick break before we go to draft number 1 for the TFT versus Band Seraphine best of 3.
The Supergirl Gamer Pro is brought to you by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop nissanusa.com. And by Logitech G, who is on a mission to change gaming for good through the power of positive play. And by the United States Air Force. Full-time, part-time, in or out of uniform. Join us.
Not very many Latina women go in the military as an officer. But I always had that desire to serve my country, and that is why I chose the Air Force. The advice I would give to somebody who doesn't think that they could be an aviator, you can. You just have to decide to take another step forward, and then another one, and then another one, and then it gets easier. Don't underestimate yourself. You did this, and you could do more.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
Welcome back once again to the semifinals here on the Supergirl Gamer Pro broadcast. We have once again TFT Gamer Hours taking on Band Seraphine in a best of 3 rematch of the semifinals from the quarterfinals number 1 on Friday. And just as a reminder, we do have the same exact teams here. So for TFT Gamer Hours, they have selected blue side here for game number 1. And again, they have Shycept in the top lane, Rosethorn as their starting jungler, Toasty Alex in the mid lane, and Urasun and Applause down in the bot lane.
And over on the red side, we have Band Seraphine, Quadte in the top lane, Commandress in jungle, Yodam Sok in the mid lane, Kin in AD carry, and then Paige on support.
Should be a super fun, super close best of 3 semifinals here. I'm very excited to watch in a week. Immediately get to watch, or go right into the draft is what I'm trying to say here. Let's see. We've said Jax. What else do you think is going to be banned here, Tessa?
Urgot, Belveth. I believe obviously the Seraphine is going to get banned as well, because that is both Kin and Paige are playing that. For those who don't know, Quante is an Urgot one trick. Rosethorn, a very strong Belveth player as well. We have seen all of those champions banned against those respective players so far this tournament.
Yeah, and speaking of Rosethorn, in the best of one that these two teams played on the Friday qualifier semifinals, Rosethorn was actually not playing that series. Rosethorn only subbed in starting in TFT Gamer Hours finals, so they did play with their coach / sub jungler Fish Are Friends, who did have a pretty major impact on the game. He was on the J4 that game, which was a very heavy I guess, well, it's not going to be banned, so I don't have to talk about it for too long. But yeah, was a very major impact in them winning that game. For them was their coach as their substitute jungler. Shysept does have Rengar left unbanned. I don't know if it's actually going to get picked, but it is worth pointing out here.
Yeah, and this is an interesting adaptation here. So when we have seen the Seraphine ban, which has been often against banned Seraphine, as one would expect, the Ashe has been the easy second pick for Kin every single time. So taking the Ashe first round here is not what you would usually see in most like professional level tournaments, but it's really smart to do here to take away one of the best next 80 carries that you can pick for Kin here. So I really like that adaptation, and that's going to force them to take the Senna here, which slows down their early game.
And Yurison as well played Ashe more than any other 8K that I've seen so far in SGGP, so it is a very strong comfort pick for them here as well. And Talia, to nobody's surprise, will be locked in here for most likely Commanders. I think Sok might be able to play that champion as well, but might not be as likely. Maokai, one of the, I guess, highest meta picks, just that has mostly gone through all the drafts so far, will actually finally be picked here by TFT.
Yeah, and we're seeing Toasty Alex again on the Jace. Popped off very hard on it in the first day, so not surprised to see that one. It is a solid matchup. If that Talia does go into the mid lane, you just get to stay back, not risk getting popped into the Talia E at all. And I also just want to touch on, too, the Rumble ban here against Shysept. That is what was played in the best of one that TFT Gamer Hours had against banned Seraphine. Did pop off really hard in the mid to late game combined with the Jarvan. So not wanting to give either of that combination away. So TFT Gamer Hours will have to adapt.
I am excited to see this Jace again. Like you said, was picked a lot by Toasty Alex. I think he played it two. I don't have it in front of me, but I think like
it was two of the games.
Okay,
yeah.
2 of the games. I was going to say 2 or 3 of their finals games on Monday qualifiers. As you see, top laners plus supports will be banned away. In fact, it's only the Braum banned away, so we still have Soraka. Soraka was picked a lot yesterday. Let's see. Janna was also picked a few times. Lulu still left unbanned as well. Definitely a comfort pick, I believe, for both Applause and Paige. I'm always a fan of Lulu, but I think TK seeing the Senna up as well right now is probably the most likely.
Yeah, that's a very likely pick here, although we did see, I did check banned Seraphine's game off stream. When they had the Senna, they opted not to go for the Tahm Kench. It was the Braum that they picked up this time. It is getting banned away. We have the Malphite locked in for a top lane. I talked with Shysept a little bit yesterday. She has been high on Malphite. She's been loving playing Malphite in the top lane. Does not matter what you're up against, especially once you start building some armor against this Aatrox. The lane becomes actually pretty difficult in the 1v1.
Ooh, okay. I'm a big fan of Zyra. Zyra plus Ashe was a super heavy poke bot lane, I think last year at some point, right? Where it was the double Comet build in bot lane and just nobody could match the lane pressure or wave clear that lane had. It's definitely not as much in the meta right now, but if you're still comfortable in those kinds of poke champions, you can definitely get constant pressure, constant kill threat even, if you are able to maintain the mana threat correctly. And finally, the support counter pick here for Paige will be Sona. Okay.
So that is Paige's most played by far. That is one of the champions that she is known for. It does really neuter the early game there in the bot lane for Band Seraphine. They're very much a scaling bot lane, and you're up against the pressure of Ashe Zyra. And like you said, Ashe Zyra, a lot of poke. It's not as much as it was last year. Remember, the Ashe volley has been hit pretty hard since that point of the meta. It does not have the same cooldown. It does not have the same amount of arrows to try and hit there. So it will be a little bit less rough, but it's still strong. It's still scary. And it's just worrying too, because Paige can get run down very easily if a Zyra E does hit.
We have just been informed as well that Paige apparently has 2.7 million mastery points on the Sona, which is just insane. I don't think I have 2.7 million on all champions combined, honestly. So that is a whole lot of experience on the Sona, and like you said, all you're trying to do as this not Seraphine Sona, oh my goodness, Sona, that's what it is.
Sona.
Sona, that is going to catch me off a lot this game.
You could shorten it to just Sona, too.
All right.
If you mix the
names. Sona bot lane. We don't actually need Sona. It is only Sona playing bot lane this game. They're just trying to outlive and outlast and outheal, basically, the bot lane of your Sona Applause. Just do not give them kills. Do not give them the lethal threat that the poke lane typically holds over these very squishy lanes, and you will definitely be able to outscale them. And we know these games do typically go quite long, so you can safely assume you will probably get to that 30+ minute mark of outscaling.
I mean, yes. Yeah, we'll be able to get into game very shortly here. I'm very worried here about the early game, because TFT Gamer Hours finally do seem like they have that really strong early game to push, and I want to see if they can do that.
Moving right on to Summoner's Rift here. Best of 3 semifinals. TFT Gamer Hours versus Band Seraphine rematch of the qualifiers number 1. No teams that played on day number 2, by the way, were able to verse any of the qualifying teams from day 1. So if you didn't play day 2, then you didn't even get to see any of these players at all. So this might just be your first time, especially in finals. One of these teams, of course, will make finals, and assuming a day 2 team may make finals as well from the bot side of the bracket, would be the first time that they are versing each other.
Yeah, it's also worth mentioning too, both these teams have hit the prize pool at this point.
Yes.
So they have hit a level of money, which is great, but obviously these teams want to get more. They're going to want to get to the finals, at least confirm that second place and shoot for that top prize.
You do get at least a little bit of money for 3rd or 4th place, but it is much better for 2nd and even much better for 1st place. So everyone is still absolutely going for the 1st place finish here today. You don't qualify and then say, all right, we're just not going to play anymore. We're still going for 1st place here.
I can't say I've ever seen that. I do believe you're correct on that.
I had one team that did that in the past.
That's interesting. An interesting choice. A little bit of a fight over the blue buff here. Quante just kind of doing what we saw last time Shysept got the Malphite, just getting poked out early and not even being able to get to lane. It's not really that big of a worry. You want to stall out Malphite as much as possible to make sure he doesn't get those levels and start becoming difficult to kill. But it happens so fast that sometimes that can end up hurting yourself as well.
Yeah, watching the bot lane, I think mana is going to be by far the most important resource for really all 4 of these champions, right? Maybe except for Senna, all the other 3 are very mana-hungry champions. I'm expecting to get cookies on at least 2 of them. I'm actually surprised that Applause didn't take cookies herself as well. So it's going to be very important to watch not only the mana, but also where the junglers are pathing.
Yeah, the mana will be a bit of an issue, but I think right now Applause just kind of looking to zone here. The goal is to just get this Ashe as much time to free farm as possible and zone Sona off of the bot lane, so they just do not get the opportunity to scale. If you could come into the mid game with Senna not able to get not only farm but stacks as well, that's a big win that Ashe will be a lot stronger at.
And speaking of the jungler pathings here as well, they are perfectly mirrored. It looks like a top side or top to bot clear for Rosethorn and a bot to top clear for Commanders. So Commanders might be, or both of the jugglers might just be looking to trade the Scuttles, recall. Probably not too many early game ganks from either of these. They are definitely level 6 spikers, although it's not out of the question for either of these jugglers, right?
Yeah, I mean, they both have capabilities. I've talked at length about how strong the flash W on Maokai can be, and we do see first strike as well, so just getting that instant grab on and the extra damage coming through in any of these lanes, barring top side, I would say, you probably have an opportunity to go for a kill. Applause going for a robe here, trying to take out this Talia. If we see Eodom Sock move up at all, and with this wave,
Sock, good flash away, knocking
good
under
W.
the turret as well. Rosethorn is just dead to the turret. First blood still picked up by Toasty Alex, but really, really clean trade there by Sock as well.
Yeah, I think actually, was it first blood for Toasty or was it first blood for Eodom? Because
Pretty sure
it was
Toasty.
very close.
It
Regardless,
was
it's a really, really good play there to make that a trade in what was a 3-man gank there.
Yeah.
Really, really well done by Eodom Sock, and it stalls out what the power TFT gamer hours should have early on. That does not have the same strength anymore. The Talia is going to start to scale a little bit.
Absolutely. These mage supports such as Zyra, right, get much more heavily punished for being out of lane. Zyra needs gold. Like, this champion needs gold, needs experience to be helpful later in the game because this is supposed to be a damage champion. So roaming and giving up experience and possibly gold, right, does definitely hinder this champion's later mid-game performance a lot more. Quante definitely did spot out the sapling, so not going to be too sneaky there by Rosethorn again. But they do know at least that Rosethorn is topside, which does allow bot lane here to play a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking Leandry's being, what, like 3,200 gold versus 2,500 on this, the Shirelias or something like that. It's definitely Applause wants to make sure they can get as much gold as possible. And push forward Commandress is here. Zyra is very low. Vi can definitely take advantage of this, but I don't think the wave's in a spot where they can really do much.
Yeah, you did see Applause was forced to actually flash away there as well. So the poke lane is currently being outpoked by the Van Seraphine bot lane right now, which is very impressive. Definitely not from champion select what is supposed to happen, but if you do have enough mastery points on Sona, you can make anything happen. I'm a big believer on that. If you have enough mastery on a champion, you could just do anything on it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if there's anybody who could do something like that here, Shaisa doing really, yeah. Paige knows this champion inside and out, and has shown at length how well you can scale in to the late game with the Sona without, you take minimal losses. Yeah, Senna's down 17 farm, but really, that's not that bad at the end of the day. And she's going to be able to pick up souls to make up some of that gold disadvantage on top of just continuing to wait for the game, play it a little bit slower. Dragon, first going to get picked up by TFT Gamer Hours. Not surprising in the least.
Yeah.
Van Seraphine, just they need to stem bleeding as much as possible as the timer keeps ticking.
With the constant lane prio that the bot lane and the Toasty Alex have so far for TFT, it definitely will be the first, probably the second dragon, honestly, picked up by them here as well. Commanders walked in, saw that they're on the dragon. She's like, yep, all right, knew that was probably happening. Walks back out, continues farming, because that's just about all you can really do, especially when there are 4 members clearing that dragon as quickly and as efficiently really as possible from TFT Game Arrows. Really nice Zyra either by Applause, but you see how much the mana does start to come into play for this bot lane. Kin and Paige are sitting so low on mana, and you can't even back in this lane. That's how hard it is to play.
I was gonna say that's the scary point. They cannot go back to base right now without giving up a massive wave, and they do not want to do that. So they're kind of stuck in a place where they can't really heal that much. They can't avoid the poke very well. They're just constantly stuck at this point where the wave is just sitting outside their tower and tanking all of this damage from the Zyra Ashe. This is definitely where Applause and Yurasan want to be.
There's definitely very few lanes in League of Legends where mana is one of the major impacts on how you actually play the lane anymore in this current meta, right? But this is one of them. Ashe, Zyra, and Senna Sona are such mana-hungry lanes that you really have to think about how you use every single ability, and if it hits, you get that much more punished. Kin and Paige even sitting so low HP, they are very easy to dive right now as well, even with all sums active. Very low mana. Again, even hitting level 6 here wouldn't really be a whole lot.
Yeah, it won't. And the scary part, too, is Applause is almost level 6, and that's a huge burst window for the Zyra. If they hit an Ash arrow, somebody's going to die.
Yeah.
And that's very, very scary. You lose so much if you die there, because not only are you losing the 300 gold, but you're going to lose a massive wave for an experience for both these champions that desperately need it.
Looking towards the top lane now, though, you do see Quante has held his own very, very well against the Shicep Malphite so far, doubling her CS and also having the constant lane prio to allow commanders to at least trade that first dragon for the first Rift Herald as well. Most likely dropping that Rift Herald, I would assume mid. Nature's Grasp drop down here in the bot lane again, no mana. Instant cleanse by Kin, but do they have enough HP to even live the 3-man dive? Kin surviving for a very long time. Good flash away, but double root does land. Double kill picked up by Toasty and Quante. Deeping in a little bit late, Sock ulting in on the Talia. But nothing else can really happen. They don't have a good way to re-engage. Unless they flash forward. Shicep has arrived. Flash in, knock-up lands. Quante's able to trade that back onto Urison, but you don't have the ultimate popped anymore. Will end up going down to Rosethorn as well. I believe it's a 1-for-2, 1-for-3 trade in the favor of TFT.
Yeah, and that's the exact weakness of this composition, right? Aatrox is strong, great, but the Malphite still can push R, and that's all you have to do. The teleport a little bit late, bot lane just gets dove, you lose Kid and Page, and Iotum and Quante, they don't do anything with those cooldowns. They lose them, they don't get anything positive out of it, and then Shicep's ready to go with the ultimate for the re-engage. Obviously, Ashe going down is a little unfortunate, but you trade another 2 kills for that. That's a trade you will take every single time for TFT.
Absolutely looking to get that not outscaling, but just scaling in general for them in this early game, right? Page and Kin will almost constantly be under dive threat, even if they are sitting such high HP. Sock apparently is just under kill threat, not even dive threat. Toasty Alex, so fed right now, has the full mythic item completed so early into the game, means Sock just can't walk out past their tower at this point anymore.
Yeah. And a lot of people can't, right? Like, bot lane dives are even more scary now. We saw it once with the Jace.
Yeah.
Now, with the 4 kills on the Jace, you could just do that on repeat there. Teleport is ready to go, too. They can, honestly, if they hit a long-range Ash arrow, Teleport can come in. They can try to make some plays off of that. There's so many opportunities there for TFT to just make plays. But I need to see that happen, because we definitely have not seen the early pressure work out for TFT yet. This game's going great. It needs to continue.
Asher does land there onto Kin. Page still has enough mana to maintain the 50% HP bar healing for now, but that is only going to get harder over the next few minutes. And again, look at these wave crashes constantly by the TFT bot lane, right? There is no chance to recall. If you recall at this point, you're going to lose a wave, if not more, of both gold and experience. And as a scaling lane of Senasona, you definitely do not want to do that too much. 10 seconds left on this next dragon. Should be as good as TFT's. Ban Seraphim will be taking a very disadvantaged fight if they want to take this one.
Yeah, and look, too, at what Applause has picked up here. We'll get to that.
Ooh, good flash. Oh, landing onto Ursa.
Nice.
There is nothing you can do to counterplay that one. Applause does have flash. Will flash a little bit late here. Trying to get away from the Naka, popping the ult as well. I think it's a Death Lotus landing on all 3. Nature's Grasp is here. Here
TP.
comes Rose TP in for Toasty Alex, and they're just waiting ducks to be taken by Toasty Alex. Double kill picked up by him. 1 gifted over to Rosethorn as well, and again, just another dragon picked up by TFT.
Yeah, the engage was great. The kill was great onto the Ashe, but unfortunately, you used 3 ultimates directly just to kill the Ashe, and you kept pushing forward. The teleport was ready. Toasty Alex able to just get behind them, pick up a couple of clean kills thanks to the setup from Rosethorn, and now TFT Gamer Hours are definitively ahead here. They'll get that other dragon. The Rift Herald's going to be used, but it's used to really just push top lane, which could just get stopped in the meantime, too. It's not looking great for Ban Seraphim right now. They have to really stall out for a while.
4,000 gold lead now at 12 minutes for TFT. It's not even enough time in the game has passed for objective baddies. Objective baddies can only spawn at 14 minutes, and at this rate, the boy will be spawning at 14 minutes. Quante might be caught out here. He has the World Ender to buy some extra seconds, but that is all the time he gets to buy. He just wanted to get those tower plates, and I don't think he even got any. So he walked up, died, and wasn't even able to pick up the extra gold that he was trying to die for. So solo plates picked up by Commanders just because she's the one that dropped the Herald, and other than that, it is always coming up for TFT in this early game.
It's specifically Toasty Alex. Again, this Jace is now terrifying, and we're just going to keep the tempo going.
Keep going, keep diving. Do not let Van Seraphine get a second worth of breathing time. Yet another kill picked up, like you said, by Toasty Alex, and now he gets the split push, gets some free tower plates. Tower plates fall in 20 seconds. He could probably get at least one in that time.
Yeah, we're at this point right now where nobody's answering this Jace. Nobody can kill him. Nobody can out DPS him. It's a problem. And the poke is going to be massive too. That's what's really kind of great about the Jace here. You can kind of group with your team, just continue to poke with this Zyra Ashe and push people off towers. Well, Yonamsak grabs the kill on the bot side there. But that is really just kind of the Malphite. Again, Malphite dying is probably the best person to have die on your team. You're really not worried about it. Shicep, as long as the experience is comparable here, you're not worried. Malphite will still just kind of exist, hit R, and set up for a Maokai ult into this Jace, just crashing down on everybody.
Experience is absolutely the econ for Malphite. You do not need CS, you do not need gold. That is why you see Quante with a pretty massive, almost double the CS lead that Shicep does have, and he has been able to maintain that CS lead for the majority of the early game here so far. One tower has been taken so far in the bot lane. Toasty Alex will most likely make it 2 here in the next couple of minutes. Still managing to hold onto that 4,000 gold lead here for TFT as well. I would say pretty surprisingly, we don't have objective bounties yet for Ban Seraphine. They could have spawned as soon as 14 minutes, and now the gold lead's only growing.
Yeah, I do not know all of the specifics of how those are picked up, so it is a little surprising. Definitely feels a little bad for Ban Seraphine, but I think right now that's kind of one of the least things on their mind. Objectives are not going to be coming for a while. Ashero hit on that top side.
Ashero hit. Quanta going to be forced to flash away. Senna ult just a second too late to try and save their top laner, and Toasty Alex with his 9th kill of this game, one of the best of 3 semis. I mean, TFT are coming out swinging today. They went to 45 minutes against this team just 2 days ago, and now 15 minutes they're holding on to a 6,000 gold lead. So much improvement and so much, I'm assuming, practice and scrimming in the past 24 hours by TFT, and they are showing up much, much stronger here today. Will be a very scary opponent, assuming that they make finals for whoever else makes finals as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just a switch up of the composition, right? Like last time we saw Shicep on the Rumble. This time they've just opted to just take the loss on the top side here. You know what? If you want to have the Aatrox, fine. All Shicep has to do is just show up to fights. So now things are great. Toasty Alex massively, massively ahead here. And I am a little concerned because I feel like this pressure is just going to continue. We're going to continue to bleed objectives. They have to find a pick onto Toasty Alex or Rosethorn and start taking some objectives here.
Absolutely. There needs to be some sort of objective taken by Ban Seraphine because they do have those objective baddies now finally on the table with the 6,000 gold deficit. The only objective they have taken so far in this game is the first Rift Shield. Other than that, all towers are still standing. The first 2 dragons, as expected, did go to TFT Game Hours due to the mid and bot. Cryo, Toasty Alex could be coming here in the top lane. This is a massive shutdown, and it will be picked up by Quante. Ult's coming in onto Shicep as well. She's already popped the ult and the flash. There's no way to get out. A kill gifted over to Sock, and that is 2 pretty nice shutdowns picked up by Ban Seraphine. We said that they needed something, and now they've got a 700 shutdown, plus the kill onto Shicep and objective bounty claimed on the top side.
That's huge there. That's 1,000 gold over to Quante, who's just now going to be a real threat in these team fights. We've been waiting for the Aatrox to really be something meaningful in these fights, and that will make a difference here. So really good Talia ultimate to get up towards that top side, and Quante capitalizing on it. And they still get down for this dragon too. And that Toasty Alex just respawned. I don't think they're really capable of walking up here. I don't honestly want to see them take this fight, because without the Vi ultimate or the Talia ult, you get Maokai ulted here, and things are looking a little sketch.
I think it's so funny that Toasty Alex just died with a 700 shutdown and still has a 400 shutdown. That just shows how ahead he is right now. Just TP'd in for the top side as well. Dragon started up, like you said, by Ban Seraphine, 5k left. It's just going to be a standoff. Nature Scraps goes out a little bit early, lands onto only Quante, but Quante's almost one shot. Huge Gyro ult lands on the 3 members as well. Shutdown picked up onto Rosethorn though. There goes your jungler. And now it's just a smite fight for Commander. She's easily able to pick up that one, plus the objective bounty as well. Malphite ult lands onto 2, but there's not enough damage fall up except for Toasty Alex. Once Toasty Alex arrives, that is your damage. Given over that double kill to Urasun as well. Toasty Alex picking up the final kill for a double kill for himself. And an ace for TFT. They lost the dragon, but they'll be very happy to take 5 kills.
Yeah, it feels like they just kind of expected Toasty Alex to either just be topside or miscounted that death timer there and how long it would take for Jace to show up. I really did not like that dragon call, and unfortunately that just causes them a lot of problems. You're looking at Ban Seraphine. Nobody is building tank stats here right now, and you're up against a Fed lethality user. Almost a fully stacked mana immune, Duskblade ready to go. Toasty Alex is going to pop anybody that's hit, and you have a Maokai ult to lock somebody in place to make that Jace EQ impossible to miss.
Absolutely, there's so much lockdown, not only from Shycept, but Urasun's ult, Applause, E plus ult, Rosethorn, like, has the ult plus the W as well, right? There are so many ways to get hard CC that TFT have drafted for themselves, and they've been hitting it almost every single time onto the correct opponents as well. It was just a matter of chaining the CC correctly and having Rosethorn and or Urasun there to do the follow-up damage as well. It is such an easy comp to execute, and that's the benefit of having an easy comp to execute.
Yeah, easy comp to execute usually means you have to get the damage to be, you know, capable of running it, because you generally, if it's easy to execute, you don't have other options. And right now they don't need any other options. Jace will just pop anybody. Now they have the Radiant Virtue finished on Rosethorn as well, so even if the fight gets close, the extra healing from that Maokai is going to make things even harder to kill on that Jace. So things are really looking bad for Ban Seraphine. I don't know what their options are here. They don't have engage tools, and they're getting engaged on again.
Oh no, engaged underneath their inner turret. They have a turret, and they still are not able to fight against TFT. There's a lot of damage being taken, but it is yet another double kill, triple kill, picked up by Toasty Alex. They didn't even have the turret to help them anymore, and then TFT will be able to claim the turret. Thank you very much for the 3 kills, plus the turret. We will take the tip on top of it all.
Yeah, this is the TFT we really wanted to see today, and they've showed up strong. Really good dive there. Rosethorn with the extra healing survives just barely, and they get out clean. 3 kills now, sitting at an 8,000 gold lead. I think TFT Gamer Hours are going to look to close out this game pretty shortly.
Like 8,000 gold lead? I don't know. It's something ridiculous.
Yeah, it's 8,000.
Game 1. 8,000 gold lead, just casually. All right, hear me out. 20 plus 2-minute Baron. Thoughts?
That's just a 20-minute Baron, right?
True, actually, my bad. We are still in 20-minute Baron range here. Absolutely, and I think TFT Gamer Hours will be able to take the 20-minute Baron. Yes. Thank you.
Anyone coming in today is not going to understand this joke. Baron's gonna get taken, and again,
it's a 20-minute Baron.
Yeah,
plus 1 minute 58 seconds. 20-minute Baron.
Yeah, and again, the siege is a problem too. Like any team having Baron is a problem, but specifically the Zyra, the Ashe, Jace, they can just apply pressure and never get engaged on. Because who's engaging here? It's the Vi, really. It's Vi. You don't want to Talia all into that backline. You're gonna get popped. And there's so many engage tools, and that also work as disengage tools for TFT Gamer Hours. They have all the cards in their hand, and they are about to show a full royal flush.
full flash route. Everything lands on a sock. There goes your mid laner commanders trying to get into the back line, but cannot land a knock up onto anyone. Rosethorn all on their own, though. He's just kind of 1v1 in Paige right now. Okay, Paige has enough healing to keep herself alive, but only just barely. Is going to be a 1-for-1, but they do take that, or almost take, sorry, that inhibitor turret on the top lane, as well as the inhibitor turret in the mid lane is actually taken as well. 20 seconds left on Mountain Dragon number 2, Ban Seraphine. They need to take the dragon, but I really don't think they're able to.
No, they're not going to be able to. Even with Rosethorn down, the pressure of Toasty Alex, who's reset now, is way too much, and I think they just have to back away from it. Commanderess doesn't even seem like she's going to try.
No.
So Shysep will run interference as soon as that vibe becomes visible. And there is a signs of life now, Bad Seraphine. TFT Gamer is going a little bit too deep. Rosethorn, the only one back behind that tower, pays the price for it. And the other issue there was Toasty Alex just tanking tower. Shysep does not care. Shysep just walks away every single time. Yep.
Shysep's having a great time.
I
they
love
really
Malphite,
thought
man.
they thought they could like poke Shysep. Look at this. She's still
got the
basically at
passive
100% HP. Yeah. There's
I
no way that you
love
can
Malphite.
poke the Malphite before a team fight starts. Talia wall going in, does wall up into the fight. Commanders knocking up
Massive
everyone, but
Malphite.
there goes the Malphite. Oh, as well. Yurison on the rampage now, and Toasty Alex just does massive damage. Look at Shysep as well. She's running down on the Malphite. Double kill picked up for both your mid and your AD carry, and that is all you need. Excuse me, triple kill for Yurison. Absolutely so well played by TFT Game Hours. It's only 24 minutes in this game. It's not going to be a 45-minute win. It might just be a 25-minute win.
You know, I told Shysep we need to cut down the timers on these games, and she delivered. We got the Malphite engage, confirmed the kills, got in, and took out the Nexus at just 24-41. So a really strong game from TFT Game Hours, the kind of game that we wanted to see from them from the beginning here.
Yeah.
And I'm very happy to see it. And I think this composition looked really good. Now, I want to see if they can run something similar again and continue the early game advantage. Obviously, this game is worked heavily by the fact that Jace gets so strong early. And if Jace is not as strong early, this game is a lot more back and forth, and that mid game gets a little bit more dicey around those team fights.
And for game number 2, Bad Seraphine has selected the blue side, so they will be swapping sides, but we will be jumping into the draft after the replays. Yes, I forgot about replays.
Replays.
Let's take a look at that game again from the replays.
Yeah, and this is just that early game dive, and this is kind of what we called out too, of the teleport possibility from Toasty Alex. And just a little bit over engaged there, got the Ashe, could not continue forward, and got really punished for that one.
These dragon fights as well. This one specifically, actually, in the beginning, you saw that pick onto Rosethorn was in the favor of Ban Seraphine. But then they kind of overcommitted a little bit, and overcommitting into a team that still had a Malphite ult, like had most of their engaged damage still available, is just that much harder. If they got just the Rosethorn and the Dragon pick and then walked away, it would have been a lot easier to play the rest of the game.
Yeah, that fight specifically, a lot of the ultimates were down, and they continued to push again, just overplaying their hand. And this fight was a little bit more back and forth here. It looked really close. The fact that Rosethorn got so low looked like they may have been able to turn around. And again, really massive Malphite ult from Shysep there. Just made it so that backline couldn't do anything while the front line of Ban Seraphine got killed. Easy cleanup and the immediate TP to end. That's the decisive calls TFT have been known for in some of these earlier games of this tournament.
I love how much they cleaned up their early game. Their early game was already clean on Friday, but there is significant improvement already that we have seen just from this single game from Friday to now today's semifinals. So lots of honor review. I'm assuming lots of talking with coaching. I know that they were doing scrims before Friday. I don't know if they did a scrim last night as well, but definitely does show that something has changed quite significantly in the favor for TFT Game Hours since their Friday matches. But again, we do have at least one more game, if not two, in this best of 3 semifinals. We will be back with game number 2 draft in just a couple of minutes.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. and all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Supergirl Gamer Pro semifinals broadcast. Again, I'm Cam Comet, joined today by Thousand Eyes. We are now game 2 in our semifinals best of 3. TFT taking a 24-minute game 1 win over Ban Seraphine. Now, Ban Seraphine do have side select for game 2 as the loser takes side select, and they've opted for blue side, so we are actually going to be swapping sides.
Yeah, Ban Seraphine want to take over on the blue side. I'm assuming they want to open themselves up for a couple more bans here. Obviously, the Jace game number 1 looked really good. It has looked good consistently for Toasty Alex, but there's already a lot of bans that Ban Seraphine, I think, want to take off the board already. So we're starting to have too many things in our hands to hold.
There's too many bans. Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's like, what is it? Jax, Trinamere, Seraphine, Sona, Ash, Jace. Like, that's already 6 champions. That's all your bans. All right, hope you didn't win anything else. Maokai, Talia, I guess those are up now.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of power picks available, and Shycep, again, looked great on the Malphite. Obviously, it's never really going to be a lane-winning champion outside of a couple offset kind of picks you could go up against, but it's just a solid pickup that I don't know what the answer is here, especially because Ban Seraphine are a team as a whole that generally looks to scale. They're a slower team that wants to play slow, and TFT Gamer Hours is exactly the team that is kind of their kryptonite as a whole.
Yeah, Ban Seraphine were not able to take the best of 1 win in semifinals 2 days ago, and now in the best of 3, you've got to win the next 2 games or you are out. This is a single elimination bracket as the whole tournament has been. That has not changed, and again, you got to win this game. You had a best of 3 to give you a little bit more leeway than a best of 1, but you still got to win at least 2 of these games, which is a lot harder to do than only 1.
Yeah, generally, yeah. Two is more than 1 in my
2
experience.
is more than 1, yes.
Yeah. But again, you do have the opportunity. You know, you go out, you have a bad game. It's not the end of the world. You can reset, try to fix draft, try to get yourself in a better position. But you got to make those calls. You got to fix things up. And I believe we are ready for the draft. So we'll jump into that here and see exactly what Ban Seraphine want to switch up here.
Definitely have something cooking up on the table for them with the deciding to swap sides here. I don't think we've seen TFT on red side, have we? I almost don't think we have.
It has definitely been majority blue side. I do not
maybe
have
1
the
game in
brain
finals.
power.
Yeah.
I do not have the brain power to remember if they've been on red side or blue side the entire time. But they do have to go through their similar bans here. The Seraphine, the Urgot, those are never really going to get through here against Quante and Kin specifically. Ban Seraphine taking out the Rumble, the Orianna, and the Maokai, so going for a lot more of the meta bans here. And maybe they go for that Ashe pick here first, which Kin has, as we have said, really favored, and it would take away from Yurasan.
Ashe was the B1 pick for TFT last game, and yeah, like you said, Yurasan has played a lot of Ashe throughout SGGP for all the games so far, and yes, it will be that B1. I actually really like you said, that B1 here for Kin. It feels a little bit more like a takeaway to me than a comfort pick, but the fact that both of these AD carries have such comfort and high prio on this made it a very easy choice. Let's take blue side and just B1 Ashe if they don't ban it.
Yeah, and that does leave up the Jarvan, which Roselord's definitely happy about, but Kin is very happy to have the Ashe. That also indirectly kind of takes out the Zyra as well, because you're not really going to pair Zyra with another AD carry in this current meta. She's just not that strong. She works well with the Ashe, and that's generally it. So in a way, this takes away 2 picks. The Varus is going to be the pickup for Yurasan here, as I would expect. We have a minor possibility that could be like a full AP mid Varus if we want to get really funny about it, but probably going to be going in the marksman position.
Yeah, it was a good point that Ashe also counters Zyra. I think Ashe is the best AD carry to counter Zyra with, and Yurasan did play Varus, I believe it was game 2 for their qualifiers on Friday, the not streamed game 2 qualifiers, so they do have at least some experience on the champion. I definitely agree, though. I wouldn't put it past Toasty Alex to play some sort of crazy Varus mid lane. I don't think it's going to be super playable into the Taliyah, either mid or jungle, though, so most likely throwing that one bot lane to Girasun. And Cassante being selected here for Quante. Very, very, very meta pick. And we got yet another Malphite.
Yeah, again, Shicep just a big fan of the Malphite. We'll play it into a lot of matchups, and this is just going to be tank v tank here. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of action on that top side now, but with that, that does mean mid laners are really capable of being banned out from TFT Gamer Hours. They have no mid lane pick here, and it's assumed that we're going to be seeing Sok playing the Taliyah again in that mid lane, so they can take out a lot of options here.
2 mid lane bans and 2 support bans. Interesting there by Ban Seraphine. I would argue that both Lux and Zyra are pretty heavily countered by Ashe, so I'm thinking they're probably cooking up some sort of maybe a melee support, which is a little strange considering it is Paige. I know Paige is significantly more comfortable on those enchanter supports, but those bans do hint a little bit to me more towards melee as, oh my gosh, what's it called? Azir. Oh my gosh, Azir is the mid laner selected here for Toasty Alex. Toasty Alex stylistically is much more comfortable on the mage picks. Jace, this tournament honestly is kind of the first time I've personally seen him so well on the Jace, but Azir, Syndra, Orianna, those kinds of champions are what historically Toasty Alex has played a lot more of.
Yeah, and there's the Poppy counterpick for the Jarvan as well that did get through all the bans. Did not touch on it, but it is just very strong into the Jarvan and will get picked up. Going to be going into the jungle here. And we're waiting on that last pick for Paige here. Now, when we have seen Paige go melee, it has been something that is more defensive like the Braum. So Braum Ashe is a possibility. Sure. I would not be surprised to see that one come through. The question then becomes, what does Applause play into that? Because it would give me the impression that they want to go for a heavy poke bot lane.
I think Lulu's kind of cracked R5 here, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it depends heavily, too, what your son wants to play in terms of the Varus. Are we getting the poke Varus? Are we getting the on-hit? Chances are it's probably the on-hit, and in that case, yeah, Lulu looks great. We'll see if we get it. Nami is also like a possibility. Works well with both of the Varus types as well.
I'm just gonna keep cheering. No,
Melio. That's basically Lulu.
Worst Lulu, man. Come on.
Oh, don't start. No, I like Melio. I'm a Melio player. Don't be mean to my boy.
Look, they released this champion after I stopped playing the game, so it's actually not a real champion in my mind. It's just worse Lulu. So
yeah, we'll see. I really like Melio. I could talk about Melio a lot. I played that champion so much when he came out. I think it was like number 18 in North America for a while. So I know that champion well. I'm excited to see it. It has been popping up a little bit. I think we saw it last night at Worlds as well. So Melio has been I won't say a priority pick, but it has been floating around, and it works really well with a lot of these on-hit 80 carries that like Varus can be.
Okay. I will cue the Melio hate train that I sometimes do bring with me.
I will fight you on it every step of the way. I will sabotage the train.
We'll see. All right. Can Ban Seraphine overcome the Melio hate train that I have here today and bring us to a game 3, or will TFT Gamer Hours just take the 2-0 sweep, buying their way straight into the finals? I mean, again, both of these teams have already bought themselves into the prize pool. They are not walking away with this tournament with nothing from the semifinals onward. But again, the money does exponentially grow if you do make it at least into the finals minimum.
Yeah, as we take a look at our matchups here, I think mid lane has a lot of potential to be interesting. Toasty Alex is very comfortable on the Azir, and obviously Sok looked really good on the Taliyah. Countering out that early gank was great. The question being, who really gets the early advantage here? Because both these champions level 6 can pop off really hard and snowball out of control. The Azir just pushing everybody back into the team. The Taliyah wall is such a major map movement ability. a lot of tempo to be gained early on. Level 6 becomes really important for these teams.
This honestly might be my favorite draft we've had out of the whole tournament so far. This feels so well-rounded.
Despite the Melio?
Despite the Melio, yes, unfortunately. Like, even with the Bardo, actually, this might still be my favorite draft because both teams feel so evenly matched in the champions that they have picked here. As we do move on to Summoner's Rift now for game number 2. Waiting for the transition. Wait.
I also want to check too. So there is a
I've got a sound effect ready. I'm waiting.
specific aspect of Melio that I always harp on, and it is that you do not take mana flow on this champion. For those who don't know, mana flow is heavily picked on Melio, but it's not a great pick for him. The only thing that procs mana flow is the Q.
Where's my transition?
And if you're I don't know, Cam. It's disappeared. It's on a walk right now. It'll come back at a later date. We will have our time.
I'm being trolled.
We did get a little trolled. There is a pause, so we have a little bit more time to talk about it. So Melio specifically, you usually want to take Nimbus Cloak instead of Mana Flow. You want to not deal with trying to get a Q off every couple of seconds because it's so hard to hit, and if you use it, you then now don't have it for Poppy ganks. I want to see if this Melio has mana flow or not.
I'm sorry, I heard nothing you said. I was so focused on getting the sound effect.
Fine, I'm just talking about my favorite champion in the game. Why would we want to listen to that?
I was so focused. Anyways, yes, I heard mana flow band. That sounds smart. Did they take mana flow band? Is that what happened?
I don't know. We'll see at a certain point, I'm sure. But right now, little bit of level 1 shenanigans here as Commander's gonna walk in and get the vision on the red buff, have an idea where Jarvan starts, which is really important for the Poppy. Remember, the Poppy wants to counter this Jarvan, so important to match that clear and be ready for a counter gank so Jarvan cannot get that level 2 to 3 gank.
Both teams will also know exactly where junglers are starting. They've got a red deep ward on the blue side buff and a blue deep ward on the red side buff. So everyone's going to know exactly where the junglers are, at least for the first, I would say, minute of the game in terms of where they are clearing. You could generally predict that both of these champions are going to clear top to bot, most likely with prio for a bot lane gank at some point before the 3:30 minute mark. And with that, it's all going to be on bot lane. Again, we talked a whole lot about bot lane last game. I'm sorry, we're going to talk a whole lot more about bot lane this game. Mid lane is probably going to be the second lane here. If something does happen, it is mage versus mage, which is definitely the most fun matchups to watch.
Yeah. Mid lane is honestly probably going to be a farm fest for a while, barring gank pressure here. It is probably just going to be overall just a farm fest on both sides. There's not a lot of engage opportunities here. Top lane is just going to be a bunch of dudes slapping each other on the back. The grasp on both of those top laners, it's not going to turn into much, guys. I hate to break it to you.
Man, I like exciting top lane. When the gods, what is it? I forgot the 4 champions, but the gods champions in the top lane, those are always fun to cast. I haven't gotten to cast a lot of them yet, but in the future games, somebody pick the gods champions in the top lane. Very fun. Yes. Meanwhile, down here in bot lane, you do see Yurison and Applause getting the very early wave prio, wave clear. Rosethorn as well is in a position to dive on the next wave if they do just so happen to want to, but I'm not actually predicting a dive. I'm just saying it is definitely a possibility if TFT Game Arrows want to start the bot lane off strong in this game too.
Yeah, but again, there's the counteract of the Poppy. Right now, matching the clear will be there for that counteract if it does occur. I also do want to just, as my last point about the Melio before we really get into this game here, we have the cleanse on Applause, which is not super common here because, oh wait, Shysept is beating up on Quante. Nope, yeah, this is just what I expect the entire time. The cleanse is not super common on Melio, especially because that ultimate gives you a tenacity buff after it is used. So if you are going to get hit by a crowd control, you can generally pop the ult early and get out of a stun very, very fast.
It is also important to note that Rosethorn did have enough time for a full clear. Commanders doesn't have time to get that first clear on the Krugs and instead had to walk top lane to avoid Rosethorn. On the bot side, Scuttle, Rosethorn himself also having straight to this top scuttle, definitely smelled Commanders, knowing that she wasn't on the bot scuttle. Probably meant, hey, she's probably on the top scuttle. We should go help push or help Shysep push this wave in. Definitely under threat of a gank up here if Rosethorn didn't path immediately up here. And the fact that Commanders didn't get that first clear on the Krugs is going to, I don't think significantly delay, but definitely delay the second respawn, which does usually get junglers that first level 6. Good freeze by Quante.
Yeah, I was going to say, they didn't fully crash that, and Shysep's going to get punished for that one. But Shysep needs to back right now. The big problem that Malphite does have is just that early mana there. You're generally trying to spam your Q early on, especially when you have the Comet on that mana flow cooldown. But Shysep has just been trying to push waves, get back, get the Sheen to just be a little bit more of a threat, and just try to reset here. Now, with that freeze, though, things are a little bit sketchy for the next couple of minutes, and Commanders can look to come back top.
If Commanders goes top right now, though, her level 6 is going to be so delayed.
Yes.
Those Krugs need to be cleared for the 2.5-minute rubber banding to come for them. That is how junglers hit level 6, and they're still sitting at the bot lane right now, level 1. Nobody has cleared them yet, so it is very much in Commanders' interest to be bot side at this point. And of course, speaking of bot lane, nothing has happened so far. Not even a single summoner has been burned across the map other than TPs.
Yeah, because how do you? Even if Braum tries to jump up, Melio just cues him back. You're never seeing anything from that here. Interesting to see the just touching on it, the Doran's Ring start too from the Varus. He does have some pretty good AP scaling, so even if you are building the 80 carry Varus or even the lethality, you can go for the Doran's Ring, get that extra health pot, and have a little bit more sustain and some extra burst in the early game.
Looking towards the bot lane now, you do see junglers will end up meeting around the dragon. I don't think they're starting the dragon, but they will just meet around that pit. Quante did hit level 6 here before Shysep. Shysep has sat in the lane majority of the time, but very low on mana, so can't actually poke Quante all that much. Diving in now onto Sock, could be looking for the first kill. Really nice Sarima Supple there by Toasty Alex, but Sock had enough time for the Waver's Wall to come out, and again, not even a summoner spell burned, just a couple of ultimates, and nothing happened so far. Commanders might be caught out here, though, as well. Knock a flash away. Really good flash there by Commanders, and the exhaust popped on the Rosethorn as well. Gets all the members of Van Seraphine out in time.
Yeah, really good job by Rosethorn. Just getting the early push onto the Talia, and then moving down to that bot side, making sure the bot lane was safe. You get the back from the Talia, you force back. Oh, wait, to bot lane? Nope.
Yurison is flashed on, holding a splash of their own as well, and I mean, yep, nothing happening here so far. TFT gamers are starting off that first drag. That is the first real lead. I would say that either of the teams have truly gotten. Still, no kills on the board, Tessa. I want more fighting.
I love this. This is such a back and forth macro game because none of these champions really have capabilities to fight early outside of the tanks on the top side, and neither of them take damage. Obviously, Shysep kind of struggling up top side, and that could turn into a little bit more here if Shysep is not careful.
Nothing.
Look, All Out is available. Quante can just go in, and that Malphite is not beefy enough yet. That is a tier and a Sheen. There is no real resistances yet on that Malphite.
Analytical brains have been turned on for this kind of game here. You gotta find leads in ways that are not kills. And so far, the only lead has truly been... I guess, yeah, sometimes have to remind ourselves, like, majority of these players are challenger right now, right? So they are actually pretty good at this video game.
I mean, look, I said on Friday, and I got a lot of flack for this, I like slow macro games. I liked the lane swap meta. A lot of people yelled at me for that one.
Yep. I would be one of those. The first dragon has been started up by Van Seraphine, but they do not have top or mid lane Real Prio to continue fighting this dragon. It will have to be a steal, and the steal is not in play. Shicep lands knockup, but only onto one. There is no damage fall whatsoever, and Shicep taken over the wall into a 1v1 against Quante, flashing back into the wall though, and Cataclysm gets the first blood for Rosethorn. There is no trade. Excellent wall placed there by Toasty Alex. Quante can do nothing but fight it out to his own death. Two really clean kills picked up there by TFT.
Yeah, Quante grabs Shicept and takes her away from the fight, but that's also your front line there. Shicept already hit the R button. Malphite duty is done. All you have to do is be a health bar there. And if Quante's gone too, the damage right now from Toasty Alex and Rosethorn is so much more threatening than what you have on Sock and Commandress. So an easy win off the fight from there.
Oh.
Ooh. Wall?
Sock going in, does have the Weaver's Wall to get the gap pose onto Toasty Alex, but Sock doesn't have any mana to finish the kill. Walks into the soldiers and just gets soldiered down. Wow. I mean, that's just a little bit more of a misplay than anything. Toasty Alex says, thank you very much for the kill, gets the recall, and probably going to have a full item on this back.
I like the look. It was a smart move. Just the mana allocation was not there for it, and Sock will pay the price. And that's, again, Toasty Alex, early lead. We're 10 minutes into this game. 4-0.
no.
It's 2-0 on the Azir. We have 2-0 on the Jarvan. The go buttons are ready. And that's exactly where TFT Gamer Hours thrive.
Yeah, Toasty Alex did get the full Leandres off that kill. So he's sitting real happy right now. Full Guard Drinker has, been purchased by Rosethorn as the jungler here. They will continue to just shut down Sock, is my prediction. Bot lane, completely untouched. Paige walked up, died, and that is the only thing. Like, walked up to the topside fight, died, and then walked back to bot lane. Other than that, nothing has been touched down there.
Typical Melio gameplay.
The bot lane yet, and of course in the top lane, pretty much similar story. Rift Herald, though, in Rosethorn's pocket, could be the first real something that happens to the bot lane.
Very possible here. Rift Herald also just being on TFT Gamer Hours is another lever to pull for them in this early game where they are getting a lead and want to push it. So very possible if they get this on the bot side, you now all of a sudden the only lane you have losing is Shicept on the top side, who again, Malphite duty. You're fine with that. You get the Varus going, you start getting him some damage. He's already got the tier 2 boots. Varus will start to come online very quickly, especially alongside this Melio.
Yeah, you look at the top lane here, and you see Shicept is like down 40 CS or whatever right now, and it's like, that just does not matter in the Malphite Cassante.
You got the R button.
Right? You have the R button, you have experience literally exactly the same between the two top laners right now, and that is all Shicept is up there to do right now. We've got 20 seconds left on Dragon numero 2 here for the TFT Gamer Hours. Again, always having the bot lane and mid lane prio. Means Rosethorn can walk into the enemy jungle completely for free. If Commandress was here, she was very dead.
Yeah, right now, control all over the map here for TFT Gamer Hours, and it's on Van Seraphine to really make some kind of a play. The only real, triggers they have here to really go with are Ashe ult, the Poppy ganks, and the ganks from the Taliyah here. Taliyah wall's almost up. Commandress is on the bot side. Dragon started up, and it's going to be pinged out. There is Commandress ready to go, and Paige is getting the first move.
TP by Quante on the bot board there. Shicept does not have TP to match, and she's going to be forced to just stay in the top lane. And that alone means CT will just be forced to give up this dragon, and instead we'll be dropping that Rift Herald in the mid lane, getting some extra plates gold on to Toasty Alex and Rosethorn. These are the two Fed members right now for TFT. Knockup does land onto Rosethorn. He's going to be forced to flash away, looking for something on a Toasty Alex here as well. He has so much HP, holding on to that flash, and the ult under the turret gets it on the Paige as well as Quante. Paige lives with not 1 HP, ends up going down. Quante on the tower as well, gets that shutdown picked up by, I think it was Shicept. Is that what happened? No, the shutdown from Toasty Alex was picked up by Quante. Yerson down here in the bot lane. 1v1 against Kin, but I think they should be alright.
Yeah, they can't really confirm the kill, and then there is applause coming by to give the extra healing and shield, so not a worry there. They may actually try to chase this down. If you have both shields, you can fight this.
Kin has no
Nice!
mana. Eurus done more than enough damage with the pause healing there as well. You see Sock arriving a little bit too late. Oh, Eurus tried to flash over the wall, but unfortunately not quite with enough space to get that flash fully there. Sock forced to walk away, holding on to flash for himself as well.
I'm not gonna lie, there was a flash ultimate for Shysept there. I was half expecting to see it come through to try and get the kill on the side. There's a Bobby Cinder and a Sheed. There's some damage. Malphite ult is a lot of base damage, alright? No, I look, good play I think from Urasan to just grab the kill onto Kin there, and Sock picks up the return. But really, really well done to just flash forward, get the knock up from the Q on Melia, which will make the kill a lot easier there. Ash cannot. It's a long time you're crowd controlled by Melia Q if you do get hit by that.
Shysept versus Sock is a very funny lane. It's rock versus rock. Which rock is better?
Yeah, rock that stand or rock that throw is really the question there.
Ranged rock. Which one will win the rock battle in the bot lane? Quante maybe caught out here on the top lane. Page, really nice ultimate on landing onto 3, but the Cataclysm just does not let Commanders get into the fight at all. You saw how much space Commanders tried to close, and the Cataclysm let her get none. Round lands onto Rosethorn, but there's nothing they can do to follow up on that for now. Stun into the wall, though, and the shutdown gets gifted over to Paige, surprisingly. Paige is still going. Paige is on Urasan right now. She is not going to let them run away. Applause will be the next member left for him to actually shut down. That is a 150 shutdown picked up by your 80 carry. Toasty Alex and Shysept just forced to walk away, and that's a Rift Herald really well fought for by Span Seraphine.
Yeah, they lost out on the early fight there and lost Quante, but it didn't really matter because the engage tool is kind of used already. Rosethorn didn't have the Cataclysm, gets basically CC'd to death. And without that jungler there, one of the major engage tools down, they can't really fight it out from their Page. Playing far forward, allowing Kin the opportunity to move up, and Ash is starting to hit that first item spike.
Kin is so close to that first item. Urasan has the Kraken Slayer now. I don't know if they had it during that fight as well. I almost think no.
I would say no. I believe that was bought after.
Yeah. There were quite a few shutdowns picked up there by Van Seraphine during the fight. They are still down. I thought it was 3,000 gold. I thought it was 29,000, but it was 26.9. Okay, never mind. Still only down a little bit of gold here for Van Seraphine. Not as bad as I thought it was 10 seconds ago. But we do have another dragon coming up in 1 minute. It is a Chemtech Soul, not a Cloud Soul, of course.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, if we're looking at scaling across the board here, the Malphite is probably going to... Cassante is so hard to predict as a scaling threat because he just is so... It's so dependent on how well you pilot him. But the Varus Melio is so strong late game. Once you start to build up attack speed on that Varus alongside Melio just putting down the extra passive damage, that's so hard to fight against. And you have the Azir wall, you have Melio existing, you have a Malphite as well. I don't know how you reach this Varus, and I don't think Ash is ever going to match that damage output.
You just saw Sock TP in mid lane from the top lane, but there's no fight to actually TP to, so a little bit of a wasted cooldown before the fight even starts. Dragon is now alive, and TFC has full control of the river right now. Conte has a little bit of a flank on the bot side, but don't know if he is actually going to be able to utilize it that well. Ban Seraphine just kind of giving up control at this point. They're trying to get this mid wave in, but other than that, not a whole lot they can do. Walking in with blindfolds. Quante, like I said, has the flank on the bot lane. He has vision on the dragon. Weaver's Wall goes in, but there is no Talia to follow it up. There goes Commander. Still not land anything. It's a 3-man Shysept ult. There goes your engage, and your wombo hits absolutely everyone. Complete decimation from Van Seraphine. Kin just trying to run for the hills, but where can you even run? It's shut down, picked up by Rosethorn. Quante fighting for his life, but Commander's just gonna let him die. There's nothing you can do if the Wombo combo hits. Toasty Alex picking up his 5th kill of the game, and TFT Gamer Hours very happy to pick up their 2nd dragon here.
Massive engage from Shysept on the Malphite, knocks everybody up, followed through with the full combo there. Alex just popping whoever is left alive into the rest of the team. And there's just no fighting that. The spikes have hit. Varus is starting to hurt. Rage Knife now completed. And Rosethorn is just opening opportunities for Toasty Alex to slam dunk from here. 5-1 on the Azir. Toasty Alex again with another lead. We have seen this time and time again. Toasty Alex looks disgustingly strong as a player.
Toasty Alex, definitely a player to watch in the NACL/NACLQ for next year. He played a lot in it this year, but definitely next year as well. You see how much improvement he has had throughout the years, and being my age as well, he's got plenty of time left in his esports career. We have Baron. 20-minute Baron. Come on, Tessa. This is a 20-minute Baron angle, I think. Every game was a 20-minute Baron angle.
I mean, unironically, this is one you could go for if you really wanted to push for it. You'd have to get Shysept up here, but the damage is definitely there.
20-minute Baron. 20-minute Baron.
We're not getting it. I hate to break this to you, Cam.
I am so disappointed. I am disappointed beyond belief right now, actually. We got the Rock versus Rock in the bot lane right now. Rock.
Yeah.
That's my analysis.
I'm so proud of you, Cam.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the threat definitely is there now. TFT Gamer Hours can keep pushing. They have control of top side now because it is the Malphite on the bot side. The Azir is going to push Cassante out. The mid lane, Varus is strong, going to outpush this Ashe at this point, especially alongside Melio. And now Baron is just going to be pressured until Ban Seraphine try to check something. We're looking for a pick.
Looking for a rock pick here. Right onto Paige. She's forced flash away to see Poppy charging up her ult, but not going to be landing on.
They might get a kill.
Then one. That stun was forever onto Rosethorn. That was very illegal, but Cataclysm is an explosive kill onto Commanders. Toasty Alex pulled into 3, but that is not the member you want to pull into your team. Kid doing so much damage on the Ashe, though, fighting from max range. Shut down 1, shut down 2. Absolutely insane fight there by Kin. I thought for sure that was going to be in TFT's favor, but no, it turns right back in the favor of Ban Seraphine.
It went so back and forth. The engage onto the Jarvan looked good until they just got back out and popped on the other side for Commandress. For Paige, just immediately killed. But then the fight continued onwards, and Kin got the opportunity to get what you absolutely need as an Ashe player, and that is just a front-to-back team fight where you get to put out damage and you're not threatened. Ashe has DPS right now, working and will finish that Trinity Force, so they over-index on the engage. They're trying to get the kill and get out, and TFT Gamer Hours now with a little bit of a tempo loss.
Baron. I heckin' love Baron team fights. I can love them.
I don't think Braum will solo the Baron. He is a strong man. I don't think he's that strong.
You could say his heart is his strongest muscle.
That's fair. That would be true.
Isn't that a Braum coat?
That is a Braum. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I thought you just missed my hint.
No.
Okay.
I heard you, but I just wanted to play it straight, you know? It's true.
Okay, fine. We're very straight around here. I agree. Yes.
Very good. We started up now as Shysept going in.
Shysept going in. Applause. The first one going down. It's not really nice knock up on Shysept. There goes your engage, but the Baron cannot be finished. They don't have Smite. They only have Toasty Alex. Double kill picked up by Kin, and the Baron is secured by Commanders, of course. That was the Baron steal. That was the Baron fight. That is why I love Baron fights.
Yeah, that fight was just all over the place there. We didn't have Urisun for that fight, and that is so much of TFT's damage right now. Other than that, it's the Azir, and Azir was stuck getting hit by the Baron throughout that fight too. So TFT Gamer Hours, unfortunately, that fight just does not work on multiple levels. And Band Seraphine, they have the engage tools now with the Ash Arrow to just take that fight as soon as they saw the opportunity. They not only get the kills, they get the Baron, and they're going to start cracking the base too, which is going to put them into a gold lead for the first time in a long while in this game.
I would say first time they're in a gold lead for the entire series, actually. Band Seraphine finally with an up in not only this game, but in the whole series. Again, they have to win this game and the next game to have their shot for the finals. TFT, they have a little bit of a safety net. They can lose this game and then still win the next game and get their ticket to finals. But Chemtech Dragon number 2 is up on the map. All 3 outer turrets were just taken basically in a row by Band Seraphine. They have an absolute massive tempo plus gold swing in their favor right now. The only person without that Baron was Sock. Arrow lands onto Rosethorn, and just like that, no more jungler equals free dragon for Band Seraphine.
I mean, they had the dragon already too. They grabbed the dragon.
They did.
They grabbed the dragon and then killed the jungler for just existing in the vicinity.
It's just a tip.
Yeah.
Tip after the dragon.
Yeah,
Thank you. Yes.
So that's a major turnaround now. Band Seraphine, again, Ashe ultimate. Crazy good for them. They see the opportunity, they take it, and now they get to reset, and now their gold lead starts to show. Now the Talia is starting to do the damage. Now Poppy can start building some frontliner items, so it's not just Quante trying to keep everybody off here. This game is starting to shift and warp a little bit more into Band Seraphine's favor. Now they just need to keep going. They cannot let off of the gas, because as soon as TFT Gamer Hours have opportunities, their engage tools are also incredibly strong.
Absolutely. TFT are by no means out of this game or even out of their comfort zone. They did win one of the finals games on Friday from some ridiculous like 10,000 gold deficit, something like that. It was a pretty massive comeback game too for them in the finals on Friday. So by no means are they completely out of this game yet. Hosty Alex still absolutely massive on the Azir. You've seen the Wombo combo land at least once, if not twice this game already from the 3-man top side of TFT Gamer Hours, and if that lands, doesn't really matter how much gold you're behind. If the Wombo combo lands, can be still an easy team fight win for TFT.
Yeah, the card, everybody has opportunity here, right? There's
Yes.
chances for everybody. Jarvan has great engage. The Malphite ult is there. Nobody can really relax here. It's not like last game where Band Seraphine really didn't have engage tools outside of a really far behind Jarvan. So this time around, like if you let up at all, the tempo can switch in an instant. TFT Gamer Hours looking for their opportunities, and yeah, if there is any team in this tournament that I think can just turn games back around at a moment's notice, it is definitely TFT Gamer Hours. It does not matter what their composition is built for, they will find a way.
Both of these teams desperately want to make it to the finals. That is where most of the prize pool lands. They have already got a little bit of it just for making it to semis, but absolutely want to get even more out of this tournament. From this point on, we have a little bit of a lull for the next 2 minutes. Baron is in 2. Dragon Soul point for both of these teams in 2.5. Just do not lose. This is the time when in comms you're like, do not give anything up to them right now. Don't lose your flash. Don't lose your ult. Sock just lost their flash. Icept, I was going to say almost lost her life, but is able to walk out of that one. And if you're able to walk out of that one without using a flash, that is significantly better for TFT. That is Sock not going to have flash for the next Baron fight.
Yeah, and the Malphite ult will be back up. Not a problem in the slightest. So Shisa very happy with that trade. We'll back. Starting to build some MR now too, so it's not just the armor that Shisept has. We'll be able to take a little bit of the damage from that Talia a little better as we kind of set ourselves up. Wave control is now really important. We want to make sure these waves are pushed in favor of whatever objective that we're going to see these teams favor. I honestly don't know, because either of these teams could want to just try and get Baron and sack the soul point right now, and I don't know what these teams exactly value right now.
I don't think either team is able to end the game off of a single Baron from the current state. But
do
I
you
would
get the straw
still
that breaks the camel back off the Baron?
potentially just do it right now. Cassante ult lands on Shycep. You see Poppy ult being charged, lands onto no one though. Shycep trying to flash away. Quante fighting for his life right now. Shycep ult's on the backline, but there's no one left to follow up. Cataclysm lands on two, but again, does no damage. Toasty Alex goes in, but immediately goes down. Ursa trying to kite it out. Roselord still alive, has some extra peel, but will only give his 80 carries life in return. Applause. Running for the hills, Ban Seraphine. They have the gold, they have the damage, and they have the chase to continue chasing down TFT Gamer Hours. Chase them to the base, chase them to the fountain. Get 4 kills in a row for Ban Seraphine and a massive gold swing again in their favor.
Yeah, chase him to the Baron. So you could just take that. Now all of a sudden, Ban Seraphine go from a minor lead to a major one. Take the kills there. A really good pick onto Shycep, turning that around. And again, Shycep Roselord in that backline. But Toasty Alex and Urasan not able to get into that fight. By the time the Azir wall came down, that fight was already over. You lost your front line. And it's the front to back that Ban Seraphine want. They chase down the rest, get the Baron.
Yep.
And now, again, tempo advantage for Ban Seraphine. They can take this, reset before the death timers go, and get ready for this dragon with the extra help of a Baron buff.
TFT Gamer Hours, they landed all of the Wombo combo elements, but none of them were together. It was separate. It was Shycep ult, and then Toasty Alex ult, and then Roselord ult. None of them were actually placed together at the same time, and that is how you need to be playing these team fights, especially now that you are this far behind. 6,000 gold lead for Ban Seraphine. They have the Baron, and now Dragon Soul point in their favor. Everything for this game, too, is turning up Ban Seraphine. This would be also the first game, assuming that they win this one, that they are able to take off of TFT Gamer Hours.
Yeah, it's still up in the air, too. Like, again, we cannot count TFT Gamer Hours out.
Absolutely.
There's always the fight. The way that Ban Seraphine are winning these fights is because TFT Gamer Hours cannot play them the way that they want to, whether that be somebody getting caught out or a good pick by Ban Seraphine. There's a lot of things that are just not working well, just mechanically in these fights. TFT Gamer Hours can shore that up and still have opportunities. Now, we are going to see them go for another pick right here. Ashult not going to hit.
Ashult, Talia ult, just trying to get TFT Gamer Hours to run away. That was your son's flash burned just to make it out alive. This 5,000 gold lead is only growing now for Ban Seraphine. Their Baron does run out in about a minute and a half from now. They have not able to take any towers with it quite yet, but it's just kind of been there for pressure, and it was a steal, so it was much more of a takeaway than we're actually going to be taking this for ourselves right now. Quante is potentially caught out here. Does land the ult only onto Shycep, taking it right over the wall, and there's nothing that TFT Gamer Hours can do to try and stay their top laner. Shycep is just simply taken out. Continue to chase them once again. TFT Gamer Hours, there's nothing they can do in these team fights. Asher does go wide, and Seraphine looking to be taking these towers now next up.
Yeah, you can't catch on to the Cassante at this point, especially that close to a wall. Just grabs Shycep, throws her over the wall, and goes for the 1v1 essentially. Paige uses the ult to make sure they can get that kill. Now, they're just going to be able to continue sieging. It feels like TFT Gamer Hours are getting a little bit desperate.
Yeah, you don't want to be desperate at this point. Yes, you are down 6,000 gold, but you are still, I would consider in this game, these team comps are very much even. Like I said from draft, you don't need as much gold as you might need if you can land that wombo combo. Baron was only able to take that one inner turn in the bot lane. Recalls come out and the Baron has run out.
Whoa.
Ooh.
I didn't know that's how that worked. Yeah. I don't think either of us knew.
TP from Quante, just about able to dodge away from the Jarvan EQ.
Really, really important dodge there too. If Quante gets caught there, the ultimate is there, but still the rest of the team follow-up being there is very scary.
Quante's just fighting them head on right now. Hey, you're trying to take my chickens? You're not taking any chickens.
Oh no!
You're gonna take your mid laner's life. Two-man knocked up, two-man airborne as well. Quante might just be dead. Toasty Alex picks up that kill onto Paige. Rosethorn knocked all the way back to the Nexus. Applause cannot run away. Doesn't have healing on the Milio enough to get out of this one. Quante cannot kite back, cannot kite forward. Massive ult coming out from Toasty Alex as well. Shut down, picked up by Yurison. This is the team fight that TFT Hours need, and it's a 1v1 between the junglers. Rosethorn still has ult. Commander's able to flash out for an extra second of life. These shields for the Poppy are massive by so much time for Commanders, but Rosethorn with the flash confirms the kill and confirms the ace for TFT Game Hours.
But what do we gain from that? It's nothing. Nobody can do anything because it's just Rosethorn alive. It's a trade of gold, and it's a favorable one for TFT Gamer Hours, and a hard-fought one as well. But they really only get the opportunity to just push this mid lane. Resets have to come through for Rosethorn to get the items, as this Dragon and Baron are going to be spawning in about a minute.
Now, what was a previously 6,000 gold lead is now about 4,000 for Ban Seraphine. So TFT Game Hours almost cutting that gold lead in half from one team fight win. They got every single shutdown off the Ban Seraphine champions. Baron, like you said, spawning up in a minute. Soul for Ban Seraphine is in 30 seconds. Chemtech Soul as well. We've been saying doesn't feel as good as other Souls, but still better than no Soul.
A Soul is better than no Soul. And that is words to live by.
A Soul is not in this game.
All right. You want to be a smart aleck about it, I guess. TFT Gamer Hours, they are actually a little bit late to this. They did not get the waves pushed out here. Ban Seraphine, first ones into the river for the dragon fight. And again, this Cassante can just sit in the front line. 4,500 HP, resistances out the wazoo. Does not matter. Again, you hit Cassante with the EQ, does not matter. We do get the tower there.
Minions got an objective bounty.
Yep. You know what? You take those.
Funny. Yeah, absolutely. You do have a pink ward for both teams in the pit right here. Gonna try and smite it away, not in time. Dragons evenly dispersed between the two teams, but now Ban Seraphine have to fight it out. Yurison is just the sacrifice. No way to get them out of the arrow in that scenario. Rest of TFT need to survive. They need to run away. You do not want to take this fight without your AD carry. Luckily, everyone was able to dodge away from the Talia combo. And yeah, if you only lose one member from that and you're able to get the dragon from this far behind, it is so worth for TFT.
Is it worth, though? Because they're not going to have Varus for 30 seconds, and the Baron can be forced here. Commandress is walking over to take this blast cone and make sure there's no easy way in and out for Rosethorn. It's going to have to be the EQ in. No flash either. They're going to burn this down.
Steal the Baron is the hope for TFT. Don't give this one away for free. 2K left. Rosethorn goes in. Not going to be in time to steal. EQ out does confirm Rosethorn stays alive. Paige, massive knock. The Shice is in the pit. What can you do? Toasty Alex is in as well. Wall is on 3, but there's no damage. Follow-up. Shice goes down as well. What looked so good for TFT for 2 seconds just gives 2 more kills back to Ban Seraphine.
And that's partially because they don't have the Varus there. They thought the Azir might be enough. The Wombo was there. The combo was not. And they lose out on their lives. They lose out on the Baron, and towers are getting pushed.
Game number 2, yet again, of these semifinals is so close, so back and forth. This is 7,000 gold lead now for Ban Seraphine, and they are on to the Nexus turrets.
It's looking possible to finish this one. Talia wall as well, just to stop anybody from walking up.
Diving underneath the Nexus turrets now. Rosethorn lands Cataclysm on a 3, but is there damage follow-up to actually kill anyone?
Varus
has massive damage. Use max attack speed. Is that a quadrant? That's a quadrant for Yurison. Okay.
This is the fear of late game Varus. You get 1 kill with the Rage Blade, you shred people just caught in the middle of the Cataclysm alongside the Hurricane that has now been completed. Wipes the floor with Ban Seraphine, and they're moving up towards the top lane now to try and take these inhibitor turrets.
They wiped Ban Seraphine. They wiped every single Baron buff off of them as well, completely negating the Baron that they just claimed. They did take 1 Nexus turret, but they're going to lose at least this top lane inhibitor. I mean, TFT Game Hours They have 20 seconds right now to end the game. They win this game. They are immediately into finals with their game 1 win of the series as well. One Nexus turret is taken. The second one is under fire as well. Paige trying to clear the wave as best as she can. There's still 5 seconds left, and it's not going to be a time. TFT Gamer Hours, by a miracle, take game 2 and take their spot in the finals best of 3.
I am in shock. That game looked like it was about to be over the other way around, but Yurisan just hit the spike at exactly the moment you needed. We got the Varus moment exactly when it had to happen. And while all of that was happening, we just got the push on the top side as well. What looked like constant fight loss after fight loss for TFT was all just set up for the end game. Really, really, again, major end game control of TFT. Doesn't matter how far you put them behind, they will find a way.
And that they did. They found a way in this game 2. I think game 2 is just the power spike for TFT Gamer Hours. They lose the early game, and then like 30 minutes in, they just come back. They come back so hard as well. Again, no soul that game.
No soul that game. It looked like it was going to be close, and you can see a lot of these fights, it was really just dependent on did they get the damage into the fight. The hits were always there. The setup was great. They just didn't always have the opportunity to get both Toasty Alex and Yurisan into the fights. And when they did, it worked out great for them. When they didn't, we saw what happened here, which was a great start to the fight. Quante showing up in the backline, though, and just grabbing Toasty Alex, and Kitten, again, just able to work front to back. Easy money for the Ashe. Nobody's hitting her. And then it just kind of went back and forth. What was the answer?
What was the answer? Absolutely not. And that was the end of the run as well for Ban Seraphine. There is no third place match. Third and fourth place earned the same amount of the prize pool. So this is the last time we get to see Ban Seraphine, which was unfortunate because this was such a good series.
Yeah.
It was a 2-0 for TFT in the end, but I mean, game 1 and game 2, we saw so many really, really good fights, especially game 2, right? From Ban Seraphine. They were one Nexus turret away from taking us to a game 3.
Yeah, I want to give major shout-outs to Quante for this game, because the Cassante was such a huge threat, and this is that push. This is where your son just gets to free hit here. They can't walk out at the Cataclysm. Yeah, just melts them. Look at how fast
He's space gliding
your son
on them.
hits. It's incredible. Late game Varus is terrifying.
It is, and we do have another semifinals best of 3. Ayuskins taking on Serenity. Winner of that match will play TFT Gamer Hours in our finals best of 3 later today. But first, we got our second semifinals after this break.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
moment I had wings put on my chest, I told myself, I'm proud of you. Something I would tell my younger self as a woman or as a minority in the aviation career field, hard stuff is going to happen. Don't let that stop you. Keep your vision in sight and just know that in the Air Force, there are people who are rooting for you, whether they look like you or not.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Supergirl Gamer Pro broadcast, series number 2, semis number 2, best of 3 number 2. Again, I'm Camcom. That is Thousand Eyes over there. Beautiful Thousand Eyes. Thank you for casting with me this weekend.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for casting with me.
Yeah, this has been so much fun. Oh my gosh. Series 1 was insane. What happened Series 1, Tessa?
Yeah, it was a hard-fought 2-0 victory for TFT Gamer Hours, especially game number 2, which had so much back and forth. I was getting a little worried that we had the 45-minute game coming again, but we did close it out a little earlier this time.
It was close. We were definitely up there in 35-plus minute territory, so.
Yeah. I mean,
looking at replays here from series number 1 as well. So Malphite both games, I think, honestly had a major impact on just how the general series was played. And Shysip's still in the tournament. We're still going to have Malphite in finals, probably.
We are almost assuredly going to have Malphite in finals. Shysept has been a big fan of the Malphite, just has mentioned so personally, and I don't think we're going to see her drop that anytime soon. If she's willing to play it into some of the matchups that we've seen today, I don't think we're going to see that go anywhere here. The issue that we just kind of have seen, though, from TFT Gamer Hours is, you know, whether or not the team played is fully there. When it works, it works. When it didn't, we did see a little bit of weakness to be preyed upon.
Absolutely right. A lot of these team fights, especially from the last like 15 minutes of the game, were just complete wipes for one side or the other, and it just depended on how many towers could you take after the team fight wipe. And in the end, again, it just came down to one Nexus turret between the two teams, almost that of a base race. We did get a real base race yesterday, which was pretty fun, but this was like base race 0.5 kind of.
Yeah. I mean, you can see just how these late game fights just went so back and forth. There was no clear winners. And then this last fight, this was when the Varus popped off. Just melts the health bars. Hurricane is a crazy item on Varus, and that was exactly when it got built, and that was exactly when the game ended.
That it is. I mean, you only need the item for 10 seconds, apparently, and you just win the game in 10 seconds.
Honestly,
after you finish the item.
Yeah, the item to win ratio is kind of crazy on that one. Might need to keep our eyes on that item.
That was the top side of our championship bracket for today, though. So let's take a look at the bracket one more time here, because we are heading to the bottom side of the bracket for our next best of 3. So yeah, once again, TFT Game Hours 2-0 Band Seraphine, TFT Game Hours, and Serenity being the first place finishing teams on day 1 and day 2 respectively does mean that they got buys in the first round. So Serenity versus Ayu's Kittens will be our next matchup on the docket.
Yeah, both these teams have experience against each other. At least some of the players do. Obviously, Ayakura being on Arcana in Game Changers, then Serenity being most of Serenity from Game Changers as well, with a couple of change-ups. So this is a little bit of a rematch, a little bit of familiarity between these players, and I know for sure that I think both these teams are looking at each other and saying this is one of the stronger teams that we're going to go up against in this entire tournament.
absolutely. I think all three of these last teams left, TFT Game, Mara, Serenity, and IU Skins. I wish we could do like a round robin or something between the three of them because all three of these teams are so close. It is just going to come down to who is better in these next two best of threes. Let's get a reminder one more time on the prize pool for this tournament here. Third place and fourth place are tied in prize pool, so there is no actual third place match. So if you win this, or if you lose this semifinals best of three, then you are just out.
Yeah, and I believe it is $625. I believe it. Yeah, there we go. My memory worked for once. Let's go. That goes up to $1,250 for second place. So you're lining yourself up for a solid chunk of change just getting to finals. But $2,500. That is $500 per player on that team if you get first place. So you're definitely going to be aiming for that, obviously. But it's a chunk of money.
Yeah, absolutely. TFT have already confirmed themselves into that first or second place prize pool spot as well. So they're super happy right now. All right, we're getting at least $1,250 today, even if we lose all three games. I don't know how that's possible, but lose next two games, at least you're walking away with $1,250 today. But let's take a look now at the rosters for our Serenity versus IU's Kittens second best of three of the day. This is, like you said, a direct matchup, not only from LCS Game Changers, but this is also a matchup played on SGGP qualifiers day number 1, round 2, where IU's Kittens did take the best of 1 over Serenity in that best of 1. But for IU's Kittens, once again, you have EP Bunny, aka Airy, in the top lane, Haley, Kyoko, also Empy in the jungle, Ayukura, Gorica, and Donby as your bot lane.
Yeah, and on the red side today, we have Serenity, SGG, Dragoon in the top side, Shapeshift in the jungle, Messages in mid, Yumichi on AD carry, and Heloisia in support.
I'm so excited for this matchup. Yesterday, we had Serenity versus Astrocats on the stream. I was like so excited for that matchup just because it was a rematch directly from GC, and now it's like IU's Kittens versus Serenity. Very, very similar stories for these players as well. We do move into draft now for game number 1. Serenity being the higher seed, of course, does mean they had side select for game 1, and they opted for red side here.
Yeah, I'm interested in what the bans are going to be here. We've seen the Akali banned away from IU, as well as the Orianna, which is just also a strong meta pick. But after the games that we have seen from IU's Kittens, there's a lot of things you might want to take out here. The Jace is going to be taken away from the mid lane here. I think Akali's probably not long for the world. Orianna will be taken as well. I know that I believe Shapeshift played the Gwen yesterday as well, the Gwungle,
yes.
which that might be something you just want to take out because I don't know how many people know how to play against Gwen jungle yet.
There was a really weird thing that they did yesterday. It was like a Jax, Ornn, Gwen 3-way swap or something that they had. I don't know, something. I forgot what that Jax champion was, but it was something like that where it's like this champion could go all three of these champions could go all 3 lanes, and we just had no idea until they loaded onto the Rift of where these champions actually were going to go. We see a lot of bot lane bans here. Rel plus that Xayah, and for some reason I thought Orianna was an AD carry for a second, but she's not, so you know. That's how it goes.
The Rel
as well also being banned away.
The Rel makes a lot of sense. Heloisia is, I believe, the best Rel in North America, stats-wise. Yeah, crazy good on that champion, so you never, ever want to let that through. Jarvan is going to be picked up again for MP here. As we've said multiple times, really strong early ganker. The Poppy is available as a counter pick if Serenity want to go for it.
I love that MP started playing the champion J4 during Game Changers. Like their team wanted them to learn it. It was like, hey, you need to stop just playing the same 2 champions every game. And then if he was like, all right, fine, I'll learn J4. This is a pretty good meta pick. And now it's just like a solid part of their pool. They're able to play it in most matchups comfortably enough. And it's only been what, like a month or 2 maybe. Cassante, another one of those very meta picks. Dragoon played it a lot yesterday as well on stream. So very normal matchup here so far. Probably Shapeshift locking in their jungle next.
Yeah, Shapeshift, or we start moving for one of the bot laners here. Dragoon very comfortable on the top lane. Cassante has been playing that for a while, even through NACL here, or NACL OQs. Shapeshift gonna get the Xin Zhao, which is a little bit funny. Just know how known MP is for the Xin Zhao. So there's comfort there a little bit that MP knows how to play against this champion, knows the weaknesses of it,
Oh, yeah.
and knows how strong it can be, how weak it can be as well. The Rumble lock in here, I believe that is just going to be going up onto the top side there. Aerie against the Cassante in that top lane for Dragoon.
And we saw the jungle matchup like every single day in GC. MP on the J4 versus Shapeshift Xin Zhao, or just flopped in those champions. So both of these players are super comfortable on this matchup on both sides, and that is how you have to get the most comfort on a matchup, is when you are able to play it to the top tier that they are from both sides of the matchup. Ayukura getting her Akali. Okay. Ayukura almost always having Orianna and Akali banned against her, and if one is left unbanned, usually the other one is picked. These are definitely her top 2 champions, super comfortable, and she's gonna get to play it against Message's Syndra as well.
No, the Akali Syndra matchup here. I'm not sure how deep you got into it, but yeah, Ayukura has looked crazy good on the Akali. I'm kind of surprised it got through the pick ban here.
Yeah.
And that's gonna pop off pretty hard. Syndra has some capability to be a little bit of a bully early on, and you do have Shapeshift on the Xin Zhao, which will be able to pressure here. Oh boy, we got the Neela lock in here. This champion's crazy good right now. I think this champion's extremely underrated. It just wins a lot of matchups and scales really hard into team fights, and we're just gonna pick Draven against it, because why not?
Okay. Hold on a second. What is Yuichi's stats on Neela? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. 0 games on GC for Neela here for Yuichi. But you know what? If it's better enough, it's gonna work out, right? Surely. This is going to be a super... Neela's a scaly champion, right? So like very scaly, not trying to fight in the early game, and then Gorka and Donby just go ahead and lock in like one of the most aggressive bot lanes in the game. I
mean, it is, but also like Neela has a lot of ability to pick her fights. She does have the 2 stacks of the E. She can use that dodge, which is really important against somebody like Draven, who almost all of his damage is built into those auto attacks. So Neela has capability to pick these fights. Soraka is a very common pick alongside that Neela, especially if you do want to play it slow. You can pick engage with Neela, and that's great and fine, but obviously, Draven Alistar is a little bit hard to go up against. That's a little bit more of a wall than you're used to in most matchups. So picking the Sorakas just says they want to stay back, scale up. The passive of the Neela will give Soraka back a little bit of health on top of just the extra scaling in the XP.
I don't know if I should say this is going to be a very aggressive or a very passive bot lane. Like, you look at Serenity bot lane, it's like, yeah, it's going to be passive. And then IU's Kids bot lane is just the complete opposite. So I don't know which way it's going to flip-flop, but it will be very fun bot lane to watch. Looking towards the mid-jungle matchup here as well. What is it? Akali J4 versus Syndra Xin Zhao, I think is also a very mechanical, intensive, on all sides, on all 4 sides type of matchup.
Yeah, I mean, vision and wave control becomes really important in the mid lane because both these junglers have really easy opportunities to show up in the mid lane and grab a kill early. Obviously, Akali can slip out of a lot of instances, but it's still, the setup is still there. A Syndra stun into the Xin Zhao follow-up is really scary and really difficult to do a whole lot against. But on the same coin, Jarvan Akali is enough damage to easily kill a Syndra early on.
We are ready to move on a Summoner's Rift for game number 1, our second semis best of 3. Whee! Now on to Summoner's Rift. Again, reminder, winner of this best of 3 moves on to face TFT Gamer Hours in the finals just later today. We've got a lot of League of Legends. You don't have to go anywhere to watch all of the games. You can just sit here for the next, I don't know, probably 4 or 5 hours and get plenty of League of Legends. Look at how cute IU's Kid's icon is.
It's very cute. We saw it a little bit early as it got passed around in the chats. I adore it. I don't think they had it yesterday. I think it has been made today, which is adorable. Early starts, just 5 points. I think it's going to be really important, again, jungle tracking to keep an eye on here. For those who aren't familiar, Shapeshift is incredibly fast at clearing the jungle. She holds a lot of world records, can clear faster than most people are able to on most champions, and knows her way around just how much you need to take down a jungle camp before you can walk away, and getting 2 lanes quicker. So keep your eyes on these jungle matchups and see if MP can keep time.
Absolutely. Like you said, Shapeshift also has experience coaching professional players in their clear speeds, which is not something a whole lot of junglers can say if they don't have professional experience themselves. Professional players do look towards Shapeshift and ask, especially about new champions. I think when Briar was first released specifically as well. Hey, Shapeshift, how does Briar's clear work? What's Briar's usual clear time? Those kinds of questions are Shapeshift's specialty. Hello, Sia. I mean, that's level 1 engage. You gotta watch for the Draven Alistar lane flash for Agoric. Immediate first blood pickup for him. Yumichi gonna try and trade it back. Wait. At least, but Yumichi has the ghost, has the flash still available if she wanted to continue that 1v1. But you know what? 1 for 1, Yumichi's gonna take that.
I want to know what happened there, because Dobby didn't even use flash to get behind the Soraka. So it just at some point got behind the Soraka. Oh no, Dobby. Okay, Dobby's okay. But yeah, that's not a bad trade. Yeah, Draven gets early gold, and Draven can snowball really, really hard. But Yumichi gets the time to farm. Draven's 0 CS here. It is an infinite CS lead for Yumichi in the bot lane right now. And with the kill gold as well.
You don't need CS if you get kills.
I mean, yeah, I guess. That's technically true.
And also, because of Draven's passive, I'm assuming Gorka probably had close to 0 stacks on the passive.
Oh,
so
yeah.
It's not like he's getting a massive...
Got like 6 gold for that.
Yeah, probably like an extra 5 or 6 gold from the passive for the First Blood, although First Blood does still give that extra bonus gold. Yumichi getting her first recall. Now we'll get to see what she buys. And yep, it is a double longsword to Draven's only 1. So, in theory, if you're just looking at items, Yumichi will have slightly more damage, although it is still a Draven, so definitely can't look past that too much. Aries, some really good early game trades on a Dragoon in the top lane here.
Yeah, this is what Rumble can do against this Cassante. Not really known for being great into some of these more ranged matchups. It's all about Ken. Oh, wait.
Oh my gosh. Dragoon's just dead. Okay, Aries. Solo kill underneath the turret. It has the emote as well. That's great. I love that.
Yeah, that's a really important kill to get, too, because we've seen what Cassante is capable of doing with a lead if given a chance. So Dragoon losing out on that will have to TP back as well. So early kill gained. And important to note, too, that is the Ignite on the Rumble as well. So Aerie does not have a TP, but is making great use of taking that Ignite.
And that is why you take Ignite, is to at least minimum go even in lane in difficult lanes, but definitely win lane if you are able to against more difficult matchups like the Cassante. Dragoon, good use of the TP for it now, will be a little bit more helpful later on into the game. First, Dragon is either a Chemtech or a Henstek. I don't know which one, but does spawn here in about 30 seconds. Looking at Serenity bot plus mid right now, I think it would go in their favor. Ayukura cannot really fight in this pretty large wave.
We'll pop the smoke, but
ooh, good dodge.
There is Shapeshift to push Ayukura back. Make sure she doesn't actually go for any trades. Jarvan has been pretty quiet so far. He's just been farming up, has a CS lead right now. And it looks like we'll just continue to move around. There aren't really a lot of... bot lane is your major opportunity as things go right now. The teleport back in mid, Wilmy and Ayukura probably tries to do the same right now, which could look for mid lane ganks later. But bot lane is where your setup is. The Alistar Draven with a Jarvan can really, really get in your face.
Message is almost just getting a kill on Ayukura. I mean, Messages definitely has Ayukura in lethal right now if he wants to continue that 1v1. Yumichi and Alosia working so hard to crash this wave, but MP is here to make them punished. MP has their flash up as well. Alosia cannot get away from this one. Really nice E-landed there by Gorica onto both members, and easy pickup kill onto Alosia. I mean, MP's barely even needed for that kill. Gorka will easily be able to claim that one for himself.
Yeah, Soraka just has this weakness, especially against Alistar specifically as a support. There's some engaged supports where you want to be able to go in and then use your other spells. Rel is a great example. But the Alistar specifically, you can pop literally everything before you go into the silence for Soraka and not be at risk. You still get to do your job. Doesn't matter if you get rooted, if you already have locked down the Soraka. And Heloisia is paying the price for that. That will be a first dragon as well. IU's Kitten's getting a solid lead in the early game.
Solid lead in the bot lane as well as the dragons here. Shapeshift showing their face in the bot lane. Impy still hanging around. Will not be letting her bot lane, their bot lane, get touched.
Just showing up, making sure Shapeshift does not look for anything crazy down there. Ayakura in the mid lane right now is getting a little bit of poke, but again, Akali kind of just staying alive here, and this is great for Ayakura. Being able to just stay up and catch farm. Once we start to get towards these skirmishes, once we see opportunities to fight over a dragon or to fight over a Rift Herald, where Ayakura gets the chance to get in the river, fight alongside some of these other members that can set her up, Akali can start to pop off. Sword Shoes ready to go. The damage is going to be there.
And Ayakura as a player as well is super comfortable as playing the Akali, even into the Syndra matchup, which is technically supposed to be one of the more difficult ones. You may actually pop in that level 6 because of how the Needle passive works. They do get that level 6 first, even with being out of lane a little bit more than IU's Kids bot lane have been. Ayakura looking for something here on 2 messages. But again, just because of how that dash works, or how the pushback works on messages abilities, will not be that easy for Ayakura. Really good flash traded in the top lane. MP walking up here as well. Shapeshift is knocked up, but and Eri is just dead. Shapeshift as well will be trading her life. And now we get the pause. And now we're back in the game. Haley, nope, not Haley. Oh my goodness, MP is able to flash over the wall. 1-for-1 between the top and jungle.
Like, we all make the mistakes. You just say what's on screen. It happens. But yeah, top lane
so
just
hard.
a little bit. It is. Trust me. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it is. But top lane, the flash for flash trade was really, really huge there. Rumble really wants to have that flash to avoid any kind of push in from Dragoon. If you do not have that flash, Cassante can really threaten you, and you don't have like any kind of dash to avoid a Q3. So a little bit scary to not have the flash anymore from Eri, but at the very least they do trade that 1-for-1 kill. That is another kill that does go to Eri as well. So the Rumble already with the Sork Shoes, with the Blasting Wand as well, a lot of damage, and Dragoon currently not really building a whole lot of resistances. We have the Kindle Gem, but the Sheen, that's a lot of money into offensive stats there when you're already getting burned down.
Rumble is definitely a champion that can run away with the game if given the lead in the early game. And Eri is making that look easy into the Cassante right now as well, which I think is so fun to see in the game, one of the semifinals here. Rift Herald number 1 is up for the taken. Serenity definitely want to take that one for themselves because they were forced to drop that first dragon due to a bot lane play. So either getting the Rift Herald or maybe even the shutdown onto Gorka would be pretty massive in getting Serenity back into this early game. Ayakura with a really strong trade onto Message and Shapeshift here to try and save their mid laner. Ayakura, good flash away.
Yeah, and man, when Ayakura could just 1v2 like that, that's so much pressure.
MP?
You don't get the kill. MP?
MP
Okay.
just standing there waiting for Shapeshift. Really nice pick up there and good positioning by MP in that play as well. Yumichi meanwhile down here in bot lane, Ignite taken down on her, and that's about as much as she can do. Goes in, presses R, gets some healing, that's about it.
Yeah, and that's fine. At the end of the day, you get the flash and the ghost out of Gorka. That ult will be back up sooner, and Lucia still has the heal as well. When Yumichi gets low, you just get to run back out. Eri taking a lot of damage.
Eri should be chilling up there in the top lane. She doesn't have flash available quite yet and is down a little bit of experience, but up in gold shouldn't matter. Shapeshift claiming the growth for herself. MP get away from my jungle. This is my place to clear my camps and be forced to run away there. Not a whole lot to be done for the next 30 seconds. Kind of just waiting around. Let's see who can get the lane pressure for the next dragon fight.
Yeah, we'll be spawning in about 20 seconds here. Resets from both bot lanes here, even the top lanes as well. So we're definitely setting up for a full 5v5 possibility. Teleports are available. Even we see mid lane here for Serenity going to be backing up, grabbing that first item most likely, and be ready to fight at a moment's notice. Dragon, we have not seen Serenity grab one just yet, and they would like to stall out this dragon stacking that IU's Kittens really want to have for their early game.
This matchup is so even. Again, this is a rematch from our day 1 round 2 matches where IU's Kittens did take down Serenity in the best of 1, sending Serenity to day number 2 to try and re-qualify for the championship bracket, where they not only qualified, but they won the whole bracket. Serenity are coming back with a little bit of a vengeance here. Not in the early game, still sitting at 2,000 gold down to the team that they previously lost to, but they do not want to lose to this team again. Not only in this game, but in the whole series. Dragon 2 has started up and almost just taken by IU's Kittens. Not going to be stolen away there by Shapeshift. So close on the smite. Yuichi trying to fish for something here. Stun lands on Gorga. He's just dead. 150 shutdown picked up by Yuichi. Donby not going to be able to save his 80 carry. Flash stun lands on the Lucia. She's stunned under the turret, knocked up as the Ignite taken down as well for some grievous wounds, but not going to be enough damage from the Alistar to secure the kill for himself.
Rumble.
Empty and a little bit of a 1v1. So much healing from the Soraka, but Ayukura picked up that kill now onto messages. Shapeshift falls as well. Even area over the wall. Buying so much time, but it's a triple kill now for Ayukura. Looking for the Quadra onto Dragoon. Will be secured. Quadra kill for Ayukura. They got the dragon and a very fed Akali on their hands.
What is it with our games and one mid laner just getting super far ahead in the early game? Ayukura showing up huge on that bottom side there. They get the dragon. They continue the fight after, even though it looks rough after the Draven falls. They're able to get Draven. They stall it out long enough that Draven respawns, pops the ult, and gets a kill anyway. That's a huge win for IU's Kittens, and they're now up 4,000 gold at just 13 minutes. Gorka also, with the collector finished, gets another plate. Gorka's looking really strong.
Gorka plus Ayukura, man, are just such a deadly duo when you put them together. And in that team fight, you saw how well they were able to set each other up, right? Gorka fell a little bit early, but Ayukura was there to clean the entire play up and went from 0 to 4 kills after 1 play, and now mid lane is just unplayable for messages from this point forward. I mean, once the Akali gets out of control, then she is really out of control. Meanwhile, down there in the bot lane, really nice dive by Yuichi and Alicia.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what Neela can do. This champion's kind of crazy if you give her chances to show up. And with the extra healing of the Soraka, just really, really hard to stop. And again, that's the second time that we've seen the flash down being punished for Gorka. So I think really smart movement to grab that and make sure they know we can kill this. Now Ayukura showing up.
Ayukura dive in the bot lane under the turret. Really good silence from Alicia, though. Yuichi so much healing, but not gonna be enough. Ayukura now dominating 6-0 on the Akali. Just 2 minutes ago was 0-0. Not an issue at all for Serenity, and now this is the #1 target on Summoner's Rift.
Big shutdown on the Akali if they could get it, but it's not looking likely at the rate this is going. They cannot find ways onto her, and Ayukura is just kind of running all over the map, picking up gold.
Ayukura got a kill under the turret. Mid lane has a solo kill. Got a kill in a 1v2 under the turret. Bot lane has a solo kill. Like, Ayukura's just kind of running the map now. Alicia caught out trying to make her way to mid lane. Good root, silence, plus flash out. But you got to commit everything just to get away. Messages picked out under the turret yet again by Gorka. Now the Draven will start to become a little bit of a problem for himself as well.
Yeah, Draven with 4 kills. The scary Dragoon in trouble. Flash!
Oh, see you later.
All right, goodbye. Eri with another solo kill here. Looking really solid on this top side. Eri, when she gets going, is a force to be reckoned with, and with the Rumble ahead as well. Now, you have each lane is just kind of winning. Serenity don't have a place to pivot off of, and they've basically just got to hold out. They're just going to wait. They're hold their time as long as possible until they can even out this gold a little bit, because right now, the pressure is immense for Mayu's Kittens.
And IU's Kittens are called that for a reason. Ayukura is in 6-0 right now on the Akali. Nearly 10 CS a minute, 10 stack Dark Seal. I mean, Ayukura is just showing up so well today for the semifinals. Definitely leading her team to victory here in game number 1 of the semis. Ayukura, I mean, what can messages do? Ayukura has literally been diving everybody underneath these bot side turrets. She just dead, exploded in the mid lane. Emphy continuing the fight as well, landing double cataclysm. Lucia dead as well. Gorka securing yet another kill for himself, and now it's just a runaway by the IU's Kittens.
Yeah, it feels also like we're seeing the punishment of the Soraka pick as well. Alicia has just been caught out over and over, and that's led to a lot of gold here. Shapeshift now. Put that butt away. Thought that was gonna be a fight. Yeah, I thought that was gonna be a fight, but we just bonked her away.
Meanwhile, top lane. What's been going on top lane this game? Aries sitting up there, a couple 3-1-5 Dragoon. I mean, doing Dragoon Kazante things, I guess. I don't really know, but top lane feels like such an island, even though like Aerie has been in a lot of these plays. Nothing has specifically happened on the actual map. Top lane.
Yeah. Dragoon has not been around very much for the team. And you can see also, Dragoon is trying to build for the team. Oh
my god. Okay. That's a 150 shutdown. Donby here to knock Yumichi back out of the turret. That is Donby's favorite move. TP onto the minion under the turret as well was really helpful by Dragoon. We were talking about how we wanted to see him just 10 seconds ago with the rest of the team, and here he is to get at least this outer turret in the mid lane, trying to get the engage onto Aerie, but they didn't have any damage follow-up on that initial engage. But watch Ayukura, she is walking up the river. Serenity, they see it or they sense it. Either way, they're gonna walk away.
Yeah, they do not want to mess with the Akali, but they do get the turret, and that's gold well earned for Serenity. They'll be able to catch back up just a little bit here, but it's still tough. It's still hard to move from, and I don't know if Serenity can find opportunities. They've got to find something in the next couple of minutes, because they have a soul that is going to spawn in just under 4 minutes, and that's a lot to catch up to in a short amount of time.
4 minutes for Serenity to make something happen. Get that shutdown off of Ayukura is basically the name of the game for Serenity. If Ayukura is just left alive in a team fight, she's probably going to get a pentakill at this point in the game, right? There is nothing stopping Ayukura from getting onto Michi and Holosia. And once they're dead, there goes all your healing and all your shielding. All your utility is so easy to kill if Ayukura is this fed. I'm waiting for the Magi's as well. Hoping she buys the Magi's this game.
It's very possible. I would not be surprised to see it at this point. Dragoon has finished the Abyssal Mask, so that is a little bit more magic resist, which is desperately needed here. And it'll allow for the Syndra to get a little bit more DPS down. But now Serenity, they've kind of just stalled out a little bit. We're going to be seeing just a little bit of turrets being taken, farm being picked up. IU's Kittens maybe looking to invade here and take out this red buff. Want to push their lead.
Michi knocked up, equalizer dropped onto 3, and Michi is just blown up. That's a really nice double kill for Gorka. Not going to be quite in range for a triple kill here on Holosia, but FP will easily be able to pick that one up for themselves. Baron just spawned 5 seconds ago. This is the 20-minute Baron angle test. They did it.
There we go. We got your 20-minute Baron. The real one this time.
They've all been real.
Yeah, well, I would argue that point, but that's neither here nor there. The Baron will get picked up, and IU's Kittens just pressuring their lead so hard. When you have this Jarvan so far ahead, when you have the Alistar as well, you can just go for fights whenever you want. Ayukura forcing another flash in that bot side again. Ayu is just controlling everything on the bot side. Even when Ayu's kittens are winning up on the top side, usually that means you're trying to give up something on the bot side and make a trade. There's no trading being done. Ayu's kittens want it all. They have the Baron now, and that's going to be up for this dragon fight as well, which is a soul that Serenity almost have to fight.
And this is the domination that we saw from Serenity yesterday against every team that they were up against. And it's completely flipped today. Ayu's Kins, they beat Serenity day 1, and now day 3, they are back at it yet again with the 7,000 gold lead. 3-0 on these Dragons. 1 minute away from a potential soul here for Ayu's Kins. Dragoon caught out here on the top side, does have TP to rejoin the Dragon fight, but yeah, will be forced to recall. Doesn't actually have to burn anything up there quite yet. Meanwhile, down here in the mid lane, Serenity trying to do something to the mid lane tower, but Ares enough to scare him away.
The all-out being down now for Dragoon is a little bit of a problem, because one opportunity you might have for Serenity is to just ult out Ayu and just be like, I'm going to sacrifice my life for this fight because we think we can fight everybody else.
Oh,
that's even a long shot. Yeah, bot lane also just Ayu about to get collapsed on.
Ayu 5v1 will not be able to make it out alive from that one. That is a 700 shutdown picked up by Yumichi. And look, I just finished the Magi's as well, and now there's 0 stacks on the Magi's because she just died. That is a 35-second death timer when the Dragon spawns at only 10.
Teleport is available for Ayu though, so if they stall this out, they can at least get her back into the fight. But yeah, no, with the book, so few stacks, you maybe look to sell that. That's a lot of gold lost. Ayu's kittens still seem like they want to fight this. Again, no all out on the Cassante. Dragoon cannot take somebody out of this fight.
Dragon almost just taken out by Serenity. Epi gonna try and get in the pit. They're in the pit.
Silence.
Can they get this fight in time? Yes, they can. Stolen away. That is the smite. Steal plus the soul now picked up by Ayu's Kins. And
Ayu's
here
TPing.
comes Ayukura on the backline. That's the Akali. You killed her once. Can you do it again? Double kill now picked up by Gorga. Popping every single member of Serenity. Epi finds one for themselves as well. They don't even need Ayukura, but still, she's able to get 1 kill. Messages. Last member standing. What can he do against the 5-man strong Ayu's Kids?
Yeah, Serenity waited a long time on that dragon, thinking they could just kill MP before the dragon went down. And unfortunately, MP able to get in there, clear up the dragon, grab the smite, get the soul, and the team fight afterwards. It took so long to start that fight that Ayu respawned, got the TP. Even if Ayu was needed for that, she would have been there. And Ayu's kittens just dominating this game.
Just look at the bounties right now on Ayu's Kittens. It's only a 150, I guess, because Ari just died. But still, 3-1 and 11 on the Rumble top, 4-1 and 14 for the J4. Like, nobody has more than 1 death other than Gorka, and that's just because how the early game was played in the bot lane was a very bloody, constantly 1-for-1, 2-for-2 type of early game, right? So that's where most of the deaths are, and the fact that it's only on your AD carry means Ayukura gets to pop off. Epi is popping off. Aerie is also popping off in her own Rumble way in the top lane. It's been an absolute masterclass of a game 1 here by Ayuskins. Looking to close it out here very shortly. They've got the Mountain Soul. Elder coming up in 4 minutes.
Yeah, this game feels almost all but done. I think at this point, this is where you start as Serenity to look at what went wrong this game and what you need to really change. And I think maybe the answer is you just pick something. You either ban the Akali or you take something that's a lot safer into it. But even then, a lot of Ayu's early kills did not come from solo killing in the mid lane. It came from these team fights. I think ban Akali, move things into a different kind of composition here. I also think the Soraka might need a second look at it, because that early game was a real struggle with that.
It was. Looked so good yesterday, not quite the same today. Good flash away there by MP Gorka, running away from the wings. MP ran away so fast. Nightbird just instantly one-shot Teloisia. Say goodbye to your support, say goodbye to your healing, and your jungler almost dead here as well. Gorka going unstoppable taking out Dragoon. Double kill picked up for Ayukura, and that just might be game, honestly.
Yeah, at this point, we're just hitting them with the pocketbook. You have so much more money. IU just instantly deletes the Soraka, can't even get the silence down in time. And everything else from there just falls apart. Everybody's spreading out, just not able to fight as a team. Serenity, they're going to take down the inhibitor turret, inhibitor next. And even though they don't have a lot of waves, it's very possible to try and end this game now, because I don't think Serenity can do a whole lot.
Ooh. It really gets done there by messages, but yeah, there is a 14,000 gold lead right now. I don't think we've ever said that for Iskins, but just casually, 14,000 gold lead, 26 minutes in the game. Very normal gold lead to have, because stun lands onto Empy, almost just trying to one-shot them, but Ayukura is still here, and Empy is still alive somehow. 3-man stun. How is Empy alive? Korka going dominating yet again, and I mean, Serenity, they landed the stun, they had the damage, they landed everything they possibly could, and it is still not enough. Messages have left the game. Korka got a quadra kill, and that should finally be game here for Ice Kids.
Yeah, a very good game number one for IU's Kittens, just winning in every lane possible, and then moving on to win the team fights, get the dragons, get the objectives down. IU's Kittens look incredibly strong as a team, and there's gonna have to be some change-ups for game number 2.
IU's Kids, absolute dominating fashion, take game 1 over Serenity, a rematch from GC, a rematch from day 1 of SGGP as well. I wonder if day 1 of SGGP was that dominating of a win for IU's Kids as well. I think it was closer. I don't think it was a 50,000 gold win.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was. There's a level of what composition was picked up here by IU's Kittens that you do just kind of snowball, right? The Cassante, if he falls behind, Rumble just runs over him. Draven, if he gets ahead, is what Draven is. And Akali on Ayukura is a god in a game of peasants at this point. Ayukura just can do no wrong on that champion.
No, I mean, that is how you're supposed to play assassins, right? Like, you get any sort of lead in the early game. She got a quadra kill in the early game and was like, all right, guys, I got this. 1v9. This is my game. I got my Akali. I got a quadra kill in 5 minutes in this game, and that she did. There was no letting up on the gas from that moment.
Yeah, as we're looking at some of the replays, already at this point, there's a huge lead for IU's Kittens, and they're able to just push on people. This was, I think, one of the really big plays that pushed this into a hard win for Ayukura. They just got to run in the jungle, take them out. I was thinking we might be waiting for another objective on that fight, but the pressure was immense, and they just took out everybody in the jungle, took out the Soul at 23 minutes, such an early Soul.
Yeah, wow.
And even from behind, quote unquote, like IU's Kittens just never let up on the gas pedal.
Absolutely not, and that is also a pretty massive mental win for them here in game number 1 as well. They got such a massive goal lead that it's like, all right, now we can feel unstoppable. If we can win that. Also, this specific team fight here, how is MP alive on the J4 right now? That was, and then they're full HP again. Like, what is this?
Gore Drinker is, as an item, when you are ahead, it makes you absolutely unkillable. So MP,
it's ridiculous.
Putting that to the limits there, as the damage just is not enough, and that's, again, you know, what Jarvan can do from ahead. If he gets such a strong lead, you have the Gore Drinker, it's more than enough damage. You start building some bruiser items, you just stay alive forever.
Apparently that IU's Kittens, they want to continue to stay alive in this season series, whatever it's called, in the SGGP semifinals. We do have at least one more game here of the semis coming to you just after this break.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
moment I had wings put on my chest, I told myself, I'm proud of you. Something I would tell my younger self as a woman or as a minority in the aviation career field. Hard stuff is going to happen. Don't let that stop you. Keep your vision in sight and just know that in the Air Force, there are people who are rooting for you, whether they look like you or not.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Supergirl Gamer Pro broadcast. We are game number 2 into our semifinals number 2. Currently, Ayuskins 1-0 up in very dominating fashion against Team Serenity. What was it, like a 15,000 goal lead or something at the end of that game? Something absolutely ridiculous. But yes, again, I'm Camcom, that is Thousand Eyes. We will be with you for the entirety of today. We do get a chance to watch that replay highlights from game number 1 yet again. And yeah, look at the 16 minutes of the game. What are they already? 10,000 gold up? Something ridiculous.
Yep. Here it is, the 15,000 gold lead. They just get to run into the jungle, take everything for free. And a lot of this, again, came from Ayukura's Akali. The early game skirmish on that bot side just gave her a quadra kill. All of these champions as a whole snowball incredibly well. And you just get to hit him with the pocketbook pretty easy from there. Even if we see a very similar composition in game number 2, there's still the possibility. Do not count Serenity out, because this was a very special game where you don't always get a quadra kill on Akali at about 6-7 minutes.
And also just the bot lane, Gorka literally ran at them level 1 and got first blood. Like, that just is not usually going to happen in a game of League of Legends at this level of gameplay, right? So hopefully game 2 is at least a little closer, if not even taking us to a game 3. And hopefully the mental is not too terribly shot from Serenity. I know, like, losing game 1 of a best of 3, like a 17,000 gold deficit is like, how do we come back from this? How are we going to play game 2? Don't worry. Wipe the slate clean. Just to get best of 2 now. Just win the next 2 games.
Wipe the slate clean right on the slate to ban Akali. I think that needs to be on the new slate.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, no, I'm not horribly worried, because games like that are not super common. Serenity is a good team capable of taking this and bouncing back. So we'll see how capable they are, because this is going to be now them on the ropes here. We are Ayuskins 1-0. 2-0 gives them the victory, takes them to finals. And as we have said a couple of times here, there is no third place match. If you lose this, you're done for the tournament.
Done for the tournament. We could take a look at the pricing as well, at how that is split up. Both of these teams have already earned some amount of money, being tied in the 3rd to 4th place spot. Ayuskins need to win just this next game, and then they are immediately bumped up to, at least you see that, $1,250 at the 2nd place, and of course $2,500 for the 1st place finishers. We're here for Supergirl Gamer Pro.
Yep, so now we are seeing exactly how far these teams want to go. Third and fourth, difference between third and fourth and second place feels a lot bigger.
Feels pretty
than
big.
what first is. Yeah. Because you get like $100 per person. That's not anywhere near as much as $250 per person. So definitely want to at least get into that second place here.
We do move into draft now for game number 2. Serenity got side select game 1 because they were the higher seed. But game 2, they also get side select because they lost game 1. And both games, they did opt for red side. So definitely cooking up something, hopefully something different from game 1. I don't know what they're going to throw at the fan, but it's going to be something different.
Yeah, Ice Kitten's probably not going to look to ban anything different than game number 1. The Jace was taken out, I believe. Oh my goodness, I cannot remember what the other bans were off the top of my head.
No.
I know Ori, and then we had Zaya Senna for Serenity.
Sounds right to me. I don't remember bans. Oh, Rel. Rel is always a ban against Heloisia.
Oh, yeah. Rel will definitely was one of them against Heloisia. But yeah, no, the Akali ban has to come through here. The Tryndamere, that was another one as well, as that's been a really popular pick, as was seen yesterday. So taking that off the board, usually just able to snowball really hard through the mid lane against a lot of the current matchups. Akali is going to be banned, so we are swapping things up a little bit here. Ice Kitten is not going to have the Akali for this one. The Senate is what gets through. So Zaya is available right now.
Ashe?
So Ashe is a possibility. We can just make the Kai'Sa Zaya trade that a lot of teams do like to make. I'm not exactly certain here. Ice Kittens, last time they went for the Jarvan first pick. That was just left up. Yep, there we go. Jarvan will get grabbed. So we're going to be seeing a run back for MP. And MP looked great on this champion.
MP is always super comfortable on that J4 and Shapeshift as well. We'll probably just happily take the Xin Zhao in the Xin Zhao J4 jungle trade matchup, I guess. Something I would love to see different from the Serenity bot lane is Yumichi and Heloisia being on a Vayne or a Kai'Sa plus Rakan lane. There you go. Okay, I was going to say, please play Rakan. I think Rakan has been kind of sneakily gone through a lot of these drafts, and he is still a super good support for most of these players, and especially Heloisia being the only Game Changers support that went into Game Changers already being comfortable on the melee engage supports, made her a very strong Rakan, especially in the later half of that tournament. Vayne and Zeri actually were two of Yumichi's most comfortable AD carry champions. I forgot the name. Throughout Game Changers, I have not seen her get either of those champions so far here in SGGP. I would love to see her, especially on that Zeri again. Lux is going to be the takeaway support, I'm assuming, for Don B.
It has the possibility to go mid lane as well.
That is true.
I'm surprised at how much we're favoring the Syndra here. The Zaya was available. You could grab the Rakan Zaya and have a really strong early bot lane, but opting for the Syndra instead, the Lux could be a response to the mid lane, could get a lot of early push pressure into the Syndra and make sure she cannot roam or get an early advantage. Alistar going to be locked in again. It looked great on Dom B in game number 1, getting a couple of really hard pushes into the enemy tower there and just popping people into the team for some kills. Is the Dragoon, I believe that is going to be locked in for the top side there. I believe that should be in the middle there.
Oh, okay. I was trying to figure out if that was a K'Sante ban or a pick. I was like, where does this K'Sante actually go?
Yeah, okay. There we go.
Yeah. I was pretty sure it was a K'Sante pick because that definitely made the most sense for R3. But yeah, waiting most likely for AD carry picks and bans here on the second round. Surprisingly, jungle for Shift was left open. I kind of thought that, I'm equally surprised as you are that they went for the Syndra before even an AD carry pick up here.
Yeah, and that means the Zaya gets banned away, so they're not going to be able to put the Rakan Zaya. They have picks they want to favor here that they are currently hiding. The possibility of Shapeshift pulling out something like the Gwen jungle. I don't think we'll see the Gwen this game. No, we're getting the Talia in the jungle this time, as that's going to get locked in for Shapeshift assuredly. And that means our AD carry is the last pick. You mentioned the Vayne. They could be holding on to see if that is what they can lock in for this final pick.
Yeah, this is a lot of AP damage right now on Serenity, so they need some sort of, maybe not necessarily a hyper carry, but some sort of super heavy AD threat as your AD carry. So Zeri, Vayne, I was thinking almost a Caitlyn kind of thing, where it's a champion that you cannot ignore being a sole AD threat, as the Varus is locked in for Gorka. Super, super comfortable champion for him, and I think a Varus Alistar is a very good complement to the Draven Alistar lane that they played last game so well. Obviously not going to be as dominant as a Draven is, but has a lot more safety nets, has a lot more scaling. If the lane does end up going poorly for the Ioskins bot lane, then Varus is definitely a lot better of a champion to have in that scenario than a Draven.
It also just gives them a lot of really strong scaling. Lux is a decent scaler and will do fine, but the Varus alongside that, that's your DPS damage that you were needing.
Yeah.
As well as the Gwen up on the top side, now giving Aerie an opportunity to go for some split push here. Generally a pretty solid pickup into the Cassante, can fight early. One of the champions that even in that just head-to-head, just mash each other in the face kind of matchup, Gwen will come out on top just because of that extra healing.
Waiting on the Aerie AD carry, last pickup here, Ezreal. Yeah, Ezreal's still left on the table. Let's see, Zeri, Senna's banned. Never mind, not going to be Senna.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to figure out, like,
surprised
what
because I
champion
feel
is this
like,
gonna be?
yeah, any of those champions you could just take earlier. So I'm a little surprised the Sivir will be picked up for Serenity, which does pair well with Rakan, the move speed to get in and try to get these charms, but it does feel a little bit lackluster in terms of the AD damage on Serenity right now.
Yeah, this is definitely not the AD carry that has the AD damage to make up for the heavy amount of AP that Serenity has on the top side, especially in that mid jungle, right? So this is just going to be a super heavy MR stack game for probably the Alistar and J4, I think. Just everyone buy Merkshires. Like, there's not really a big AD threat anywhere on the Serenity squad here. And Ioskins are going to have a fantastic time being like, all right, you have AP damage, we have Merkshires.
Yeah, and I mean, the same goes the other way around, too, for Serenity. They do want to, they have the Lux and the Gwen, so there's a lot of AP damage on Ice Kittens as well. That's especially rough for for Dragoon with the Cassante in the top side, because as we've seen, Cassante really wants to get that Iceborne to try and fight people, and it just synergizes really well with his kit, but that gives him no MR, and that's really difficult. We saw it against the Rumble be a problem. Gwen does a lot of the same things there.
Lots of MR on both, or yeah, MR, I guess, and definitely magic damage on both of these teams here. I just think the Varus is a little bit better of a sole AD threat than a Sivir is on the R5. We are now ready to move on to Summoner's Rift for game number 2 of our semifinals best of 3. Winner of this match, Ioskins or Serenity, will be taking on TFT Gamer Hours in our finals best of 3 just after this series.
Yeah, as most likely, again, a 5-point start here. Ghost taken on the mid lane. Everybody on Serenity really running the Ghost here. We have Ghost on Yumichi, on Messages, and on Dragoon as well. We've seen a lot of the Ghost TP for Dragoon, or for the Cassante specifically, yeah. And the Gwen also very, very familiar with running Teleport, Ignite, or Teleport Ghost. You just pop the W and you run away from a lot of things.
I cannot tell you the last time I saw a Ghost on, like, a Syndra, though. That one's definitely definitely new to me. I like how from GC, originally it was only Alice taking Ghost on 80 carries and also only Alice taking Cole on 80 carries, and then slowly it evolved to all three taking Ghost and or Cole on 80 carry every single game. It's very funny to watch. I was like, Alice definitely started this on her own.
Yeah. I mean, with the current state of things, 80 carries walking up to do damage is really scary. So having that extra move speed to dodge in and out of fights can be really helpful. So 80 carries definitely seem to favor that as of right now. A little bit over the heal, where if you're caught, you're caught. The heal only does so much. The heal is not really going to save you. So mid lane just going to start out throwing the spells back and forth at each other. Half health already. You can see level 2 ganks from Jarvan.
Getting some level 1 training on the bot lane as well here for Serenity. I mean, yeah, you said maybe just a 5-point starter. I see a lot of trading level 1. Other than that, nothing super aggressive. Nobody in lethal quite yet or anything like that. And I'm being very careful with my words because I'm like, are they about to actually just like full on 2v2 each other again level 1?
So here's the thing, Gorka took Comet on the Varus, which indicates we're getting the lethality for Varus here, which now changes what I Use Kitten's team comp really does. We now no longer have that same level of scaling and team fight damage as we thought we would have. It's now a siege composition. Lux, Varus, they can walk up to towers, hit you from so far away, and you look to take the towers after that, and just try to let, if you're behind you, just wave clear, allow Aerie on the top side to just split push and try to get your team a victory there. Things change up a little bit here, and that's also why we see the phase rush on the Alistar. It's more about trying to hit somebody and make sure you get out, stay away from some of those hard-on team fight engage.
And that does also mean that the bot lane of Serenity are going to have more constant prio and push in this lane rather than the Varus Alistar, who I believe with the DPS poke build does usually have more wave clear, if I remember correctly. So that is also kind of flipped due to the build they decided to go shapeshift. Kind of trying to invade. Donvi spots them out. Donvi loves these headbutts. Usually Alistars go for the combo. Dom just likes to headbutt people out. Ignite dropped there onto Heloisia, and Donvi will be forced to flash over the wall. A little bit unfortunate that he had to burn both the summoner spells, but he was definitely caught out.
Yeah, we'll get a wave just fine here, but it is a flash down, which is one engage tool gone here. As we expected, Gwen up on the top side, putting a clinic on the Cassante. Dragoon will have to TP back up there to catch that wave, and that means a free back for Aerie. Early advantages being gained by I Use Kittens. Not to the same degree we saw game 1 just yet, but definitely an early lead up on that top side.
Yeah, this is already way slower than game 1 of this series was. We were already looking at 5 kills on the board before 5 minutes even in game 1. We do have the first dragon in 30 seconds, so that was when we had the first real, basically team fight, honestly. I think it was a 4v4 for the first dragon game 1, and that was when the quadra kill for the Akali happened, and it was just devastating from that point forward. I don't think that's going to happen again in this game 2, but it is definitely something that Serenity should watch out for at the minimum. Look at how much vision Serenity has on the bot side right now, by the way.
Yeah, they are very prepared. They know they're going to shove in this Varus right now. They do not want to be on the receiving end of a Jarvan gank like happened in game number 1. We look around here. Mid lane has been mostly just a farm fest with Ayukura on the Lux. We haven't really touched on it, but that's a lot of fighting potential down. We saw Ayukura just pressuring Syndra in the mid lane in game number 1. Right now, it is just kind of back and forth. We're poking, we're farming, and there's not a lot of kill threat that we did see in game number 1.
Yeah, this is definitely very much a farm lane between the Lux and the Syndra. Unfortunately, I don't think either of them really ever have kill threat or any way to get their opponent into lethal range. So will very much just be a who can be more impactful in team fights later in the game type of lane for them. No true winners. from just the laning phase. You see Shapeshift hovering on the bot lane right now. Messages walking down, but does walk over a ward, which should clue the Io's Kittens bot lane to say something might be going on down here.
Yeah, they're just kind of waiting right now. Carry up the top side, forcing the Ghost out for Dragoon again. Just taking summoners away. Zombie just barely getting the Hex Flash over the wall.
MP does get the flash out from Messages in the mid lane. Ayukur not a whole lot of mana. Ghost popped by Messages. And really nice stun there to cancel out Don B. Knock-up plus Ignite lands on the Shapeshift, but there's just no damage follow-up whatsoever. Flash forward, but the shield from Ayukur with her last dying breath of mana. Look how low her mana is right now. Not going to be enough to secure the first blood yet for Serenity, but should be enough to get the pressure for the first dragon.
Yeah, I love the little peek there from Yumichi, just saying, you know what, if Tombi's backing
I'm gonna
here,
try.
This is a free kill. Epi pushes her away, but again, like you said, first dragon picked up there, pressure aimed, and that's the Alistar just has not really found the same level of success that we've seen in game number 1. It's been a lot of defensive movement from the Alistar, and that means Serenity find their foothold. I think for the first time in this series, we see them really feel like they have something in a game.
This is also very good to see that their mental was not completely destroyed after that game 1, right? Everyone got up, get a drink, walk around your house, your room, whatever it is. Like, just make sure you don't look at League of Legends for like 2 minutes between the games, and that should be enough of a mental reset to come back into this game 2 and still have a very fighting chance at victory in the semifinals. I don't know if Gorka actually picked up the plate in the bot lane, but if he didn't, that is a little bit sad. Items are still mostly even across the board. Gold lead dead even. It is just that first dragon picked up for Serenity.
Yeah, I think what's important to note here is there's going to be a really hard earlier spike for IU's Kittens. We already see the... Oh, wait, this is a full fight.
York popped by Aerie, looking for the first solo kill on the Dragoon, but not going to be enough stacks to actually get the last needlework proc. Ghost popped by both, not both, only Aerie.
Yeah, I was really looking for that kill, unable to find it, and Dragoon, I think, just got to try to clear this wave and then back away. Shapeshift up in the vicinity, I think, making sure MP's not there, but MP is in the mid lane.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Messages has been caught and is just dead. Really good setup there by both Donby as well as MP to get that first blood pickup for Ayukur. Meanwhile, you did see on the Rift Shield, Shapeshift trying to solo that one down for herself, but if you lose the mid prio, definitely don't want to be seen on that Rift Shield all on your own.
And I think that's just a real... it's showing how strong IU's Kittens can be right now.
Yeah.
At this exact moment in the game. You have the pick set up with the Luxbind. You have a Jarvan, which is a much stronger early game champion than the Talia. And then you also just have the item spike advantage right now. Lost Chapter was already finished there by the Lux. The Varus right now has the... ooh, nice flash. The Varus has the Serrated Dirk finished already, which is a really strong power point comparatively to a lot of other items. Whoa!
Oh, okay.
Yeah, MP's gone.
MP's gone, I guess. Serenity should be able to pick up that Rift Herald.
Yeah, and that's huge for them. MP basically leashed that for them a little bit of... Oh, Gorka! Gorka's gone!
Nope, I'm frozen.
Oh, you're frozen. Okay.
Nope.
Well, you let me know when you're back. I'll handle things from here. Yeah, Gorka just too far forward, tanks the tower shot, and that is a Syndra ult every single time. Now Serenity really looking like they have a foothold here. Is now even Dragoon doing a solid job up on that top side. How we looking, Cam?
Come on, okay.
We're not. Oh
No, maybe? I mean, they can definitely still hear me. It's just my beam stream was completely gone.
No, yeah, I know. That's why I'm checking in. I wanna have this back and forth.
I was frozen at 9:21 for about 60 seconds there, so I have no idea what happened, but we're good now. Potentially a kill up here on the top side. Airy just about able to flash away. Dragoon last auto on the turret does secure it for him. But MP, of course, able to trade that one back in time for the 1-for-1. Meanwhile, down here in the bot lane, Shapeshift. Looks like she's trying to
Orca
catch out
again.
Orca. Halosia waiting in the bushes. Donby will be able to spot them out. But the dash away to safety should mean everyone is perfectly fine.
Yeah, bot lane has really done a good job of keeping this Varus from doing a whole lot. Donby has also just not really felt super effective. Only time we've really seen Donby doing much other than running away was in that mid lane where Donby didn't even do anything. It was Ayukura and MP just grabbing the kill onto the Syndra. Shapeshift also just roaming around here. Dragon going to be spawning in about 30 seconds. We're clearing out a lot of the area to make sure we can set up for a fight. Serenity would love to grab this and start to set up a Dragon Soul win con.
Serenity picking up the first dragon a couple of minutes ago. First dragon of the series, I meant to say, for Serenity, right? Dragoon, a little bit of some sort of 1v1. I think Dragoon's just trying to crash that pretty large wave. It's that world where, like, if we kill the enemy laner on this massive wave and then deny this massive wave as well, it's like, let's put them out of the game, that kind of play that's going on. But Ari will not let him do it so easily. You see Halosia wandering around the dragon, like you said, definitely trying to set something up. The dragon is now alive and waiting.
Waiting for death, as Yumichi might be doing a little bit of the same.
Yumichi on the wrong side of Summoner's Rift here, my friend. Flash Knockup plus Ignite land. Shapeshift is here to try and save Brady carry, but she is already gone. Alosia a little bit late to the party here as well. Charm plus Knockup lands. MP late to the party. Shapeshift goes down, but Messages is here to try and save the team as well. Alosia, last member here. She's gonna have to flash away. Does not have enough range to get that E. Double kill picked up by MP. Really, really good turnaround there by Ayuskin. Such an extended play, and might be able to turn that into the dragon if they do want to.
One after the other in that fight. Started out with Yumichi trying to buy time but could not. And Shapeshift able to pick up one kill there thanks to the help of Heloisia. But again, Ayu's Kittens, they're the last ones to the party and they're very happy to grab whatever they can that is left over. So again, even trades across the board. We see items starting to be finished. We're still at a really healthy level of parity.
Yeah, Ayuskins, they were at the 1,000 gold deficit a few minutes ago, now to 1,000 gold lead, so it is just back and forth for now. Needlework popped by Airy. Dragoon going a little bit too far in, nothing else really popped other than the Ghost actually by Airy. Ghost, or Dragon started up by Serenity, and there's just nothing that Ayuskins can really do to try and contest this one. It will be a Hex Soul this game. So definitely a very important one for either of these teams to try and take later. In Serenity, like you said, will be very happy to have a 2-0 Dragon stacking already in the early game.
Yeah, and Dragoon also handling topside really well at this point. Just going toe-to-toe with this Gwen. And honestly, both these champions, there's dodging happening that is just barely keeping them alive. And it feels like at any moment something could go wrong and this top lane could kind of turn out of control. Teleport's going to be used by Airy, and then we're going to see the teleport from Dragoon to match. So again, it is just an island up here. But on the other side, we're starting to see the scaling hit. We have the Leandries finished on both Syndra and the Talia, so damage is upped by a lot now. Wave clear is up for this Sivir as the static Shiv has been finished. Serenity feel like they're starting to get there.
Ayukura is ulted by Messages on the Syndra. I thought that was going to turn to something else. I was like, hello, Seer, you're going to go in? Are you going to go in? But nope, not quite. Ayukura does get to live with just about 25%, even less, really. Maybe just 10% of her HP bar with that one. Next Rift Hold spawning up in just under 60 seconds. You see both teams posturing around this one. No turrets. Yeah, no turrets have actually been taken yet. So both teams are looking towards this first Rift Shield to help them potentially
Serenity
do
got
that,
this.
or just Serenity can take this first Rift Shield in the mid lane before the Rift Shield even starts. MP definitely called out. Ignite taken down, MP force flash over the wall, final spark just to clear the way, but getting the flash out of the jungler makes it that much easier to get this next Rift Shield.
Yeah, first turret is gonna fall, and that first brick gold will go to Serenity. They shove the wave out. The final spark used to counter that, but it still means the first pass at the Rift Herald will be given over to Serenity. They start to pull that out, and they will be able to clear that pretty easily.
Man, these top lane 1v1s always look like someone's gonna die. I don't ever know if someone's actually gonna die. Okay.
They both die.
This time they both die. All right, fine. It's always even in the top lane.
Yeah.
This is what I'm trying to learn here. Shapeshift is able to pick up that second Rift Herald. I don't know which lane they're going to drop it in. Honestly, could make a good case for any of the three, but meanwhile, Ayu's Kittens will be able to trade out all three of those recalls, or probably this mid lane outer turret. Oh. Okay. I guess messages is just
All right. So we talked about the siege of this team and how it's... Yeah, that would be the siege.
That would also be a dive underneath the turret.
Whoa.
That did not go their way whatsoever. MP picked off, trade off for the bot lane members. That was still picked up by Shapeshift. He does end up going down. Helosia trying to take one down with her, but that's 4 kills underneath the turret picked up by Ayu's Kittens.
These fights are always so extended. They feel like they're just 2v2, 3v3 skirmishes, and then all of a sudden there is another champion that walks up and you think, okay, that team's got the advantage. Nope, here comes the 4th person on the other team. It's so like back and forth. Also, yeah, Ayu's Kittens getting a little bit antsy there, going for the dive and paying the price for that one. With the addition of the death of the Syndra there, that will mean it's just pretty much an even trade once again, a little bit favorable for Ayu's Kittens, but no objectives up to take advantage of it.
Everyone just died for basically no reason around that mid outer turret.
Yep.
And the turret's still standing, so it's gonna happen again in like 20 seconds probably. Oh man. We do have 60 seconds on this Hextech Dragon number 1. This would be soul point for Serenity if they're able to take it, but due to that mid lane fight loss that they just took, I don't know if they're actually going to be able to fight for this dragon immediately after. Maybe just make a cross-map play with the Rift Herald that Shapeshift is still holding on to, but I definitely think Ayu's Kittens should be able to just take this mid lane outer turret, transition that into the dragon. Yumichi, really good spell shield. I'm assuming there is what blocked the knockup.
Yeah, it's tough. This is a really tough Alistar game, because not only do you have the spell shield from Yumichi if you try to flash Q, but you also specifically got the Talia existing as well.
Yep.
So
And
you
Syndra.
try to headbutt and you just get stunned. You cannot combo.
Cinder as well as the pushback, right? So
Yep.
yeah, that ability right there, yeah, it's so hard to play this game. As the Alistar Rift Herald actually going to be dropped in the mid lane by Serenity, and I don't think it's going to be anything more than a distraction for Elosia to get the double knock-up engage. TP coming in from behind, but you've already lost your AD carry. Dragoon bringing work over the wall. Everyone is in their own isolated 1v1. It's a 1-for-2 so far. MP looking for a re-engage. Messages might be caught here by MP. Dragoon did a little bit of 1v2 buying time for Elosia and messages, but there is not enough time to buy Dragoon and Shapeshift. 2 members versus 2. Donby and Airy, what can you do? Everyone here is melee. You just gotta walk up and auto, but one team has a jungler, one team doesn't, so most likely should be Serenity taking this dragon for themselves, and that will be the soul point.
Are we ever getting a full
not.
5v5 team fight? It feels like everybody's just kind of like isolating themselves. They never actually want to full on 5v5. And it was just 80 carries, just getting kind of yanked away and getting killed. Because that fight started out, it was a really good engage from Heloisia, but the problem was the Yumichi was just half health right at the start of it, so it was easy just jump onto the Sivir killer. But then Dragoon does the same thing to Gorica, so it's a trade again at the end of the day. Dobby taking some damage here.
None of it matters. Dragon is still alive, so we get to do the same exact thing again. Dragoon has that Ignite taken down on him. Good stun lands on to Airy. Dragon is alive. Serenity with the sort of team fight win that they got there. I guess they have the pressure, and the prio in the rivers actually start the Dragon up this time. Donby hovering over the wall. There is vision in the pit right now for IU's Kittens. MP will have to try and get the blind steal into the pit. They have done it before. Can they do it again? Instead, go for the double knockup engage. Helosia, massive knockup in the backline by so much time for Serenity. But yet again, they don't have the damage. They don't have the way to get back in the fight. Flash off the wall by messages. Yuichi left all on her own in a 1v1 against Airy. You do not win these. You cannot even take the Dragon anymore for Serenity. And that's going to be the first Dragon picked up now by IU's Kittens. Yumichi still on the run, on the hunt to get away from me, says the Sivern. It will actually be an execute. All right. Nice job, Yuichi.
Yeah, but that is the Dragon taken by IU's Kittens, stopping the Dragon stacking for Serenity. And they're just going to move over to the Baron, too. The Death Timers give them the opportunity to try and push this. Yumichi is not going to be up for a while. That Baron will be long gone, and Dragoon, no TP, just respawning now.
Donby takes Blast Cone to get in the pit, but yeah, Donby was too low. They knew exactly where Serenity was, and IU's Kittens do not want to risk the play that they know that they don't have to make at this point, right? Do not give Serenity any chance to punish IU's Kittens for a mistake. Well, Dragoon lands a good double knockup. Hex Flash back out of the fight. Ayukura TPing in. Gorka's already been taken down. Dragoon just running under the turret right now. He's got the Ghost procced. One more kill onto Gorka. Serenity are taking this game so well.
And now with Gorka down, the pressure shifts back over to Serenity. They can try and pressure this Baron here, but the siege is still terrifying. This is so hard to take this Baron when you have Lux Poke.
Lux Poke, I mean, Gwen getting in the pit right now. Look at Airy doing so much damage. Oh my goodness, Baron is taken down to about 50% HP right now. But look at Serenity. They don't want to finish it. They want to take the fight instead, getting the engage onto Airy, but that isn't immovable. You cannot get immune. She is immune. Yumichi is dead. Double kill picked up now for Airy, and the rest of the team just have to run away. Dragoon, 1 HP. Shapeshift trying to get away. She doesn't have flash for a couple more seconds. She's also the jungler. She doesn't want to use the flash if she doesn't have to. Gorka sniping her away. 3 more kills now picked up for IU's Kittens, and they're still chasing Serenity underneath this turret. Donby and Airy, they will not let them go very far without
they could just keep poking,
getting more kills. Yeah. Final Spark goes wide. Gorka, 1 or 2 more Qs. Yeah. Yep. Just take them off underneath the turret. It is just that easy. That's an ace, basically, for IU's Kittens.
IU's Kittens, especially Donby with the flash Q onto 3, setting up the follow-up for IU's Kittens immediately. They just clean up the fight, and you just chase them away, and we see again, you're playing dodgeball up on the top side. You cannot get away from it all. It's just constant spells being slung at them, and there's no way out. Serenity, they do not get the Baron. They do not even really get that many kills, and they trade all of their lives for it. Serenity back on the back foot again, and there's a Dragon coming up in 2 minutes. They, again, would love to get a soul point, but at this point, the team fights feel like they're going way too awry to try and contest it.
Remember when Serenity had a lead in this game? Like a 2,000, 3,000 gold lead? And now it's, what, 4,000 or 5,000 back in the favor of IU's Kittens. This game is so back and forth. I'm still very convinced Serenity are still like 80-90% chance in it to win it right now. They are so far from down and out. Serenity have to win this game and the next game to punch their ticket to finals. IU's Kittens just need 1 more win after the game, 1 win in this best of 3. Watch the positioning of Helosia and Shapeshift right now. They have a little bit of a flank behind IU's Kittens, but I don't know if they're going to pull the trigger.
Yeah, the problem is that IU's Kittens are still very grouped. They want to go for a pick. They want to use this Rakan and this Talia to set up something for themselves, but with how grouped IU's Kittens are, it's impossible to find anything. There's always the rest of the team ready to go. You want to kill Gorka and Ayukura. They're immobile. They should be available. But the front line there of Jarvan, Alistar is too much to work through.
IU's Kittens starting up the Baron 30 seconds before Dragon. Maybe they're just saying, come fight us on the Baron. We don't even need to take the Dragon. Shapeshift has to flash away. Donby taking about 50% of his HP. Dragoon trying to charge the ult. He has the all-out available. Halosia in the backline lands an excellent double knock-up. Double charm landing as well. Area arriving with the TP. Yumichi getting the first kill on the Donby. Serenity want to win this fight. Yumichi coming up absolutely massive. Shapeshift a little bit of 1v1 messages. Massive damage onto MP. Double kill now picked up by MP right before they end up falling. Stopwatch popped by Aerie. How much damage can she do? No, it's only a 600 gold shutdown. Picked up for Yumichi. Massive gold swing. Yet again in the favor of Serenity.
Yeah, they found the fight where they could get to Gorka, and the Varus could not get away. The summoners were not enough, and Yumichi just got the opportunity to run Gorka down. Massive win for Serenity, and that means they're going to get this dragon. They don't need a jungler to get this one. They will pick it up, and now they're on soul point for this Hextech soul.
Hextech soul point for Serenity. They are still down 2,000 gold, but that is definitely better than the 5,000 gold deficit they were at just before that last team fight. Like I said, they are still very much in it to win it. You are only 2 games away from that final best of 3.
And IU's Kittens also have to be feeling the pressure as well. They definitely want to get to the finals, and it's one game, and this game feels winnable. So they know they should be able to get it. We have a short pause here. Should not be very long, but IU's Kittens, they feel like they have the setup. Ayukura is massive.
Sorry, look at Ayukura having 10 stack on the Darksteel, by the way. I don't think we've even noticed that yet, but
no, not
she's
again.
just casually been building up a Darksteel.
So, yeah, here's the thing. If that goes into the Medjai's, that's even more scary this game. I know that IU has not died, but the fights have not been as dominant this game. And a gold loss of that magnitude is killer in a game like this.
Hoping for Ayukura's sake that she does not die again for the rest of the game, or the Darksteel or even Magi's would be a pretty massive punish for all of the IU's Kittens here in this game at number 2. Baron, what is this? Is this only Baron number 1? I thought we had a Baron already. Okay, I guess this is still Baron number 1.
Yeah, I don't think we've had a Baron take it.
We've had
a lot of Baron fights.
Yeah, everybody's been starting up the Baron, but there's never actually been a finish. It just feels like so many Barons. What is happening?
Yeah. I mean, it's tough, because, like, Serenity could take it down pretty easily, but they can't because of the poke from Gorka and Ayukura. It's so risky. Usually it's like, oh, you have Cassante and you have somebody like a Sivir at this point who can do a lot of DPS, which is great. And then Cassante tanks it, it's fine. But then you have Lux just final sparking you from 2 screens away. You don't really get to avoid tanking something.
The slower the game, the more it is kind of favoring IU's Kittens at this point. The gold lead is continuing to grow in their favor. With inactivity mostly on both teams right now. We do have 3 minutes left until that Hextech Soul fight again. But the Baron has been alive this whole game so far. And we will probably see a very similar macro play, I'm predicting, where one of the teams goes towards the Baron 60 seconds before the Dragon, and then it's just another like 3 minutes straight of fighting.
Yeah, objectives feel like what both these teams want to fight for. We don't have a lead enough to try and just fight over something small. We have to make sure we get something big with it. And no team wants to really risk it as of right now. Donby constantly looking for these picks here. The Alistar has been great this game. For 03-16, set up a lot of great fights for IU's Kittens. Lucia has found a lot of great engages. They just have not had the same level of follow-up. Not
yet. Watching the top lane messages. Missing the stun onto Ayukura. I don't think he knows that there's a lot more members here of Ice-Skins that he may have been predicting, bringing the friends up from Serenity as well. Epi gets the engage onto too, so much burst damage, but Epi is still alive. Watch them in the backline. Shutdown picked up by Ayukura. Dragoon all on his own. This might just be the fight Ice-Skins needed to get that first Baron. Dragoon fighting against 4. He's buying so much time. Look at Empty on the other side of the map right now as well, doing the same thing to Serenity. That's why these two fights are so split on. Okay.
Yeah,
that is a 150 shutdown picked up by Shapeshift. Dragon is still alive. Shapeshift is the only jungler.
Yeah, Baron not going to be started there. Ice Kittens, well, they really did seem to win the fight. They could not do anything because what they did lose was the smite. So they're not going to push for that. It is just a gold trade again. And as the Syndra there, we are seeing a couple of missed stuns. I think if that stun hits onto Ayukura, that is a majorly different fight. That's rude.
It's very rude. I know it's a short cooldown. Look at the cooldown.
Yeah, I was about to point that out. I was like, oh yeah, it's half up. That's a 20-second cooldown or something like that. We have hit level 16 on this Lux, and this Lux is farmed. Look at the items right now.
Yeah.
The Ludens, the Rabadons, the Horizon Focus. Ayukura will pop people, and we did see it in the last fight too. The Jarvan cage into the Lux ult. You don't even need the Q because Yumichi could not flash out.
Such a close game. You have to really hold your breath. I can't imagine what the players are feeling right now. Serenity, I mean, it's so tense right now. It's tense in here casting it, and I'm like, I'm not even a player. Like, I don't have any stakes. The players are the ones with the stakes right now.
Yeah.
Soul is alive for Serenity. They're positioned on the top side of the map right now, though, mostly towards that Baron. Ice-Skins might just make the trade Dragon for Baron if that's what it comes down to.
Yeah,
Most of the towers are still alive.
Serenity would be very happy with that trade if they could get it. Right now, it feels less like they want the soul and more like they want to use the threat of the soul to try and get a Baron out of it.
Yeah, look at MP.
Yeah,
I'm just going to start up that dragon.
No, she's already started it. It's already halfway gone, and Serenity, they might not be using a whole lot here. If they can't find it engaged, they need to do something
They're trying.
now. And
Shapeshift does show up to the fight, but the dragon has already been taken. MP versus Yumichi versus Gorka. Who will win the fight? Yumichi just instantly going to be blown up. Shapeshift trying to get away, but the Weaver's wall will be canceled. 2 quick kills picked up by Ice-Skins as well as the dragon. Jungler plus 80 carry dead means this should be a very easy Baron transition. Those popped by messages. He wants to make it out alive. Dragoon might not be so lucky. Area and MP will not quite be in range to catch out Dragoon, but again, that Baron is just right for the taking.
yeah, and the dragon just taken under Serenity's nose. By the time they sniffed it out, it was already gone, and they did not send it up for that fight. Losing out on that fight means the Baron will go over as well, and what was back and forth, what felt like Serenity had a foothold, now feels like it has been a falter. Serenity have fallen, and Ayu's Kittens are taking full advantage of it.
Massive 6,000 gold lead. One more dragon left to tie it as well for Ice-Skins. They had the massive gold lead. Game 1, remember, was a 15k gold lead at the time of the Nexus going down for Ice-Skins. And now they're working their way back up to that one again. This was a very close game. In fact, it was a Serenity favorite game for a majority of the early game. And now Ice-Skins are clawing their way back to a Game 2 victory. Ice-Skins do not want to let this go to a Game 3 if they have any say about it.
Yeah, we did see the Alistar Unbreakable will pop. That's really not a cooldown that you're worried about. So that just will get back before any objectives are up. So Ice Kitten's happy with the trades they have taken. Now they have the Baron, they can look for fights, and more importantly, they can look to siege and push people off turrets. What was already difficult to deal with on this Varus and Lux, they'll be able to push even harder here. Ayukura, again, 7-1-7 right now, has built the Medjais is just looking to continue to scale. Again, keep your eyes on that. Yeah, keep your eyes on it, because a death will be very detrimental, much more detrimental than it was in game number 1.
Absolutely. Watching out not only for Ayukura, but also Gorica. These two members are the crucial ones to see in fights. Watch the bot lane right now, though. There's a base race going on. Yell got a recall. Clear this wave. Baron is here. One inhibitor turret's already taken. Iuskins looking to get the second inhibitor on, or the first inhibitor, sorry, on the bot lane.
Is it a race if there's one competitor? Iuskins just get that for free.
I mean, it was a race for them to recall.
I mean, yeah, I guess, but I don't think that's the race that Iuskins were in. They grabbed the inhibitor, and now they may even look for the fight.
Inner mid lane taken as well. Aery just pulled right underneath the turret. Alosia picking up that really well set up kill by Dragoon. Dragoon gonna continue to chase down Iuskins. Get away from my base. Get away from my inhibitors. He will be able to chase them off and get one pick. Yeah, really good pick there onto Aery.
Yeah, Aery dying is important. It stops the siege, but Iuskins have enough disengage. They have enough poke that you have to run through. They cannot continue on and get anything more. So it is just the 300 gold. Serenity still kind of need to find something more to claw themselves back into this game. A minute till this next dragon. Serenity may need to set up vision here and look for some kind of pick in order to get themselves back in this game. If they don't look for that, they will have to 5v5 again. And again, the poke before these fights has been massive.
Absolutely massive. That is one of the main factors as to how Iuskins have grown back into this game so well in about the past 15 to 20 minutes. 40 seconds remaining on Soul again for Serenity. This is the third Soul in a row that they have potentially had, 2 in a row that they missed now. Iuskins want to take this one to try to tie up the Dragon's Force. Dombi caught out. Dombi forced right into the middle of the entirety of Serenity, but he is still alive. MP engaging onto Yubichi, but there is no follow-up damage. Alosia going to try and get the re-engage. MP almost just taken out. MP has so much gap closer that they're just able to run away to safety, and eventually does get taken down. That's a 55-second death timer now on your jungler. 5 seconds remaining on Soul. Serenity do not want to lose their jungler, do not want to lose this game. Aery buying so much time with the Gwen is immune. Gotta watch the GA on Orca as well. GA does get popped. Yumichi is still untouched, unfought. Orca flashing in, but only gets an auto on a ward. Finally takes down Yumichi.
Got him!
That is such an important kill for Iuskins. It's a 3 for 2, but they don't have their AD carry or their jungler.
Yeah, they don't have the jungler, and Ayukura is here with the final spark. They have control of this, but now TP is coming. Aery is coming back into this. Gorica staying alive may have changed this game in ways we can't even fathom.
Aery and Ayukura have to steal the dragon away, or else it will be the Soul picked up for Serenity. Gwen is immune for so long. Gwen is in your entire team. Message is taking about 25% of his HP. Aery trying to get this dragon. Ayukura cannot even walk in the pit. Aery goes down. Aery is dead. Ayukura does not have the final spark available, but Serenity doesn't know that. Dragon will be finished.
They got it.
By Serenity. Dragoon, though, is still chasing Ayukura. I mean, he's level 18. Shutdown picked up on the Ayukura. Massive kill. Massive shutdown. No more Magi stacks left for your mid laner. NB picks up the kill onto Messages inside the pitch, but the fight is not over. Here comes Weaver's Wall. Shapeshift has respawned, and the fight is still going. 60 seconds later, MP continuing to chase down Alosia. Dragoon still sitting at more than 50% of his HP right now. Shapeshift is stunned. Shapeshift might just go down. Really good stun landed, but she will still end up going down. Dragoon doesn't have a way to get over the wall. Zombie will fall. That is only an unbreakable will for so long. Gorica dies for a second time and gives a second shutdown over to Serenity in the same team fight. What is happening?
When does it end? The fight continues for 3 years, but Serenity get the dragon and they get a victory. I don't even know how many deaths went back and forth. It just didn't.
Everyone died and then respawned 60 seconds later and came and died again.
Yeah, there's just when there's 20 deaths throughout this, I don't know how to break that one down. I do. Again, yeah. Well, my bad. I'm clearly bad at my job. But I do want to call out again just what really shifted that from being something that was so back and forth instead of a Serenity win was the mistime on the Guardian Angel respawn. For Gorica. They tried to hit it. They seem to try to nail it around the time when Zhonya's pops, and it's a little bit longer than that, which makes it notoriously hard to time. They don't get the CC down, and Gorica gets the double there. Baron is taken in the meantime, but then we just lose messages.
Messages sent back to the fountain for 60 seconds. They got the Baron, but what will they lose? Double knockup, double charm lands onto Airy and Envy, but they don't have the damage to kill anyone else. Dragoon single-handedly 1v3ing the backline and lives for Serenity. Watch Yumichi as well. She is also doing so much damage on the DPS Sivir that she has become now. Cannot get one-shot. Envy trying to do something to the members of Serenity, but she just doesn't have... They do not have enough damage to actually close off any of these kills. Yumichi is still running forward. Yumichi ends up shutting down Gorica before she ends up going down herself. Yet another double kill picked up for Yumichi. Oh my goodness. But meanwhile, look at the base.
Yeah, all throughout that, the base getting ravaged there. The Nexus Tower going down for Serenity. So while they get the Baron, they lose a lot of members and they lose a lot of base. Every moment counts now, Serenity. They cannot make another mistake. One wrong move with one Nexus Tower up means that IU's Kittens can go for a push. And remember, IU's Kittens are at match point. It is the end of the tournament if Serenity make one more mistake in this game.
42 minutes into this game too. This is why we have best of threes. I almost wish this was a best of 5 for these kinds of games of League of Legends. This is why most players want to play this game, is for these 40-minute back and forth games. Yes, they are so agonizing to watch, but as a player, it's like, wow, everyone has gotten a moment to shine throughout this entire game, and everyone has had that one major mistake that's like, if I didn't make that, we would have won or lost the game. Obviously, we don't know the result yet, so we can't say result-based analysis, but...
I mean, that's one of them right there. Airy dying means they lose any kind of split push pressure. They lose somebody that can deal a lot of damage while frontlining, and now IU's Kittens, they're stuck relying on their wave clear, which is great, but it is a Baron buff still. Ayukura popping the final spark to just try and grab some kills. Actually does. All right, well... See what I know.
I didn't even see it, where messages, I swear, just keeps getting, like, one shot off screen. Ayukura has more than fully stacked the Magi's yet again, is back up to 12. It was at 10 just a couple of minutes ago before she died in that last team fight. By far the least amount of deaths of anyone is Ayukura right now, which is so impressive. She's playing Lux. It's not one of the many tanks in this game right now. No. It's the Lux that has the least amount of deaths.
Yeah, I mean, Ayukura just is not visible to Serenity, I feel like, most of the time in these fights. Just, she's staying so far back and still putting so much damage out. And Final Spark, usually as support Lux, it's like, okay, that's a reasonable amount of damage. That's a little bit scary. Now, level 18, full build right now, full AP. Ayukura will take out most, like, half people's health on Serenity.
Watch the bot lane right now for Serenity. That might be the problem in a couple of minutes. Elder spawns in 20. Airy and Ayukura have TP, so if that wave's anywhere near the Nexus, could just see a double TP play to try and end the game for them.
Yeah.
10 seconds left on this Elder, man. It is tense.
it is anybody's game, but yeah, there are opportunities here for IU's Kittens to just sneak it away. Like you said, the TP available, that is a Gwen. Gwen will shred towers if given the chance. Elder Dragon is available, and that could be a game winner here. Serenity posturing around it right now, and they've actually already started it. It's half gone.
It comes down to this fight here. MP knows that they are on the dragon. They have started it. They're going to try going in.
MP stole it!
The Elder! Now they have to win the team fight after, and everyone needs to run away. Serenity, get out of this river. They've lost one member already. Dragoon's gonna try and get out from the chicken pit, but Domby's gonna try and chase him down instead. The rest of Serenity are still alive. Yamichi trying to clear the wave in bot lane. That is gonna be the problem wave if anything does happen. Domby keeping Dragoon
Wait, Aries in
away
trouble.
from recalling. Aries is definitely in trouble. She does have the Elder buff, but if she dies, she is going to obviously lose it. That is one Elder down,
God.
one later down as well. Say goodbye to your messages.
That's just the ult! That's not fair!
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Okay,
Oh
credit
my
where it is
God.
due. To lose the Elder Dragon and only lose 2 people and take one with you is huge. Dragoon might be caught though.
Dragoon 1v4 underneath this inhibitor tower. That Elder will be more than enough for Gorica to claim that
Oh,
kill.
no.
One inhibitor is going to respawn, but immediately after another is taken. There's only one Nexus turret left between IU's Kittens and their shot at the finals.
Shapeshift's up.
They have the Elder still. Shapeshift knocked right back into the base, right back into the waiting arms of IU's Kittens to claim the 2-0 46-minute win over Serenity.
In a back and forth game that anybody had a chance at, it came down to the Elder Dragon and the Smite steal from NP to confirm it and then get the win afterwards. It seemed like Serenity might be able to hold off, but as soon as the grouping came through, it was impossible. IU's Kittens, it was a much harder fought game number 2, but again, a 2-0 nonetheless.
What a game. I hope you have replays of that game because that was something. It will be IU's Kittens taking on TFT Gamer Hours in a rematch of the finals here.
Yeah, as we look at what seems like an eternity ago, the early fight
12
around
minutes.
the bot side, yeah, 12 minutes in, and not only just from time, but just from how much happened. Constant fights throughout this game. As we see our early game tower dive that went awry here. But again, every time fights happened, it felt like it started off as a 2-man fight that turned into so much more. And people just kept funneling in. This was our fight where we just spread everybody out, take the 80 carries into their separate rooms, and just beat the crap out of them.
Punish you for playing AD carry. How dare you lock in this champion of Ares or as
I'm
ever.
sorry, you played bot lane? That is illegal in 2023.
Oh man, what a game. I mean, yeah, like I said during the game, right? Like, this is the kinds of games that make you want to continue playing League of Legends, period, right? Like, 45-minute back and forth bangers, all comes down to one fight. Like, those are the games that give you the most adrenaline to play. And this is what keeps players coming back and back to this game so much.
Yeah, I can
so fun
only
to watch.
imagine. I can only imagine the comms that are going on in these games too, because it is just so hectic, so back and forth, and it's so sad for Serenity to be so close yet so far away and cannot keep their nexus up. We said it earlier: one wrong mistake, one wrong move would give an opportunity that IU's Kittens would close the game out, and the loss of the Elder Dragon looks like it was that one chance.
And I would love to see the VOD review. How does that look with these teams for that game?
That VOD review will take hours. There's too much to break down.
That is the last time we do see Serenity for this tournament, but hopefully not the last time we see the Serenity players play together. They played so well yesterday, they were destroying everyone. We got to see a little bit of a hint of that during this last game from them today. And again, hopefully they continue to play together next year as well. Would love to see these 5 players continue playing. And we do get to see more of Iuskins, of course, taking on TFT Gamer Hours in the finals later today, just after one more quick break.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
Welcome back, everyone, to day number 3, really, of the Supergirl Gamer Pro broadcast. Once again, I am Cam, joined today again by 1,000 Eyes for the final series, the finals of the Supergirl Gamer Pro 2023 League of Legends tournament. Tessa, who are our teams, in case this is your first game here?
We have TFT Gamer Hours, and we have IU's Kittens, who were just in the last game. TFT Gamer Hours took series number 1, 2-0 victory, and looked pretty good. I think we finally saw the TFT Gamer Hours that we wanted to see throughout this entire tournament. As we look at some replays from that, they finally got their early game leads they were looking for, and while it still was a little bit messy, they definitely, when their fights worked out in their favor, when they got Toasty Alex into positions where he could carry the game, they succeeded really well off of that.
Yeah, Toasty Alex was the big carry, especially in this game when you saw there. He ended the game like 17-1 or something ridiculous on the Jace mid. Game 2, it was banned away, so instead he was on that Azir pick and still had massive carry in this game too. Definitely not as much as a 1v9 performance, but much more of that setting up for the early carry, setting up for the team, and still getting plenty of kills for himself as well.
Yeah, and as well as just your son being able to kind of free hit sometimes in these fights is just, we see how back and forth things really were. I remember this fight just going down to the wire between the junglers, and barely we saw Rosethorn get that victory. But TFT Gamer Hours, they have the tools now. We've seen them able to capitalize on their game plan. The question is, can they do it against the wall that seems to be IU's Kittens?
IU's Kittens, our other opponent here in the finals, have arrived in style, I would say. They played also the best of 1 at the beginning of the day. TFT Gamer Hours with the win on qualifier day number 1 didn't have to play the best of 1 today. So IU's Kittens, they've already had a longer day. Both of our semis were 2-game 2-0s, so they both played those 2 games, and then IU's Kittens just 1 more game in their pockets. Let's take a look one more time at their semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, IU's Kittens just look mechanically dominant. The game number 1 was very one-sided, and that was a composition that became, if you were one-sided, you just ran over the rest of the game. We just saw, especially Ayukura's Akali. I don't think that's getting played the rest of the day. I think that one's going to be on the ban list for a good long while. I don't think Ayukura is going to get that in other tournaments that exist.
No.
So that, I hope she had fun playing it. Game number 2, though, was definitely a lot closer, and IU's Kittens definitely were fighting back and forth tooth and nail on that one. Well, they did play what I would say is probably a non-standard composition. It felt like their fights were a lot more messy, and with how TFT Gamer Hours played in the early game, that's something that TFT Gamer Hours can punish.
Yeah, I'm just now thinking about how similar these series really kind of were. Where game 1, it was the mid laner of the winning team, just kind of 1v9. Toasty Alex and Ayukura really ran away with each of their game 1 wins. The game 2 was a whole lot more back and forth. This series, game 2 for the IU's Kittens win was a 45-46. I don't even know the final time, but it was something in that 45 to 50 minute mark where it was like, wow, that game was so close and it was so winnable by both teams that whole time. And a very similar story for that of the game 2 in the TFT semis. All of this has been played today, by the way. Like, this whole tournament is only 3 days. So one more tournament, or one more series of this tournament is all that stands between these 2 teams and the finals. Or the final prize pool, first place.
Yeah, $2,500 there if you could get first place. It is twice as much as second place. So there's a lot to be had here, and I know both these teams really want to get it. IU's Kittens, they've been juicing themselves up for it. They've been dominating games left and right throughout here. TFT Gamer Hours have had a little bit of the same, but they've definitely had a little bit more of a scary road to get to this point.
And this is also a rematch of our qualifier number 1 finals from Friday 2 days ago, where both these teams versed again on that finals. It was a game 1 win for IU's Kittens, and then TFT won game 2 and game 3. That is how they earned themselves a bye into the semifinals for today. IU's Kittens, they played that extra best of 1, and they're still managing to make it once again to the finals to face the same exact opponent. this time, will they be able to beat them in the best of 3?
That is the question. I'm looking at this, and this feels so hard to predict because it feels like the games are so fighty, and that's not like consistent. That's always scary to try and put your money down on. If I had to put my money one way or another, I'd probably say I use Kittens here. I feel like they're coming into this the stronger team, because I think TFT Gamer Hours, they've gone through a couple more tests in terms of their compositions, their games. They've gone longer. They've had to fight more. They've not always succeeded on what their win conditions were, but they somehow they can always find a way to get a victory out, and that's what makes this team so scary.
And looking towards the draft here for game number 1, TFT did have higher seeds. So side select game 1, they did opt for the blue side for game 1. So what do we think is going to be banned away? Akali, Orianna, I think are definitely 2. Jace probably by Ayuskins. So like all 3 of the mid lane that we know that these players can carry on. Ashe, I think is a good one, probably.
I don't think Ashe is going to get banned. I don't think either of these teams want to take a ban on Ashe. I think we possibly have the Alistar get taken away. Maybe Jarvan has been picked up so heavily by MP that it feels strong enough for a ban. But again, like you're losing out on something else that you could take away in terms of a pocket pick. And we've also seen just how strong Aerie can be on the top side when you give her something that can win. Shysept has been playing heavy weak side all of today, but I don't know if Shysept's gone up against somebody who can play as aggressive as Aerie can.
That we will have to see here in this game number 1. I think we should do some real predictions here. Put some, I was going to say put money on the line. Fake money. Just fake prediction money.
Monopoly money.
We'll put some Monopoly money on the line here. You said I use Kins. 2-0, 2-1.
I'm going to go 2-0.
Okay. I think it's definitely going to go to 3 games again. We were talking about this a little bit before off the air, where Friday obviously it went 3 games, so I think it's probably going to go 3 games again today. Both of our semis definitely, I think, should have gone to 3 games. Honestly, it was like one micro mistake from the losing team that made both of them lose, so...
Yeah, I mean...
I kind of want to say TFT 2-0 or 2-1.
You can do that.
Okay.
You can choose. It's the world is your oyster here, Cam. I mean,
all right.
There's a set number of answers you can give, but within that, the world is your oyster.
I think Van Seraphine is going to win this best of 3.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I think we're past that point. But yeah, no, I would not be. I'm calling IU's Kittens 2-0. I'm only doing that because we've seen so many 2-0s and it feels like we kind of just see them even if it's close. But I can see a 2-1 either way. I can see TFT Gamer Hours taking a victory in this entire thing and taking the whole bag home.
Whole bag, 2,500 versus 1,250 is what we are playing for here in the finals. Best of 3. It is only 2 more wins standing between these 2 teams and that extra $1,250 for their team's pockets. What is that, 500 versus 250?
Yep.
For all the players? All right, cool. Do you want 250 or do you want 500? Make these 2 games count.
I'm gonna go 500.
It's a hard choice.
Yeah. I had to think about it. It was on the tip of my brain. I bounced the positives and the negatives here. There's a little bit more positives on the 500.
Okay. Well, we'll see how that one plays out.
we will. I'm not sure how close exactly we are to a draft here. But we should be able to get that. I think we're going to look at our rosters here and just run through them fully at this point.
Just in case you forgot, who is playing on these rosters again? TFT on the blue side, so we'll start with them. Shysept as your top laner, Rosethorn in the jungle, Toasty Alex in the mid lane, and Urison and Applause taking down the bot lane.
And on the red side here, we have IU's Kittens again EP Bunny, otherwise known as Airy, in the top side. Haley Kiyoko, otherwise known as MP. Ayukura, just known as Ayukura, in the mid lane, and then Gorika and Dobby on the bottom side.
I just stubbed my toe on the chair.
You okay? You want to talk
No.
about it, Cam?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Look at the logo that Ice Kids drew up.
Yeah.
It's so cute. It's just
It is.
Ayukura and 5 little kids.
It is. No, it's really cute. I love it's. I can't. Is it Ayukura or is it just a collie?
Oh, you know
I feel
what?
like it could just be a collie.
I think it's probably Ayukura as a collie.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take that answer. But
Yes, it's both.
so here's what I have a question about, right? Ayu's Kitten's logo has 5 kittens. Who is the 5th kitten if Ayukura is playing on the team?
You are.
Me? Is that just the general you or me specifically?
You. The specific you.
Oh. I didn't know that. What did I get on the logo?
All the kittens have so different emotions on their face too. Are you like the red angry kitten?
Yeah,
or
I know. I just noticed that. Yeah. Then we got the Owo kitten. We got the
Hungry
kitten with
kitten.
the hungry kitten. We've got the angry kitten, the one rolling their eyes in the background. It's there was some thought put into this logo. It was not just, you know what, put cats on it.
What emotion do you want your cat to represent in the Ayu's Kittens?
It's just the 5 kittens of the apocalypse.
Oh my god!
There we go.
I was told that this was drawn in paint like 5 minutes before their game 1 today, so maybe we're overthinking
If
it.
that's 5 minutes of effort, I quit ever trying art in my lifetime. This is way too cute for 5 minutes of effort. Also,
good.
the purple one is not rolling its eyes. It's actually just a really femme kitten with the eyelashes.
Yeah, come on.
My bad. Sorry.
What is it in? What's that in the hair? I'm trying to figure that out.
I think it's just like a mask. That's why I think it's like a collie. I think it's the blood moon mask.
Okay.
I also now realize that the blue kitten has eyes in different directions.
Again, 5 minutes. We're not looking at where the eyes are going.
No, they each have personalities. It's cute.
They're all so cute.
Can you imagine being just entirely covered in cats like this?
That would be my worst nightmare, actually. I'm good.
That would be a wonderful day for me.
Nope. I'm
You
not a
allergic?
cat person. I'm not allergic. I just don't like them.
I'm not allergic. I'm just a hater.
I'm allergic to fun. I don't know.
That doesn't sound true, Cam. If anything, you are the person that I know that likes to have the most fun.
Okay, but I don't know. I just don't like cats. One of them, when I was like 3 years old, I was running around in my cousin's house and one of them scratched me until I bled because I was like being a really annoying 3-year-old and doing annoying 3-year-old things. So ever since then, I've just not liked them.
You know what? I that sounds like an anime background story. Like we're building up to your.
We have anime background story on the logo. Apparently, the 5th kitten is Soligo, who is the
I was
coach.
gonna bring that up. I want to know which is which now. Because now it's like, okay, well now they are specifically like one of them is a certain kitten. Who got the kitten with the eyes in the different directions?
Probably Soligo because he's not playing.
I don't know. That one might
I'm
be an answer
sorry.
we don't get.
We're waiting for drop to start. This is the waiting
Yeah.
for drop to start conversation.
We had some issues. We had to work through. PCs were struggling. But we'll hopefully have a draft for you guys soon.
I got nothing.
Oh, we do have an
take
answer.
next.
We do have an answer. Purple is Airy, blue is Dombre, black is Gorica, red is Soligo, pink is MP.
Okay. Thank you, Ayukara.
So
Appreciate that.
It is Dombre that got stuck with the cat looking in different directions, which is a little scary when Dombre is playing engage supports a lot of the time. Oh. It has arrived.
I have become the cat.
Yeah.
Hello.
Deep in the night when you least expect it, I use kittens arrive.
I have become the I Use Kids team. Please interview me. I will answer in I Use Kids.
All right, what are you picking first pick?
I don't know why I'm a lower voice. Why did I go lower voice? We're actually just gonna pick a Kali for. Oh wait, no, TFT is blue side. Oh, we're gonna pick Jace first pick. Yes, that's what we're gonna do.
Jace first pick. Okay. Has IU played Jace yet this tournament?
TFT is blue side. Actually, I am TFT now.
I see. We may need to swap the logo out for that one.
Oh wait, yeah, I forgot my logo.
That was the whole point of the bit.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Okay, then yeah, I'm playing a Kali. That's why my face is a Kali right now, apparently. You should see me actually play a Kali. My Kali's kind of correct.
Is it?
I think I've played it like one time in ARAM and I just crushed everyone. So that means I'm good
are
at
you
the
just
champion.
holding solo queue like you're just trying to give them a chance when you're playing other champions? Is that how you put that? Okay.
Yep. I gotta give them a fighting chance, you know? I can't be challenger that quickly or else people are gonna think I'm boosted.
That's fair. No, that's the real fear, honestly. If honestly, I think a lot of people are in the same boat where if they just started playing really well all of a sudden, there'd be questions and nobody wants to answer those questions.
Gotta hold myself back from that. Can't be having that.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no, I died! Where did I go?
Wait, you... I promise you guys will have a draft eventually. The PCs are fickle and it can be difficult sometimes to get a draft together, but we should be getting close at this point.
Maybe. Hopefully. Well, this is good.
Cam, what'd you have for lunch today?
Oh, I had pasta. We talked about this.
Okay, but we didn't talk about it on stream.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, nobody actually knew. I had some really, really clean pasta. It's kind of smurfing on the pasta making there.
Didn't you get it from a cafeteria?
That is irrelevant. It was $2. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good. I don't think I could get pasta anywhere for $2. Cafeteria or not. Yeah, I have just been told. Yeah, we're ready for draft. Save us. I do not have any more topics to go through. Please, I've worked through my entire library here.
Okay, are they gonna first pick a Kali? Because that's what they said in the interview.
I don't think Akali's getting through. I have to imagine we're getting that banned.
Nah. Never.
Yeah, the Jace ban makes a lot of sense. Toasty Alex not gonna get that one. Shysep could get the Rengar. We could see the Belveth. Those are Shysep Rosethorn champions respectively. And again, your son, as we've touched on, the Ashe has been a very strong pick, so that could be a first pick. We've seen TFT Gamer Hours prioritize that for first pick before.
No, Akali's been banned away. All right, I'm gonna pick all 5 of the champions here for IU skins. Are you ready?
Okay.
I think we should go Gwen top. Oh, Jarvan's banned. Xin Zhao jungle. Orianna's not banned yet, but it's probably about to be banned. If it's not banned, Orianna mid. Oh, well, we lost our mid laner. Let's go Lux mid. Honestly, Ayukura played Lux really well last game. What's our AD carry? Let's do something fun like Zeri Lulu bot lane.
You just wanted the chance to say Lulu would be in the game, I feel like.
That or a Bardo. If we could get another Bardo, that would be great. I did get to cast a Bardo yesterday, so I'm very happy.
Yeah. Shysep gonna pick up the Rumble here as a first pick, which is a little surprising. We've seen Shysep take this pretty early and just kind of run this into whatever gets picked. Usually the Jax, so that gets through as well. Ayakura actually grabbing the Syndra very early here. So not even worried about a counter pick, just wants to have some kind of control in the lane, especially to work aside MP, who is not going to be on Jarvan this time, but maybe another early game jungler.
Yeah, Xin and Poppy are still up, which I think both of them are pretty realistic for either of these junglers. Aatrox, though, is going to be the counter pick of choice for Ahri in the top lane. Yeah, I am quite surprised that Syndra is picked up so early. I get that it is definitely a contested pick between these two mid laners, Toasty Alex and Ayukura. It's probably in the top 3 of both of their champion pools, so Nico is going to be selected here, I guess, for Toasty Alex, probably.
I would assume so, yeah. The Nico mid has been where she has been seen most. There's a little bit of support play that could come out. It doesn't strike me as an applause champion, but it very well could be. Nico into the Syndra, I honestly don't know that matchup terribly well, as the Nocturne will get locked in for the jungle here. We're looking for strong level 6 spike here. TFT Gamer Hours, they're really looking to make their first ultimates count.
Okay. Nocturne being picked? When was the last time I cast a Nocturne? Okay, really funny. I was gonna say micro interaction, but that's literally not a micro interaction. The micro interaction in my brain, Nocturne and Maokai are the same champion. If there's any time they're picked together, I call them both Maokai. I don't know what it is. I've literally never been able to cast these two champions together.
I don't know why you would mix those two. That's a little funky. Xayah gonna be the last pick here before our second ban phase for Ayu's Kittens. That does mean the Rakan is gonna be taken out in the bans. The Alistar as well. Dombre not gonna pick that one up, and we see a lot of hyper carries taken out for TFT Gamer Hours. The Varus that did so well in that final game for TFT Gamer Hours not gonna get through. Jinx taken out as well, can do a lot of those same things.
280 carries, 2 supports banned away, but it will be that Xin Zhao selected for MP. So I did select at least one of these champions correctly. Let's see. I said Lulu for Donby. I don't think Donby's going to pick Lulu, but I just kind of want to see Lulu. Ash, let's go. I actually did predict Ash like 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, I think we both did, honestly. Your son's just been
you
playing
said that
the
they were not going to pick Ash. I'm going to make this very clear. You said, I don't think they're going to pick Ash.
Well, because you said, no, we were talking about Ayu's Kittens. I didn't think they were going to pick the Ash.
I said I think the B1 TFT is going to be Ash, and you said no.
Did I? Mm-hmm. Okay. I will take your word on it. I am a fool. I am a dweeb. I am a Dorcas. I got that wrong. Ash gonna be locked in alongside the Thresh for applause, which definitely gives pretty strong bot lane control here. Only really thing you're missing here is early game wave clear. There can be a lot of chase down potential here. If Gorica pushes up in that lane, you just get run down.
Ooh.
But we do have the Blitzcrank counter pick here. Ombre gonna lock that one in, and that's a really tough time for Thresh.
Now there is a world that Donby hooks a Nico into the team though. So that could go a little wrong if you hook the Nico at the wrong time. I'm just picturing that could definitely be a major part of team fights later in this game. But yeah, Thresh versus Blitzcrank is not a matchup I've seen very often in competitive. It's very common to see in solo queue type of environments, but
so
yeah,
I've actually casted this matchup a surprising amount lately, and it has been very consistently Blitzcrank favored, just because you get the stronger hook. You grab either one of these. Thresh is known for being kind of a frontline champion, but he does not have frontline stats, especially early on, and you just grab either the Ashe or the Thresh. we could see the Xayah just destroy from that.
I have bad news.
Oh no, what is the bad news?
My squishy whale is losing his casing.
Oh no.
It's very sad.
Is there a way to fix it?
I don't know. There's like this little plastic casing around my squishy whale, and it's like I've played with it too much that now it's just coming off, and I don't know.
Well,
Anyways, that's my analysis of the draft. Yes, looks good.
I mean, looking at this, Ice Kittens are definitely picking to try and match the early game TFT Gamer Hours are picking. TFT Gamer Hours are, I wouldn't say early game specifically, but they are solid lanes that at level 6 spike really, really hard. And if that tempo advantage starts to work in TFT Gamer's favor, that really can take over the game. We've seen them do it before.
And we are ready, finally, for Summoner's Rift. Whee! And we all arrive on Summoner's Rift for our finals game number 1. Reminder, this is just a best of 3. Win 2 games, and you get to walk home with the massive 2,500 prize pool for your team here. Otherwise, it is just the 1,250, which is still not bad. Half of it is definitely pretty good.
Yeah, Ice Kittens, they're definitely feeling strong, I think, going into this. I'm a little surprised to see the Blitzcrank not utilized to even try and check for something right now. You can see TFT Gamer Hours playing defensively, really preparing for some kind of an invade. But it looks like Ice Kittens just want to start this one pretty standard. Shicep also back on the Rumble here, which early game can push in this Aatrox pretty hard. That I think is why we're starting to see Rosethorn on the bot side right now. Looks like we're going to path towards top just to make sure Shicep has that protection.
And a reminder, this is also a rematch of our qualifiers finals number 1 2 days ago on Friday, which was a 2-1 victory for TFT. An incredibly close series that they did get one win from a 10,000 gold deficit. It was super, super impressive from them, as well as Iuskins in the one game that they won as well. So that's why I'm expecting this to be a minimum close series, hopefully a 3-game series between these two teams here. Like you said, mirrored jungle clears to start off the game. Rosethorn needs to be topside to protect Shicep, though, for sure.
Yeah, and currently it seems as if we're not really going to see a lot of jungle interaction. This could just slow down the game a little bit, which honestly, neither team outside of the bot lane for Iu's Kittens really want to look for anything super early. And that's just because of the Blitzcrank there. You could just really pressure against the Ashe and the Thresh. But everybody else kind of just wants to wait for at least level 6. Nico Ultimate, huge. The Equalizer is obviously a huge reason why you take Rumble in the first place. And Nocturne is really just kind of known for being an ult bot as well. So TFT Gamer Hours want to take their time. They want to get their experience and make sure they can be ready for one of these first skirmishes around a dragon.
Nika versus Syndra is a very mechanically intensive mid lane matchup that we've only gotten to see in the meta for the past month or two since Nika's rework, right? I personally love to watch this matchup. I wish I had time to study it more just because there was so many intricacies of how to play the Nika versus Syndra. I think we've seen Toasty Alex play both sides of the matchup and only seen Iker play the Syndra side of it. Hook does land onto Applause, but he forced to flash away. Hook lands again under the tower onto Donby. Only one tower shot onto him for now, but Hook for Hook, only flash traded there by Applause.
Yeah, so it is a loss of a flash for Applause, but just being able to trade back the health there is a huge difference. That is kind of why you expect the Blitzcrank to win this one out. You just grab Thresh. If the tower was not involved in that play, Applause would be down a lot of HP on Donby.
Absolutely, and you see the junglers will be matching each other on the bot side, red jungle. Recalling coming in from Empy, while Rosethorn would have spotted them out if they didn't recall any sooner. up here on the top side. It's just kind of been a slow push, really, for Aerie. I mean, nothing too fancy has gone up there yet. Shysep definitely just playing the slow game, the long game. Do not lose lane to this Aatrox, and you will definitely be able to outscale him as the Rumble.
Yeah, Rumble also just kind of hanging out right now. Shysep knows how to play this Rumble from behind, as we did see, I believe, in some of the earlier games. I think that was specifically against Band Seraphine. A lot of back and forth fighting up in that side. Shysep maybe wanting a little bit of a slower lane, and you can just see too how hard it is for Aatrox to walk up here. The Flame Spitter is really terrifying.
Shysep as well trying to prevent that full crash that Aerie was trying to get on the Aatrox first dragon spawns. Right now it is only a Cloud Dragon though.
We're not seeing that for a while.
Yeah, no, I was going to say neither team really in any position to start it up, let alone contest it. Will probably be some sort of play in the bot lane, I would predict. Get a kill, get a first blood onto an AD carry, and then transition that into the first dragon, that kind of thing. Or something similar happening here in the mid lane. First gank of the game by Empy onto Toasty Alex. Flash for flash traded. Gonna try and confirm this kill onto Toasty Alex. One more auto would get a flash for my Kerr as well, but it will be Empy picking up that first blood.
Yeah, there's the pressure that you can see from the Xin Zhao. Just nothing that Nocturne can match there, and Toasty Alex pushed up a little too far. Syndra may have gotten changed to be much more of a scaling champion, but the QE combo into an early game jungler is always going to exist.
Playing the bot lane. Exhaust dropped onto Donby, but Gorka putting in the work here with the feathers. Train back all of the HP, and only, actually both of the summoners by Donby were burned. You watch Rosethorn walking down the river. I think the bot lane of Icekins do know that he is coming down, so it is not going to be too big of a surprise, but Rosethorn plus fake Rosethorn gonna try and take this first dragon for TFT.
That's actually fake or Son. Actually, no, it's Toasty Alex. Who could have seen that one coming? Yeah, the early dragon there, as you do see the back there from Blitzcrank, you know the bot lane's backing. Take it. First dragon, an important first dragon to set up maybe further dragons once we start to see ultimates coming through.
Waiting for these level 6s to really come online. We've only had one kill so far, and I guess it's kind of in the end traded for this first dragon, right? So 1,000 gold lead in the favor of Icekins, but one dragon lead so far for TFT does make this overall a very even first 7 minutes. Hook lands onto Urison, still only a level 5 Ashe. Nothing you can do. That kill does go over to Donby. A little bit unfortunate for the Icekins bot lane. It was not picked up by Gorka.
Yeah, it's already difficult to hit that lantern when you're getting hooked by a Blitzcrank and you can stand on it, but it's impossible when you're also getting rooted up by the Xayah as well. So much CC from bot lane that has damage.
Oh, Paranoia lands, but Toasty Alex only pop blossoms himself. Still comes in the end to claim the kill for himself. That was pretty funny to watch. I mean, yes, in the perfect world, they would have landed their ultimates together, but
it works out.
Was dead no matter what. Yeah, for sure.
I love Donby just standing there menacingly on the bot side, not even moving. Just the threat of the hook alone. But yeah, no, Rosethorn getting, well, there's another hook. Applause. Will not get the counter this time. Urison just running Gorka down, though.
Urison popped that ghost. It's just trying to get enough damage to get that kill onto Gorka, but Gorka hits it. He has the Feather Storm, and Donby has Naka flashing forward now to trade it back to Urison. He thought he had the damage, but he did not have the XP calculation in his brain to know that Gorka was about to hit that level 6 power spike. Gotta watch Rosethorn on the bot lane right now as well. He's doing the wrap around. Meanwhile, here in the mid lane, Ayukura fishing for something. Some sort of stun on Toasty Alex, but yeah, in the bot lane, I was gonna say, Rosethorn is here, but Rosethorn doesn't have a whole lot on his own, never mind. Double fear, double kill from Rosethorn. 150 shutdown picked up on the Donby.
That's actually a really big trade there. Rosethorn getting the kills. Nocturne is already a snowbally champion. You give him the extra gold now, and he can affect the rest of the map. That was not even with the ultimate. We're still waiting on that to come back off cooldown. Rosethorn now has a really strong lead, and this is a nuclear missile that's going to fly at you when you get the next chance to hit the Paranoia.
Yeah, Rosethorn spent a lot of time in the in the bot lane for the double kill as well. You saw what was it? You saw MP trying to fish for something in the top lane. Oh my god!
The arrow!
He stole the arrow! He stole the oh my gosh, Herald away from MP, just right under their nose. That is so illegal.
That's so free there. Nocturne passive plus the smite is enough. We do not have the same level of burst from MP, and that's an easy pickup alongside the Ash Arrow as well. So they just get the kill on top of it. While the bot lane from TFT Gamer Hours might be struggling overall, the map-wide presence of the Ash is still felt.
Just press R, land the R, and now Rosethorn has 3 kills in his pocket, 300 shutdown on his head.
And a farm
Absolutely
lead.
massive on the Nocturne right now, right? Ayukura and MP have the work cut out for them right now as the mid-jungle duo. They need to get that shutdown off of Rosethorn, preferably onto Ayukura. If not, Gorica would be my next best guess.
Yeah. They obviously right now with the completion of that Stormrazor, Gorica's feeling pretty strong right now. That's extra burst to work alongside that Blitzcrank. So Gorica will just delete somebody if they get a grab onto that bot lane again. But now TFT Gamer Hours, they've matched so far. The Nocturne is online. Toasty Alex also Mythic completed. The Nico is always a threat. Obviously, we've seen it time and time again, how easy it is for Nico to just pop up when you least expect it. Having to count the minions every wave is not a fun time.
Paranoia is off of cooldown. Don't think they want to pop it just for the Scuttle, but never mind. Yes, they do. Arrow goes wide. The Scuttle does go in the favor of Rosethorn, but you gotta watch out for the damage. Featherstorm already popped. There's the pop blossom as well. Pop of your team and pop of the bot lane. Toasty Alex easily able to take out the threat of MP Donby. Flashing over the wall to safety for now. 2 more kills found by TFT, and they are running away with this early game right now.
Yeah, I use Kitten's just not prepared for the rest of the team to show up. You think you see the Nocturne, so you're like, that's the one person who can fly in from nowhere. But it's also the Ashal. It's also the fact that Toasty Alex got the first push to move into the river. And Rosethorn played that so well to avoid all of the feathers from the Featherstorm on Gorica. Really well done. Now Shysep pushing on top.
Shysep looking for a solo kill here onto Airy, and with the final fire, will be able to secure it. It's just a casual, solo kill on the Rumble. Very nicely done by the wonderful Shysep. Meanwhile, of course, that Mountain Dragon was taken by TFT. MP waiting in the bushes, waiting in the river. The Rift Herald was dropped, and Shysep just knows she is dead. The flash does come up soon, but the kill is as good as MP's solo plates picked up by, I guess, Shysep, question mark? I don't know.
Shysep got it. It was Shysep with the Rift Herald, so that's even more money. Now Airy is definitively behind, and the Rumble has the Sork Shoes, is working on... I actually don't know what we're looking to finish first. I'm assuming it's the Demonic Embrace. And then Shysep showing up to fights with the Equalizer on top of everything else. A Pop Blossom Equalizer combo is going to devastate IU's Kittens. And IU's Kittens just feel like they're on the back foot, something that we have not seen so far today from them.
Absolutely. Even game 2 of their semifinals, it was never more than like a 1,000 or 2,000 gold lead for their opponents. They're still only 1,000 gold down, but the 2 dragons and a 4-0 Nocturne make it feel so much worse. If they are able to get that 400 shutdown and now also the 150 shutdown off the mid-jungle duo of TFT, it will help so much close what feels like a massive gold lead in the favor of TFT, and that is only going to continue to grow. Fear plus everything lands onto Don B. Gorica is able to buy a couple of extra seconds with the Featherstorm, but it is not going to be anywhere near enough. Rosethorn transitioning his lead now, gifting that double kill over to Urison. This is going to be yet another terrifying Ashe game for Urison to be playing.
Perfect timing from Rosethorn to get there. Rosethorn might be in trouble.
Oh, Rosethorn might be in trouble. Does secure the Scuttle, but what will it cost? MP.
Nope, out.
Hop in the Crescent Guard, and okay, we'll just be out for now. By the way, Roastborn has hit every single smite this game. Has not missed one.
Well, I want to go back. Perfect timing from Rosethorn on that gank on the bot side there. Gorica used the Featherstorm as soon as it was available. I want to assume they had that timer down to the second there, and they just went in right when they needed to grab Gorica, grab Dombey first, and then the Xayah afterwards, getting the bot lane ahead where they were struggling earlier.
Bossa popped in the mid lane, and Ayukura popped along right with it. Toasty Alex and Shizept running it down.
TP.
The three members from IUskins. TP coming in now from Airy on the top lane, 3v2, and TFT will easily able to disengage that for now, but watch Applause and Rosethorn coming in from the top and bot lane Rivers. And it will be IUskins with the one backing off now.
Yeah, Toasty Alex dodging that hook was the difference between that being a 1-for-0 and a 1-for-1. So a good dodge there. Ombre not able to grab that one, and that's now another lead gained for TFT Gamer Hours. Slowly but surely, they're getting it.
2,000 gold lead and growing. Yeah, like you said, for the TFT Gamer Hours, it is only a best of 3 win-win, and then win another, and then you are done for the day and for the tournament, right? So far, every single objective and basically every single fight in this game number 1 has been TFT Gamer Hours favored. Both the Dragons, Rift Herald number 1, Rift Herald number 2 started up now by Rosethorn. He's been on point with these objectives and these smites.
Yeah, starting this one out first, we do not see Gorica here, which that is one of the members that does have some money right now, so I don't think they really want to push on this too hard. Shizep's also walking down first. Ayukura following through that, and I don't think IUskins can fight this.
Best case scenario is MP is able to steal this one away. Rosethorn stole the first Rift Herald away from them, so MP wants to steal the second one away. Paranoia dropped. It's going to be all right out, and MP with the one stealing the Rift Herald, but they cannot pick it up. Pop Blast lands onto absolutely everyone, and it is just decimation. Gorica walked all the way up from bot lane only to watch his team fall. 3 more kills picked up for TFT Gamer Hours, and they got the Rift Herald, but they can't even actually pick up the eye.
Oh, they get Gorica too! Just as a little bit of a bonus at the end of it, they pick up Gorica, and I believe that's just short of an ace. It's just Ombre that gets away. They lose the Rift Herald, but they win the fight, and you know what? You're going to get the tower anyway. You're your own personal Rift Herald at this point. It doesn't matter, because they can't even pick it up. They don't get the Rift Herald alongside that. All that IUskins really won from that was 50 gold from the smite being true.
Alright, good spell shield. Yeah, I was going to say, Rosethorn is a lot scarier of a Rift Herald than actual Rift Herald is on these towers, right? Where objective bounties have spawned now for IUskins, as well as this Hextech Dragon number 1. This is sole point, by the way, for TFT, and IUskins, I mean, they kind of have to contest it, but it's such a disadvantage for them. I don't want to see them actually take it.
Yeah, again, they're just too far behind right now. Objectives have to be bled in order to find an advantage later on, but that's sole point at 17.5 minutes. TFT Gamer Hours have definitely pushed their lead very well.
Game 1 of our qualifiers finals was this same exact matchup. Game 1 of that best of 3 was very dominant by IUskins. They won that game 1 and then were reverse swept by TFT Gamer Hours. And now today, it's the same rematch in the real finals this time. And TFT Gamer Hours, they have so far shown up so much stronger in this game 1. That was a good pickup by the IUskins, and they do send Shizep back to the fountain for 30 seconds, but it is not going to be nearly enough to close this gold lead on its own.
Oh yeah, there is so much more that needs to be taken, but it's good to see IUskins picking something up, not giving up on this game just yet, grabbing something. I do think Gorica's paying the price a little bit for this Stormrazor start. That is very much looking to capitalize on that early lead and the burst they had with that Blitzcrank. It has not panned out since then, and that's going to hurt their DPS later on, especially when you do have to deal with so much damage coming through. You're always on the run with a Nico, a Rumble, a Nocturne that can just ult on top of you. Gorica has so many things to dodge and worry about. I don't know how much DPS this Xayah is really going to be able to put out.
It is going to be very rough for probably about the next 10 or so minutes until Gorka and Ayukura, I would say, can pick up their third item. At that point, I think Ayuskins do have a solid fighting chance to get back into this game, but look at the items that Toasty Alex as well as Rose are already completed. They're both full 2-item, full boots done at 19 minutes. Probably earlier. It's just I'm seeing it now at 19 minutes, so it is so much damage between the mid-jungle duo for TFT Gamer Hours, and such dominance again in the first 20 minutes. Ayuskins have not gone completely silent though. They have taken the first turret in the bot lane and top lane as well with these objective baddies. Do give some extra bonus gold to Ayuskins, but not enough to close this gold lead.
Yeah, TFT Gamer Hours now. Okay, now we're going in. No.
Now we're going in. Oh, Rosethorn. Looks like he was caught out, but it is definitely not him that is under fire. Picking up once again Ayukura now, unfortunately 0-4-1. Having a very difficult time so far on the Syndra.
Yeah, and when you're ahead as TFT Gamer Hours are and you have such long-range engage, it's so difficult to play when your Ayus Kittens here, because there's always the fear of just a Nocturne ult coming through, an Ashe ult coming around. You can't see them at all times. You can't predict when it's going to happen. You almost have to group together right now, but you also don't want to do that because there's going to be so much gold on the map that you want to pick up to try and match. Ayus Kittens feel like they're in a little bit of a lose-lose situation for themselves.
They're going to have to find some way to break that loop of a lose-lose situation. I definitely agree. It makes it... I mean, what are you able to do in this situation when you are down only 4,000 gold, right? 4,000 gold is not that massive of a gold lead, but in this specific team comp, it's such a gold, I guess, econ heavy type of team comp, right? Where you can't really take team fights if you are behind any amount of gold with this team comp. It's not a wombo combo where it's like, oh yeah, if we're down 5k, we can still land a wombo combo or probably win the team fight. They don't have enough hard CC to really make that claim. Yeah,
no, they're a pick comp. That's really what they have. They're a pick comp that was hoping to get ahead and to utilize their stat check kind of champions in the Syndra and the Aatrox to just run people down. At this point, Ayus Kittens, they're behind on the stats right now, and they don't have the capability to really set things up. And TFT Gamer Hours can do the same thing back to them. Honestly, even better from a longer range. So Ayus Kittens, they honestly really need to play around their vision. Try to find times where they can grab somebody with the Blitzcrank, hit a stun with Ayukura, and set up the rest of the team to follow through. We've seen them do it with Sidestep.
Paranoia popped right onto Gorka. They are able to get away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but here comes the rest of the team. Ayukura under fire. MP buying so much time, and the middle four members does eventually go down. Donzi and Gorka, last two members. Area arriving a little bit late to the party. She does have a lot of damage on this Aatrox, but in the middle of 5 members, what can you do but just get such a clean team fight yet again from TFT Gamer Hours, and this time they can transition that into a Baron.
Yeah, and every time those go buttons are overlapped, you're gonna see TFT Gamer Hours go in. The Zhonya's bought a lot of time for Ayukura, but to no end. We saw MP trying to frontline for Gorka, give Gorka a chance, but there was no way to make that work. There's not enough damage on MP to be a real threat. There's not enough frontline for Gorka to actually fight this out. And we're even seeing them just trade both the Soul alongside the Baron. And actually, Shisept not able to finish this one, so Soul will be left on the table, but TFT Gamer is still a massive victory now, 20-6 with an 8k gold advantage.
Yeah, right? The comms were there, the positioning was there, everything that could have mechanically gone right in that team fight for Ayuskins absolutely did. And they just simply don't have the gold. They don't have the econ to make those kinds of team fights even work, especially with it initially being an engage onto Gorka without Aerie being there at the initial start. Makes it that much harder, right? Like, if Aerie is there at the start, that could have been a different fight. If the engage is onto Epi or Aerie instead of Gorka, could have also been a different fight, but instead will be the Baron plus the Soul picked up for TFT Gamer Hours, and at this point, they can almost start looking to close the game out.
They absolutely can. All it takes is one good pick to open up, get multiple people down. If there's another one team fight like we just saw for TFT Gamer Hours, and you can see Rosethorn looking for the dive here. They're trying to prepare for this. Rosethorn's ready on either side, too. If they try to over-engage onto Shysept, they're going to move over there. But now, grab.
Paranoia popped, but it is the grab over the wall. That is not the member you want to grab, though. Zorka, first member to fall. That is not what you want if you're IU's Kids. You do lose your support, and well as your mid laner. Gotta watch out for Shysept over the wall flash in. Here comes the pop blossom onto all 3 members. Toasty Alex showing absolutely massive here in the finals. They are here to win it. They will not let IU's Kids go into this game number 2 with a win. It will be TFT Gamer Hours with a 24-minute dominant Game 1 win in finals over the IU's Kids.
Controlled aggression from TFT Gamer Hours. Every time they had the chance to pull the trigger on the Ash Arrow Nocturne combo, they did. Even when the engage is coming from IU's Kittens, they just can't make it work. They go in onto Gorica on the other side, and it's a loss every time.
Every single time. The team comp did not work out. I definitely think that had the draft been slightly different, if they had just a different AD carry champion, a different mid lane champion, that game could have gone so differently for IU's Kittens. Not to say that nothing happened during the game, but I think just maybe 1 or 2 different champions could have made a big difference throughout the stretch of the game there. But we do have some replays to check out exactly how TFT did win that game number 1 of our finals.
And you can see too just how threatening they were. This was the engage where Gorica just had the ult just after Rosethorn showed up. And that was really what kind of snowballed this game out of control. And then you follow it up with a 3-man Pop Blossom. It's over at this point. You can't fight this anymore. Rosethorn hit so many good ultimates. This one was another great one. It feels like Toasty Alex can just pop off on any champion here. You cannot ban this man out.
Yeah, Toasty Alex popped up on the Jace earlier today. Now coming into the finals with this eco pick. I swear he never hit less than a 3-man Pop Blossom. Every single one, 3, 4. I don't think we had a 5-man, but every single one just felt so impactful and so team fight turning into the favor of TFT. And of course, Rosethorn starting off that game basically 3-0 from the fountain on the Nocturne right leg. Of course, Rosethorn had a massive impact there as well. Super clean, super fun game from the mid-jungle duo on TFT.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you why there was no 5-man Pop Blossom, because every time a fight started, it was split. There was never a time where we had IU's Kittens all together, and that was what the game plan was for TFT Gamer Hours. You just utilize Nocturne, utilize Ash, and you just take fights when you can, when you have the numbers advantage. So I loved seeing this comp from TFT Gamer Hours. It is, again, the controlled aggression that we know they can do, and I'm so happy to see them capitalize on it.
Game number 2 of our best of 3 finals. Side select goes to IU's Kids as they did lose game 1 and they have opted for red side. So we will be staying on the same sides based on the player preference. Apparently, I mean, TFT won a blue game 1. IU's Kids won in red game 2, so staying on the same sides as everybody loves. We will be going to a quick break before we turn to game number 2.
The moment I had wings put on my chest, I told myself, I'm proud of you. Something I would tell my younger self as a woman or as a minority in the aviation career field. Hard stuff is going to happen. Don't let that stop you. Keep your vision in sight and just know that in the Air Force, there are people who are rooting for you, whether they look like you or not.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. and all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that. This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Supergirl Gamer Pro Finals on the broadcast. Once again, I'm Camcom, joined by Thousand Eyes on the cast for today. TFT Gamer Hour is currently 1-0 up in the best of 3 finals, taking on IU's Kittens. I mean, Game 1 was dominant. I'm just going to say, that was a dominant win by TFT. It was 24, 25 minutes, something like that. Super, super fast, super clean from them as well, and very fun game to watch.
Yeah, really strong adherence to the game plan from the get-go there. It makes it a lot easier when Rosethorn gets ahead earlier. Your Nocturne, which is so crucial to what you want to do, is just able to hit the ult on cooldown and win fights. And that just makes it all the easier when you have Toasty Alex hitting massive ultimates.
Yeah, Rosethorn plus Toasty Alex, this mid-jungle duo kind of ran the whole rift during game number 1. Urison as well at the back half of the game. And quite a lot of double. I think they even got a triple kill as well. Very well done on the very comfort pick of the Ashe for Urison. Shycept and Applause holding up the backside. They've got the utility to make all the plays happen. Everyone on the TFT team got a moment to shine, and that is always the kind of League of Legends that I like to see. Yep, there it is. The 25:03 minute win. Much faster than the Friday wins that they had.
Oh, much, much faster there, as I believe we're ready for our draft. And now we got to really look at, this is where you got to break down like the mental fortitude of IU's Kittens, because we've seen them basically 2-0 everybody else in strong fashion. How do they bounce back from losses? The only time we have seen that is against TFT Gamer Hours, and it was rough. When they lost, it seemed like they lost all their momentum as well.
Definitely seems to be more of a momentum-based team, where if they are on a winning streak, then they are really on the winning streak. But during the finals of the qualifier number 1 on Friday, IU's won game 1, and then they lost game 2 after being up 10,000 gold. It was a massive comeback for TFT, and the TFT had one of those 25-minute wins against IU's in game number 3. So it was clearly a pretty big mental shift from that game 2 to the game 3 on the qualifier finals on Friday. IU's do not want to have a similar story. They definitely don't want to get 2-0'd, but at minimum don't want to lose the series as well.
Yeah, the Rumble first pick is going to get banned away for IU's Kitten, so Shycept's going to have to switch it up on what she wants to take in the top lane. Orianna specifically here is left open. I'm sure both these mid laners would love to get a hold of it. Would not be surprised if it is a first pick. But also we have seen a lot of different priorities. We've seen Shycept just take a top laner early. We've seen 80 carries, supports.
Yep.
But Orianna being left up, I think you kind of have to take it or it's going to get grabbed by IU's Kittens.
Absolutely. I know Ayukura played Orianna so much during LCS Game Changer. She has just had enough of this champion. She's like, get me off of the Orianna. Let me play something else. More like 50% of every single Game Changers game for Ayukura was Orianna, and then every other champion combined to like the rest of the 50%. It was something absolutely ridiculous, and it will be matched this time by the Syndra. Both of these mid laners, Toasty Alex and Ayukura, are so incredibly comfortable on both of these champions. Playing this matchup, I would say probably hundreds of times on both sides for both of these mid laners. It will be an incredibly skill expressive matchup, and one that Ayukura does not want to lose for her kittens.
Yeah, Ayukura did have a rough game last time on the Syndra, so this time looking to run it back, looking to do a little bit better. And this is, I think, a little bit easier of a matchup, I think, too. You get the stun a lot easier onto an Orianna than you would onto a Nico. You don't have to do all that extra back and forth of counting the minions, trying to make sure you're not getting ganked, all of that extra mental math you almost have to do. Orianna is very straightforward, but she does get very strong given a chance to pop off. When Ori and Ashe, as well as we see that's locked in, either of those champions, when they get ahead, they become really unstoppable.
Kittens will be super happy to lock in that rel either for Donby or MP in jungle. I would say it's pretty 50-50 on which one it will be. It was banned basically every single game of Game Changers, so MP, I don't think, ever got the chance to play in Game Changers in the jungle, but Donby probably does have that in their kit. Knowing that he is a mostly engaged player, Rel is so far up in the meta, most engaged supports have it in their pool. And Eurus and Applause gonna be super happy to once again get that Ashe Alistar combo in the bot lane, one that they have played more than anything else in the SGGP tournament this far. And getting it on match point in finals, I mean, what more could you ask for?
Yeah, TFT Gamer Hour is really happy with this draft so far. Between the comfort and the power that they know they've picked up, the Vi is going to get locked in. This is something that does well into champions like the Ashe. You get to dodge all the frontline, the ball, the Alistar, and just beeline directly over to that Ashe. Maybe set up the rest of a fight here for wherever this rel goes. As right now, we're just going to get into our second ban phase. Nocturne is taken out, so we're not going to see that one again as we take away the standard here of the Cassante. Kindred also taken off from Rosethorn.
Yeah, I really like the Kindred ban. Just ban away the comfort picks from TFT. Kindred being one of, if not the most comfortable pick for Rosethorn. So I don't think there's many champions that he has as much comfort on as that Kindred. So
also popped off really hard on it against IU's Kittens, I believe, as well.
I think that was Game 3 finals last Friday, I'm pretty sure. But I remember him playing at some point during this tournament, but definitely previous tournaments as well. Looking for the R4 of choice will be the 6th locked in. I guess for Gorica, maybe?
That's going to be going to Gorica, yeah. But what this does do, though, is it makes IU's Kittens very heavy AP. And that's a little bit of a concern. The DPS is definitely not there. The tower taking, the pick potential is set up here. When you have the Rel, the Vi, Syndra, these are all champions that set up really well, and Ziggs can just pop the bomb from a distance. But it's definitely tough here. There we go. We got the rock solid rock up on the top side for Shysept. Again, Shysept is just in love with this champion right now and playing the hell out of it.
2 quick notes here. Jax and Silas currently still open for an R5 counter here. I think either one of them could be super good. I don't know how well they fit into Ares' pool, but...
Ooh, the Belveth gets locked in. So, for those who are not aware, Rosethorn is a Belveth main. By far, that is definitely the champion he is most comfortable on. And I'm excited to see this one. This is a champion that really can take over an early game when you get the chance to. Like you said, there's the possibility, I guess, of a Silas last pick, but then you have even more AP. All of your damage on that team is ability power focused. And then taking the Jax does struggle into the Malphite at a certain point. It feels like IU's Kittens have almost gotten picked into a corner a little bit.
What is it gonna be? Almost a Vayne, I would say, last pick. Instead, it's gonna be an Olaf top lane here for
Okay.
Aerie. Olaf into Malphite. I don't absolutely hate it. It is super heavy DPS AD, which is exactly what Iuskins kind of needed, but it definitely feels much more of a band-aid solution to what is going to be a massive problem later in this game, rather than, oh yeah, we drafted to pick up Olaf in this team comp, which I don't think they would in this game thinking that.
Yeah, it doesn't really work with the rest of the champions on the team, but it works really well against what TFT Gamer Hours have, right? The armor shred is awesome for lane. The true damage is awesome for lane against this Malphite. The ultimate, the Ragnarok, is going to stop any shockwave from stopping Olaf. It's going to stop the Ashe ult and the slows from stopping Olaf. There's so much that Aerie can do with this Olaf pick. It's just going to be very individualized here.
Yeah, usually when you see an Olaf drafted into a team comp, it includes something with utility, something with healing to keep the Olaf alive longer in team fights, something like a Soraka or a Seraphine or even a Sona. And they just don't have any sort of that utility healing based in the other champions for Iuskins. But we are ready to move on to Summoner's Rift for what could potentially be the last game here on the SGGP broadcast for 2023. Moving on to Summoner's Rift. If TFT Gamer Hours win this game, we are done for the day. We are done for the year for League of Legends.
Yeah, TFT Gamer Hours, they look strong coming into this. For people who don't watch a lot of Bel'Veth, because it's not a champion that's played at competitive levels very often, Bel'Veth is a champion that actually spikes really, really hard early. People look at her passive and say she's a scaling champion, but that's really not the case. Dombre not spotted here. Maybe gonna look to that's actually so crazy.
Yeah, Donby, I mean, that's an engage onto Applause. Gets the glacial out from her as well, but I mean, yeah, that's about as best as you can hope for. Not super heavy on level 1 damage unless Aerie was there for the initial knockup.
Yeah, it's a knockup. It's a mini one, but it is a knockup. But anyway, continuing on, the Bel'Veth, people look at her passive and say she's a scaling champion because it's just infinite stacking and you get the attack speed and she scales off of attack speed really well. But the thing about Bel'Veth is that her Q gives her so much power in the early game. It is 4 spells in one, and your ability to duel at level 3, because you technically have 4 spells on your Q and then your W and your E, makes you so strong at trying to duel a lot of other champions and really strong at getting ganks off as well.
I'll wait and see how that one plays out. I'm very interested in this top lane actually more than anything, just because of how well this Olaf kind of has to pop off to be able to get himself ahead enough to do the 80 damage that this team comp otherwise severely lacks. This mid lane as well, like we were talking about during draft, is an extremely micro-intensive and skill-expressive type of matchup. Orianna versus Syndra. Pastry talked a whole lot about it on Game Changers, where...
Whoa!
Oh, never mind. Bot lane, Ignite dropped onto Eurus and Roseborn, showing their face down here very early, but it's the first one picked up already onto Eurus, and that one's onto Donby. Gorka, unfortunately, forced to leave his support to die. Rosethorn trading that kill 1 for 1.
Yeah, and with the 80 carry down, that's farm missed, so... technically a win for Iuskins, but Rosethorn getting the early kill. There is the early game that you can see from Bel'Veth. Just pops off. Now immediately running into the enemy jungle. This one might be a little bit too aggressive.
Gorka, no flash on the Ziggs.
Whew.
Does have the jump to get over the wall, so will not have to be too punishing for the poor little Ziggs. But yeah, I mean, I was watching them on the map. I was like, oh my gosh, this is just like a 2-man invade stealing away Empy's first buff. But luckily enough for Empy, not going to be that punishing. Still 1 for 1 in the early game. Not, or will be very helpful for Rosestorm, like you said, to get into this game stronger.
Ombre has flash. Could look for the flash crash down. And Toasty Alex is low health. This is the setup.
Stun lands onto Toasty Alex. Both these mages sitting at about 50% of their mana. We talked about it in an earlier game today, where mana is going to be the main thing to focus on in the mid lane for this specific matchup.
Lots of spells, not as much setup early on, but once level 6 hits, Toasty Alex can prepare for Rose Thorn to show up on this Bel'Veth and pop off even harder. Right now, Toasty Alex mostly just trying to survive. The Syndra stun is a major threat in this lane, so it's really hard if you're pushing this lane out. But the poke from Ayukura is not horribly massive. You can survive this okay. It's just a question of what do you do with the level 6? Do you start to snowball off of that?
Trying to pick up some plates here on the bot side for Gorka and Domby. Like you said, it is going to be very easy. Oh, solo kill in the mid lane. Meanwhile, do have a little bit of a 1v1 here between the two junglers. Rosethorn taken very low by MP, by very much favored in the 1v1 for now. Flash coming up for Rosethorn, but not going to be in time to confirm the kill onto MP. Applause not in range to secure it onto MP either. They're able to run away with their life from so deep in the jungle. 1v1 actually.
MP has been Houdini this tournament. Every time we have seen MP, they have gotten out of so many sticky situations just by like surviving where they shouldn't or popping out. It was the same on the Jarvan, but the Vi accomplishing the same task, popping in, getting the kill, and getting out with a sliver of HP.
MP quite literally just got away with murder in the enemy jungle. Like, that's what just happened on our screen. And it might just happen again here to Applause. I mean, Ignite taken now. That's just yet another kill picked up for the bot lane of IuSkins. They are showing up so strong in the early game for this game, too. They were not going to let it go to a game, or not going to let it end at a game, too, this easily.
Yeah, the bot lane looking great for IuSkins. Rosethorn setting up the pick.
Waiting in the bush, waiting right here, just for a lonely MP. Not much they can really do to get out of that one. Meanwhile, down here in the bot lane, though, Domby not even taking the turret shot. Really good tower aggro juggling by Gorka and Domby, picking up a dive kill now onto Urison. They are so far ahead of this bot lane.
Yeah, the weakness. Oh, wait, that could maybe be a kill. Yeah, that's dead.
Oh, all right.
Oh, Ignite is a fun summoner spell. But this is kind of the weakness Ash will have against some of these mages. The push is not there since the W nerf that came, you know, patches and patches ago. But on top of that, the damage is just not there to try and trade back. So it's a huge loss. Level 6 hit.
Level 6 here for Shy Sept. Also there for MP, though. They're going to try and run away. Do flash out from the knockup of Rosethorn. No sums burned for the TFT side. And, I mean, Aerie forced to burn everything on her side.
Yeah, the ult not popped, the Ragnarok not used until the knockup was already active, so Aerie having to pop everything else just to make sure she can survive. But with the jungler showing on the top side, IuSkittens know they can take this dragon for free, especially with how strong their bot lane has been. And Rel, ironically enough, because of her buffs to make her a jungler as well, she's one of the supports that actually helps you take dragon the best.
Yeah, Rel plus any jungler, but especially a Vi or a Bel'Veth takes Dragon super, super quickly. And you gotta watch the bot lane turret here. With his HP, it is a Zinx, remember? So can one-shot this turret if it gets low enough. Applause, walking the wrong way through the river here. My friend is able to knock Gorka away to buy a couple of extra seconds, but it was just only a matter of time before Gorka found that kill. Back on to Applause, and Rosethorn, you saw, tried to do something there to MP, but MP is so far ahead and has their bot lane with them as well to make these plays in the jungle. There's been a lot going on in the mid lane. It was a 1-for-1, it looked like, underneath the turret. Meanwhile, Rosethorn is just bullied out of his jungle right now.
Yeah, and Rosethorn just doesn't have the damage yet. Now, follow through.
Rosethorn is exploded right out of his jungle. You cannot even be here on your red buff anymore, my friend. It is not yours.
Yeah, crazy communication there from IuSkittens to get in there. Ash ult!
We are still fighting this one. All right. Nope. Urison flashing for one more auto to the auto. Oh my god. Gorka lives.
I'm so sad for Urison. That looked like
That's
the easiest kill in the world. Flash follow through, but the Vial is just too strong. Shysub showing up here. They're looking for a gank onto Ayakura.
No flash on either of these mid laners right now. Toasty holding on to his ult, and yeah, Ayakura just gets buzzed with the bees. Shysub picking up her first kill of this game number 2. Toasty Alex definitely needs to crash this wave, and even if you're crashing it right into Gorga, it's better than not crashing it.
Toasty Alex, but very much playing more of a support role here as the kill is going to go over to Shysept, which Shysept very far down in this lane. We look at the CS advantage here. Aerie has been throwing the waves into the tower here. Shysept does not have a great answer. Rosethorn in trouble again, though. We're still trying to hit this point, and this is a Rift Herald as well. So remember, let Rift Herald explore a little bit, all right? If you had to sit in that same corner for minutes at a time and just do nothing until people hit you, you'd be a little sad and want to walk out too. But again, remember, this is the Bel'Veth, so getting Rift Herald is actually doubly important because it gives you the Void Remora as well to push. So very important. It's actually very worthwhile to take a Dragon Rift Herald trade.
Watch the top lane. Almost looked like Aerie had a good enough angle there to get another solo, or get a solo kill onto Shysept with the double CS lead that you mentioned earlier for Aerie. She also has a CS bounty on her head. 10 CS a minute is definitely more than enough to earn you a CS bounty in these kinds of games. A 400 bounty plus 5-stack Dark Seal in Gorka's pockets right now as well. Does make this a very scary Ziggs 80 carry.
You had some fun with that one, huh?
I did.
When are you dropping the...
Oh,
whoa, bot!
Whoa, bot lane. Flash back plants onto Ayakura, and I mean, she is just a very dead center right now. Ignite did a lot of damage, did pop the ult on the Rosethorn. Best she can do is trade it 1-for-1, but not quite good enough to even land that one kill picked up in the bot lane, traded for Rosethorn. MP trading the Richard in the top lane for that kill. Meanwhile, here in the mid lane, Flash knock of lands. Toasty Alex might just be as dead as their counterpart. Orca now unstoppable on the Ziggs. Meanwhile, up here in the top lane, we're just fighting on all 3 lanes at the same time, dropping the Rift Herald, only to get Aerie even more gold.
Yeah, Ayu's Kitten's responding extremely well on that. No!
We are not done yet. Yurison being popped down here in the bot lane. Applause gonna try and run herself away, but the Magnastorm is here to pull her right back into the arms of Gorka. How far can you run away, my little cow friend? Not going to be far enough. Ooh. Even underneath the turret, you're not
the
safe.
Heal.
One more auto, but the passive heal is just gonna be enough.
Yeah, just barely gets out of that. Applause stays alive. Unbreakable Will doing so much to keep Applause up, but it is still a loss at the end of the day. And Gorka now 6-0 on this Ziggs. Yeah, okay, you got a lot of AP damage on this team, but if you're doing a bazillion damage as Ziggs, it doesn't matter if it's all AP. You can only stop so much.
Ayakura has the bees on him here in the mid lane. Good flash away from Rosethorn, but yeah, Toasty Alex, super clean 1v1 there. Basically, it was a 1v1, right, Rosethorn? Just flashing, or forcing the flash initially out from Ayakura. Meanwhile, down there on the bot lane, wow, they're just fighting everywhere this game right now. MP lands the knock up onto Toasty Alex. No ult, no flash, means very dead. Orianna, the Rift Herald did... Was that a Rift Herald? There was something crashed in the mid lane, I think. Shysept, a little bit late to the party, does give Gorka godlike mode 7-0-6 at 12 minutes of this game.
Yep. Gorka is popping off again. We've seen it on the Kai'Sa, now we're seeing it on the Ziggs. And with how frail these turrets are now going to be, Ayu's Kittens can snowball very hard. They've gotten a second dragon now. They're starting to push down more tower plates. They've already taken the bot lane entirely. Ziggs has such an influx of gold right now.
Gorka has been caught though. Shysept can't land the ult, but it's not going to matter. The
Rosethorn
700 shutdown picked up by Rosethorn. Dawnby accepts his fate. Just walks back into the team to try and keep Airy alive. Double kill picked up by Rosethorn. That was a 700 shutdown plus a double kill plus some Dark Steel stacks taken away from Gorka. This is going to be a very, very scary Belbeth. Ayukura arriving here to the mid lane. The wave is almost clear. Airy is here as well. Flash out from Urison. They're going to try and get away, and the blast cone might just be enough to keep them alive. Never mind. Second blast cone. There we go. Very good.
We love second blast code. Keeps the AD carries alive. Blast code a day, maybe not enough, but 2 blast cones can keep your AD carry up. Now, as the burn from applause might...
Rosethorn is massive, but Rosethorn has not recalled yet. And Gorka, I don't know. I don't know what happened. Tessa, what is happening? We have like 3 kills a minute right now.
Yeah, no, it's starting to spiral. Everything is going everywhere. It is really, really worrying how this is kind of where IU's Kittens can thrive, though. We've seen them do this in game number 2 of their semifinals. They can just play hectic, and it doesn't matter. And one of the damage members here on TFT Gamer Hours is just completely devoid of gold. We have 2 items completed on Gorica. We have pieces. We have 1 part of a Trinity Force completed for Urison. This Ashe is an alt bot and nothing else. You might as well start building Imperial Mandate.
Okay, we gotta support Ashe on Urison.
Yeah.
Let's go. Objective bounties spawning up pretty much as soon as they possibly can here at the 15-minute mark. We have a 6,000 gold lead for the IU's Kins here in game 2 of the finals. Again, IU's Kins need to win this game and the next game to claim the SGGP victory for this year. TFT Gamer Hours only need to win this game or next game. They did win game number 1 of this best of 3, and man, this game is close.
Yeah, I mean, TFT Gamer Hours, they're not out of it. They've still like kept within striking distance. The gold looks really scary right now.
Yeah.
But IU's Kittens they don't really have a composition that works super well together. And you see that specifically. We have not seen Airy do anything with the team. The Olaf has been mostly just handling things in a solo lane, which is fine. But as the game moves further and further and we start fighting 5v5 over these objectives, a Malphite ult with an Alistar knockup, a Shockwave from the Orianna, yeah, Ashe is going to struggle in this damage, but if we can start getting a little bit of gold, if we can start getting Rosethorn some of these resets.
Or get Rosethorn picked apparently by the IU's Kins. Does buy a couple of extra seconds there with the W, but leaving MP all on their own. Will in the end, he's still a 1-4-1, 150 shutdown picked up by Toasty Alex as well. You were talking about how many backups that TFT Gamer Hours have. That made me think, what if someone picked Yasuo? What if, like, instead of an Ashe support, they had a Yasuo support? How funny would that be?
I would be really sad.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I am not. Look, I'm a Yasuo hater. I've had a lot of takes already today. I'll stand by the Yasuo hater take too.
Alright, whatever. You can be a hater. You won't be a hater. You can be a hater. Good thing you didn't cast Alice playing Yasuo AD carry then, I guess.
That one was definitely an interesting game. Alice is also just another story, but regardless, Alice not in this game. Rift Herald is, though, and Rift Herald may be taken here. Rosethorn, again, wants to get this so bad.
Rift Herald started up. Yeah, this is a very crucial objective just because Rosethorn is playing that Belbeth, and they're not even on the Rift Herald. No, they're going for the kills onto IU's Kins instead.
Oh, no.
But Rosethorn might just be taken down first. They are able to get some extra killing there with the E, but it's the Rift Herald that takes Rosethorn down. Shysept is being taken down by some chickens. You can't take down the chickens if they take you first. Rift Herald has been completely forgotten. And now Ragnarok is here. Flash forward by Airy, trying to secure the kill onto Urison. Shockwave lands onto only one. Toasty Alex forced to run away. Leave your team members to die. Double kill picked up by Airy. You wanted to see her in a team fight. That is the Olaf in a team fight. Toasty Alex, no Shockwave, no Flash, but has plenty of damage available on the Orion if he wants to continue this push.
Yeah, I mean, you say it's a team fight, but really, TFT Gamer Hours didn't really play that one like a team fight. They had Shicept going in all alone. We saw the super hard chase directly into Ayakura's stun, into Rosethorn's death. Ayakura maybe paying the price, overstaying a little.
Oh my goodness. What, there's literally like 2 kills in this game right now, and Ayakura lives. How illegal is that? Oh, arrow?
Ash ult? No.
Arrow missed. No. Alright, well, Captain Dragon number 1, Dragon number 3 started up here.
Yeah.
Now
a problem.
Yeah, there is nothing TFT can do about this Dragon stacking.
Rosethorn's times being caught out are starting to catch up to TFT Gamer Hours in the form of these dragons being taken. Aya's Kittens set up for a soul point at about 25 minutes, 24 minutes. That's a really fast soul that will now make Aya's Kittens even harder to CC, which is a huge part of what they do. Yes, the knockups tenacity does not affect, but the Ash ult, the slows from the Ash and the Orianna, the attack speed slow even from Shicept now means so much less.
Man, I'm just thinking, like, how close has this whole series been? Game 1 was a 24-minute win for TFT. Game 2, we're almost at the 20-minute mark. And, like, I mean, Aya's Kittens does have a pretty massive 8K gold lead again, yeah, but they're not in ending distance. They cannot, I don't think they can end the game in 5 minutes from now.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, there's way too many towers. There's a lot of picks Aya's Kittens are getting, but they're getting picks and they're getting like one objective alongside it. Aya's Kittens not really ever, I think, going to be comparable in a team fight, and that's one thing to be worried about in terms of their ability to close the game. They kind of just have to keep splitting. The Olaf has to keep doing what Aerie is doing up on the top side, and they have to slowly but surely try to take this, but that is kind of where TFT gamers want to be.
There are plenty of ways for TFT Gamer Hours to win this game without team fights, but that would require getting a pick on a Gorka before a quote-unquote team fight starts, right? Getting a pick onto probably Ayakura, getting a pick onto here. Donby is able to get that double stun, but the knockup will land onto him either way. 3-man Magnastorm means nothing if there is no one there to follow up. TP coming in now from behind. Donby lives for such a long time. Hey... And these are just a little bit late, only to give their life as well. And like I said, you don't need to win teamfights to win a game. Get 2 more picks and then get something else with that as well.
Yeah, a good catch on to Dombre, and MP showed up at the end of that. A long time it took to kill Dombre, but not enough to show up at the end there and claim anything because MP just got bursted down. There's no response for Aya's Kittens. Just pop the axe.
That's
stop
rude.
Rosethorn. Yeah. Rosethorn at 53 stacks right now. I will be entirely honest. I do not know the timer for stacks on a Bel'Veth. I feel like that's pretty good.
Well, you're one up on me. I didn't even know that was the stacking champion. So.
That is fair. Again, Bel'Veth does not get played in a lot of competitive settings. You know why I know enough about Bel'Veth? It's because of Shapeshift, because she really likes that champion, and her and I have talked about that champion at length at this point.
Well, then you should know everything about this champion. Clearly.
That's not how that works. No. Don't put those words in my mouth.
Fishing for something around the Baron. Applause. Okay. Wow. Applause struck down a lot more than I think anyone was expecting her to be there.
The amount of times I heard the first strike noise in that poke was terrifying.
Just casually. Yeah, let's just see what happens.
When you have 2 champions running first strike with Leandries, it just rings in your ears for days.
Baron, 20-minute Baron. Let's see, my favorite thing in the world, 20-minute Barons. Yes, is up on the map. Let's see which team takes the 20-minute Baron first. Yes,
it is 23 minutes.
It is 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Are you on a 6-minute delay? Is that where we're at? I feel like we got a little bit of a
I'm on the
miscommunication.
delay of however many minutes it's been since 20 minutes.
When 20
That's
minutes
my
hits,
delay.
the game freezes for Cam. There's
does.
nothing that occurs until the Baron snaps them out of like their stupor they've been in.
Anything you see on your screen right now is irrelevant if it is not the Baron. That might be a little bit more relevant. That is a pretty good pick on Ayukura, but yeah.
That's right before Dragon. That is pretty relevant.
That's a dragon.
I would argue that's a pretty relevant pick there. 10 seconds before that spawns, and that's a really big one TFT gamers want to get because that is going to stop the soul stacking. Ash ult now.
Oh my god, the Ash ult weaves its way onto the enemy jungler. Applause. Gonna be able to follow up that with their own engage. Toasty Alex, flash, shockwave, lands on 2-3. Shy set to use here as well to continue the engage. Everything turning up for TFT Gamer Hours, but the Ragnarok is massive. It's double kill now.
Oh,
for
no.
Aerie. It's a triple kill. Absolutely massive, Aerie. You thought that she was gonna do nothing in these team fights. She is here to reverse them single-handedly and turn it onto the 20-minute Baron.
Yeah, but again, every time these team fights happen, 50 gamer hours are over forcing engages. The Ash ult hit, the flash follow from Applause to get the knockups. It took so long for Rosethorn to get there. Then the Ziggs ult forced Rosethorn to flash even further up. Shysept is over way ahead of everybody else, and that gave a free path to move everybody into Yurasun's territory and just kill the Ashe immediately. These fights are so scattered, and that's a fight that Olaf loves to be in.
It's a 12,000 gold lead now for the IU's kids. They picked up the Baron, and now they're going to transition that right into the Chemtech Soul. On top of it all, 4-0 on these Dragons. It's a 25-minute Soul, 6 minutes left until the Elder Dragon spawns. Man, this series is insane.
I've tried to predict a lot of things in this series, and I kind of give up at this point. It's so hard to know what's going to happen next. It feels like every time I say something, it just turns out to be the exact opposite.
Hey, I said TFT 2-1, so I could still be correct. You said IU's kids 2-0, so see you later. Go home.
I also really expected them to fall behind in this game after they lost game 1, and we're now seeing the coming back into this game strong.
Lead. Uh-huh.
Yeah, yep.
Just a little bit. Oh, flash ult. Oh, good flash. Really good reaction speed check there by Ayukura. Shysept is very caught. No more Malphite for you, Ayukura. Aerie is in your backline, by the way. Tower is gone. There goes NP into your backline as well. Your backline is just simply not safe whatsoever. Dombey landed a massive Magnet Storm. Everything is turning up. IU's kids, they're going to end the game at this point. They're bringing us to a game 3.
Yeah, this is almost assuredly the end of the game. MP will get pelted with arrows as they try to run away. Rosethorn's back up, but this is a Ziggs, remember. You take this tower so fast.
These are no towers. These are just little tiny
They're made of
cupcakes
paper
for Ziggs to eat himself. This way to the game 3 of SGGP finals. So well deserved for IU's kids. We got one more game left for you tonight. Who is going to win the finals? I have no idea.
It's up in the air. It's really like, it feels like both these teams are so momentum based, but IU's Kittens coming back after their loss there and looking dominant here. Yeah. I liked what TFT Gamer Hours put together. I just feel like their execution in the team fights was a little bit lacking, just a little bit over pushed to try and force these fights because they're like, we're a team fight comp. We have to team fight. But it does not work if you spread yourselves too thin.
Does not work. As well as they've definitely hoped it would throughout the draft, for sure. We do get to see some of the replays from that game here now, hopefully.
Nope.
Maybe.
Nope.
Yeah,
yes. Again, I'm never correct. we are going to have the replays go through. The Rel this game was really good from Dombray. So many good Magnet Storms. The early game pressure that happened from just flipping the Alistar over the shoulder it felt like it set a tempo for IU's Kittens that they held the entire game.
Yeah, IU's Kittens literally never took their foot off the gas. It was like a 2 or 3 kill per minute type of game, that game. And they really just want to put my boys to the test. That was what the series this whole day has been.
It's a long day, but we have come to the final game. IU's Kittens, again, just looking really strong. I was worried about this Olaf, but fights worked exactly how Olaf wants. Because, like, look at this. There's just a free path to the Ashe. You kill the Belveth, who's not very tanky. You just run over to the Ashe. Shysept is too far up. And that ended up being true once again as the final fight runs through. IU's Kittens just looked really good on the run back here.
Yeah, TFT, it was all TFT in game 1. It was all IU's Kittens in game 2, but there's only one winner and only one more game left in the Super Go Gamer Pro tournament this weekend. It's all going to come down to one final game, Tessa.
Yeah, and it's going to be tense, if anything. Like, what was it? I think, well, in the games that we had previously, in the best of 3 for TFT and IU's Kittens, it was one stomp one way, one stomp the other way, and then a really, really close game, I believe. We've had one stomp one way, we've had one stomp the other way, and now we're back. I'm gonna put this is a very bad idea considering how my predictions have gone, but I'm gonna put my money on the 45-minute game again.
Well, we've got one more break coming to now before we head to game number 3. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with the game tree dropped.
Not very many Latina women go in the military as an officer, but I always had that desire to serve my country, and that is why I chose the Air Force. The advice I would give to somebody who doesn't think that they could be an aviator, you can. You just have to decide to take another step forward, and then another one, and then another one, and then it gets easier. Don't underestimate yourself. You did this, and you could do more.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final game of the Supergirl Gamer Pro broadcast 2023 League of Legends. I'm Camcom. I don't know if you've forgotten who we are yet, but I'm Camcom. That's Thousand Eyes over there. Yep, we're still doing good. We're having a grand old time here tonight, Sunday evening for our final game of the finals Supergirl Gamer Pro League of Legends for the Series S. Thank you.
I have casted with so many people that want to do the like, I'm Camcom, I'm Thousand Eyes, and you paused there, and I almost like jumped on that, like just instinctively.
Nope, we're having a good time.
It's a long day, folks. We've been going since 4. It is now almost 10 o'clock.
A little
We're
bit.
feeling it.
Little bit.
We're getting a little bit loosey-goosey.
So TFT did lose that game, and they have, you'll never guess, selected blue side. So we will be staying on the same side for all 3 games in this series. And we do get a peek back a little bit of game number 2 of the series here as well.
Yeah, almost a reverse of game number 1. Ice Kittens looking strong from the beginning. And for what it's worth, TFT, again, did what they do best and held on in a game that really felt out of their depth. But the fights just did not land as they needed to, and that led to Ayakura's Kittens just steamrolling individually. And when you're that far behind, when you're sitting at a 10 to 12,000 gold deficit, it's really difficult to try and find a way back into the game.
Yeah, both teams have gotten a little bit of a feel for what a 12,000 gold deficit feels like, or 12,000 gold lead, depending on how you look at it, right? This is an almost perfect mirror of our finals between these two teams during qualifiers number 1 on Friday as well, where, game number 1, TFT did... No, it was Ice Kittens that won that game super hard. TFT won game number 2 super hard, and then game 3 was a back and forth 45-minute come to an elder flip type of game, right? And that was a TFT win as well. But this series has been flipped so far, so will it also be flipped with the winner for game number 3?
That's kind of the question right now, and I think it's interesting because what we saw from the first day was TFT had to make the pause, reset, and come back after a rough game, and had success with that. We've already seen Ayakura's Kittens do that. Can TFT do it again to come into this game and hit the strong points, come out ahead? I'm really interested to see how this game works out, because I liked the drafting game too.
I did too.
I just think execution was the big issue there. If we see a similar draft, can we see the changes in terms of mechanics, in terms of the macro play on the map, to get a better, team fight around Second Dragon, to get a better fight around those Rift Heralds that were so important for the Belveth? I hope we can see that, and I think TFT is a team that can do that, but we're just going to have to see if it actually happens.
Just going to have to wait and see if it's a 45-minute brawl to the death over Dragon, Soul, Elder,
Fourth Baron.
Yeah, we need a minimum of 3 Barons in this last game, I think. Definitely, for sure. Just how this tournament has going, multiple Barons. We haven't had multiple Elder Dragons yet. I wonder if this is going to be our first multiple Elder Dragons kind of game. Let's see, what else? We've had a backdoor in this tournament. We did have not an Elder Steel. We had a Baron Steel earlier today, but we are ready for draft. We have stayed on the same sides all 3 games. So clearly the teams do not think draft has been the problem. It has all been on Summoner's Rift. And that is where the winner will be decided here tonight.
Yeah, again, I think ban's gonna stay pretty similar. I don't think either team wants to switch things up terribly much. Ice Kitten's feeling strong after previous game, obviously, but I don't think TFT Gamer Hours are willing to shift any of the bans they've been doing. It's been the Akali, it's been the Jace, I believe, as well, and the Senna. So TFT Gamer Hours do not want to give a lot of power picks over to Ayakura. Jace is getting banned there. Toasty Alex not going to be having that one today.
I also want to see if the sticker buff is real, because the 2 teams that have won so far, Qualifier 1 and Qualifier 2, are the only 2 teams that I have stickers for. I don't have the Ius Kin stickers, so I wonder if that just means TFT is going to win.
Considering they just got their logo 5 minutes before we started playing today, I would be very surprised if there were stickers.
Hey, you never know. Maybe they, like, I don't know.
Manufacturing
Amazon droned it into my room.
Yeah, not only did they make the sticker during the stream, but they have flown it into your room.
Yep. Exactly right. That is the sticker buff. If you care about winning, you gotta get the sticker buff to be.
Well, we're through our ban phases. The Ziggs is not going to be up for Gorica this time. Obviously snowballed out of control on that champion in the previous game. And now we're going to have to see probably an actual AD carry in the bot side for Gorica.
I love how versatile both of these AD carries were. I did an interview with Hirisen on Friday after TFT won their finals then. And they were like, yeah, I have been practicing all of these different AD carries. I don't particularly like the Ziggs, but I will practice it and play it willingly for the team if that is what the team comp does end up calling for. And this is our first support to be won in quite a while here in the SGGP, and it will be that Rakan locked in for applause.
Well, what's interesting about this is the Orianna has been left up, and they did not first pick it this time. Did not work out last time. Toasty Alex could not take over the game like we have seen on other champions, so they take the Rakan. I think, the Orianna just gets taken here in return, and I think you also take the Xayah to take away the possibility of a Xayah Rakan bot lane.
Man, they are putting IU back on the Soraka Orianna. Hey, this was your main champion in GC. That means you're gonna play it and win with it for us in finals again here, right? Yeah, for sure.
Ooh.
Nope, it's gonna be the Rel takeaway instead. Probably once again for Donby. Again, I don't see it really being in Epi's champion pool nearly as much as Donby's pool probably is.
Yeah.
So it could be the Xayah Rakan.
Yeah, I would expect this to be a Rel support, and Xayah Rakan available. Nico will get picked up here. Toasty Alex looked great on it in game number 1. The outside of the first Pop Blossom, every single one after that just was incredibly good. 3 to 4 man almost every single time. And TFT Gamer Hours, we're looking pretty similar. The Nocturne did not get banned yet. There's the possibility of it. There it is.
Oh,
so
no.
they are going to go for it again. Now, if I'm IU's Kittens, I'm banning Ashe right now. I'm picking whatever I'm picking for AD carry. Maybe you take the Ashe, but you're definitely not giving it over to TFT Gamer Hours.
No, I would definitely pick Ashe on 3 here, I think. You need some sort of safe AD carry for Gorica to not get constantly dove by Toasty Alex and Rosethorn again. Oh, okay.
Oh, we're blind picking the Olaf this time. We saved it for 5th pick in the previous game. This time, just slap it down. It's just going to get picked up here. And the Jax is going to be banned as well, which is one of the responses you could definitely pick up against the Olaf. Kaisa taken out as well, so taking away the safe AD carries. I think you ban the Xayah if you're not looking to take it here.
Yeah, absolutely. Ashe and or Xayah, both. Yep, there are.
If you're not going to take Ashe, which I don't know here, you almost do have to ban it because now it is available. The one thing IU's Kittens will run into is that they have the Olaf, which is not going to work with their team comp, and there's a lack of damage from behind, as we saw in the previous game. Ori, Ashe do not provide a whole lot if you are going to take that for Gorica. But if you don't, you just give it over and you can run this Ashe Nocturne combo again that was so devastating in game number 1.
And Sejuani is actually going to be the champion of choice for MP. This was one of the most common champions that they picked during LCS Game Changers. Was the most comfortable champion that they did talk about in an interview with Ashley King, actually, where they were like, yeah, I think they were almost like originally basically a Sejuani one trick, and then MP slowly.
That as well,
Yep. They were originally a Sejuani one trick going into LCS Game Changers, and then through the coaches, through the tournament, learned how to play different other champions.
Whoa!
We got the Shy Singe. This is probably one of, if not my favorite champions to watch, even including the Rengar top lane for Shy Sept. She got it 2 times, even on stage at the LCS studio that I got to cast. It was super fun. The way that she plays this champion is literally anything but top lane. She will be bot lane. She will be in the jungle. She will be taking your chickens and your your Gromp and your bot lane lives. I don't know.
The solution to Olaf beating the crap out of everybody else in your champion pool is to not fight Olaf.
Don't be there.
Whoa, yeah. Well, now we're getting the Ashe is available, but we're taking the Neela here, which is a switch up and does mean that there is not the same level of engage opportunity. Now, Neela Rakan is very, very interesting because one, Rakan sets up Neela very nicely, but also they both have the dashes, right? Like Neela still can dash to allies. Rakan can dash to allies. If Neela pops back to a minion, Rakan can follow. There's a lot of mobility in the spot lane right now.
They've actually left AD carry to last pick for Gorka on R5. AD carry to counterpick Neela. I mean, we saw in game 1, apparently Draven is a really good counterpick into Neela, but I don't think Draven is as good of a pairing with Rel as it is with Alistar or some other potential ADCs. Nope, it's gonna be Swain AD carry. All right. Didn't see that one coming.
So the Swain works in terms of just being a really safe bot lane pick and mimics what you are, you know, looking for in terms of the Ziggs. You just can't really be killed. This time it's because you're a bit more tanky and you're able to fight close range better than most AD carries, as opposed to the Ziggs, which had just the super long range. However, DPS is a worry now for Ayu's Kittens. They have a lot of burst. They have, you know, really good beefiness to try and burn through. But if they fall behind and the health bars are melting like paper, TFT Gamer Hours can just constantly fight. We saw it with the Nocturne game number 1. You just get to go every single time, and the damage is not going to be enough.
Absolutely. This is a very similar team comp stylistically and champion-wise that TFT Game Hours picked in the Game 1 win that they had so dominantly over Ayu's Kittens just 2 games ago. The core mid-jungle duo being that Nico and Nocturne kind of just ran over Ayu's Kittens. It felt so unplayable for most points of the game past level 6, because Nocturne would just press R and nobody could see anything on Ayu's Kittens, and then it would be a 3-man, 4-man, 5-man, whatever it was, Pop Blossom on top of everybody. Yep. That's just how the mid-game worked, and there's not a whole lot that Ayu's Kittens could really do to counteract that duo. And now they're going to get again in the final game of the SGGP. Can they do the same thing again?
That's kind of the question, because right now, there's no easy engage option for the Nocturne this time like we had last time. Gorga, yeah, it was Xayah with Featherstorm a lot of times, but that's still an AD carry. As soon as Xayah's little bird feet touch the ground, you break her in half as the Nocturne. You can't do the same thing with Swain. He's going to have the Demonic Ascension going, and that's not the easiest thing to burn through. And then what are your other options, right? Rel, Olaf, Sejuani. The only real one that you can probably pop consistently is the Orianna for Ayakura. Tricept already running into some people.
Tricept and Rosethorn both running into some people here. Level 1 already, taking down 50% of
this
all of these
so
top laners' HP bars. Yeah, I think Olaf wins these every day of the week, right? I think it's pretty funny. You look at the summoner spells on the AD carries. Your son, something is not like the other here. Got the ghost.
Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, I was gonna bring that up at some point, but your son,
that's funny.
almost looking like some of my teammates in solo queue sometimes with the summoner spell selection. But this is genuine. This is real.
It does work
the cleanse.
here.
Yeah, no. Neela wants the move speed to be able to get in and out of these fights on top of the cleanse, just to make sure I can get into a fight. Whoa!
Whoa! Double E landed by Borica. Well as the double W by Donby. And yeah, that is devastating. If you can land that consistently enough, you are going to get a lot of pressure and a lot of kills in the spotlight for Ayu's Kittens.
Yeah, and Urson already having to pop these pots and try to heal up. Not a great start for the bot lane of TFT Gamer Hours. Again, we saw it last time. Orca and Donby from the early game just used that advantage, used the early game pressure that a lot of these mages have against the AD carries to get a solid lead, and the engage can come at any point.
Oh my gosh, look at top lane. CS, why does Tricept have 1 farm?
She only killed 1 minion.
Area
That would be why.
16. Oh my gosh, Tricept is having a rough level 1 right now. I would like to see the wave up there if possible, just to see like what did Aerie kind of tried to deny it. Looked like it was a pretty
It was a
big
big
crash.
crash.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty big
Yeah.
crash. I'm thinking like, how much XP did Triceps lose? One stun connects onto, or not could even connects onto Donby there, and it's gonna be a very CC, a very aggressive type of bot lane, but both of the AD carries don't actually have a whole ton of damage in their own individual kits, so I'm not expecting, even it looks like it might be, a whole ton of kills quite yet.
Yeah, Ayakara just pulling MP in to make sure the wave can crash safely. Nocturne not really going to look to gank right now, and Ayakara just blowing through the mana. Safe back now. Sejuani.
Rosethorn does land the fear, and Root Flash connects
Whoa!
from Toasty Alex. Rosethorn follows up with his own flash, but the
Celebration flash.
securing that kill for himself. It's 24-16 CS lead in the jungle on top of the first blood, and that's going to be so difficult for MP to try to overcome later into the game. Shysept doing the Shysept things. Don't question the Shysept strats
Don't
going
look.
on right
Nobody
now.
look.
Nobody look top lane. They're having a grand old time up there.
Fast back. Unironically faster than backing. You die to the tower, you get back up. It's the play you do on Singed. But yeah, that mid lane play, really good. The fear followed up immediately with the flash from Toasty Alex to just enough CC to get the kill onto Sejuani. Now Toasty Alex 1-0. We have seen Toasty Alex and what he can do with a lead.
What will Toasty Alex be able to do with this lead in the final game of SGGP? We are absolutely dead even on gold right now. The only thing that has happened to bring any gold into anyone's pocket was that first blood kill shared between the mid-jungle duo of TFT Gamer Hours. Toasty Alex and Rosethorn have been the mid-jungle duo, really, of all of SGGP, honestly. They've had the communication, they have had the champion pools to match and complement each other. For the majority of the games, really all the games, I would say, we have casted of TFT Gamer Hours. Rosethorn waiting in the bush here to capture some sort of empty Sejuani here, but Sejuani has Ayukura arriving a little bit early
no!
on, but the double E is here. Toasty Alex will easily be able to secure the double kill for himself.
this before,
Rosethorn
Cam.
still goes down, but yeah, that's double kill on Toasty Alex. That's a 3-0 Nico. This is looking a little bit too similar to the game one TFT game took.
Yeah, Toasty Alex with a huge lead now, 3-0. We saw it on the Nocturne last time. This time it's on the Nico. And Ayukura was already struggling in that lane. That's part of why that play even started. Because Ayukura was so low health, you could just run into the jungle. The follow-up from Ayukura to help MP is just not going to be enough. And perfect lineup from Toasty Alex to get that kill. Really good start in the mid lane. And now Nico, that's a champion that can spread that lead.
Absolutely right. Toasty Alex. It's interesting to look at the players in the mid lane here this game as well, right? Where Toasty Alex has all of his competitive experience, mostly this year and last year throughout Proving Grounds and NACLQ for this year. But Flash Q lands onto him. Double Shockwave lands onto both the clones as well. Toasty Alex has double buffs under the turret. Flash under the turret. He's still alive. Last turret shot onto MP will not quite be enough to take them down yet. Rosethorn on the hunt, but not going to be quite in range to actually take MP down. But yeah, Toasty Alex, most of his competitive experience has been over this year and a little bit of last year as well. Ayukura is kind of the opposite. Was in the previous 2 years, but not as much this year. So it's very fun to see these two players up against each other here in this tournament this weekend.
I mean, Toasty Alex has been an MVP for TFT Gamer Hours multiple times over now. The mid lane domination from him has been so good. Yep. Fast back.
Look at the
Every
Olaf.
time.
He's doing the literal same exact thing.
Yeah. I mean, Ari also just not super healthy about it either, so this is one of the games of League of Legends of all time.
The top lane matchup. And the funniest part is this is the closest that they've been to each other in CS, like all the games that they've played as well.
Yep.
It's always like a double or triple CS lead for Shycept's opponent, but this game it's only like what, 30? Okay, that's nothing for Shycept. Shycept's almost in the lead for CS at that point.
Yeah, and Shicep also, well, bot lane. Yeah. Neela just does need a little bit more time in the oven to be able to fight against this Swain. Right now, the hooks have been hitting from the Swain. The follow-up from Gombre has been really good. Shicep may get punished for this one. No, they're just going to go for it.
Oh, who got the smite? Who got the smite? I can't tell. Paranoia dropped. Here comes the combo wombo. What can you do? The eye was actually stolen away by Rosethorn, but the Ragnarok does so much damage. Double kill picked up for Airy. Absolutely massive turnaround back in the favor of IU's Kins. TFT Gamer Hours, they were being sneaky. They were trying to sneak away that Rift Herald, and it was not sneaky enough.
Yeah, I mean, they got the Rift Herald at the end of the day, but at what cost? You lose your fed mid laner, and Airy gets a bunch of kill gold. Now, if Shicep was already not engaging with that lane, you're out of there. You're never going back. It is entirely the proxy farm from here on out.
Look at this. It's even more importantly, Ayukura is getting a shot back in the mid lane right now.
Yep.
Got a massive, like, 2 or 3 wave crash underneath Toasty Alex's turret, and he had TP, but he wasn't able to use it in time. So Ayukura kind of just gets a free back for right now. Did have a CS lead going into the recall. Like, what is Shicep doing? Shicep is stealing away the chickens right now. I love Shicep. She's so fun to watch. Root lands onto Urison 2v3. What is the bot lane going to be able to do for TFT? Triple knockup lands. Rosethorn shows up a little bit late, and here comes Toasty Alex. They're all here, but what can they do? One man flee, but is there going to be enough damage to actually take down Gorka? He just has too much healing. Pop Blossom is still on cooldown right now. Toasty Alex just trying to run away underneath this turret. Applause going back to her second tier tower. MP Root lands, but not going to be enough damage to confirm any kills. It's only 1 kill picked up by IU's Kittens.
Well, it's more than that, because the wave is crashing hard and nobody can walk up to this tower, and Gorka is man on a mission right now. Just dominating the bot lane, shoving waves nonstop. Look at the CS difference. Gorka is so far ahead, and Swain becomes an unkillable god at this point in the game.
Gorka definitely very close to that. I think he should have Leanders on recall here. Yep, full Leanders on the Swain recall. You still go Leanders into Rylai's on Swain? I think you do, right? Yeah, all right.
Yeah. That combo is just way too good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can, if you just want to get damage, you can go the Demonic Embrace, but Rylai's is just very, very good. We are going to hit a pause here. We will check back in a bit once we have a little bit more knowledge on that one. But so far, it's looking pretty good for IU's Kittens.
Yeah, again, complete opposite mirror of the same finals matchup that we had for the quarterfinals day 1. If you haven't been here yet today, these 2 games did qualify from day 1 qualifiers on Friday, where TFT took game 1 and game 3. It was? No. Was it?
Yes.
Yeah, game 1 and
no,
game
it was 2 and 3. It was 2 and 3.
Game 2 and game 3 on that day. IU's Kins take it game 2 and game 3 today? Question mark? That's how the early game has gone so far.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a stat check right now, because the Swain just does not have a strong answer at this point in the game. As we get further and further, maybe the damage starts to ramp up, but it has not looked great. And especially like the one time there was the chance to try and shut down that Swain, Toasty Alex didn't have that Pop Blossom. The cooldown was just not ready yet. Nico still needs a little bit more time. We can maybe see something there. Top lane is also starting to get a little bit scary. It's looking a little bit similar in terms of the numbers of how we had in game number 1, where Airy got a couple of kills, had a CS advantage, and even though we started hitting team fights, it did not matter. Airy just could run people down.
And we are back from the pause now, back to Summoner's Rift game number 3. This is only a best of 3, so this is the final game of finals. This is the usual pause that happens after pauses on Summoner's Rift.
Post-pause.
Yes, post-pause. Back in the pause, all the pause. With the pause, because IU's Kins have pause. Yes.
Yeah. That must be really hard to play League of Legends.
Look at top lane right now. What? Can someone that
it's
plays
Singed
Singed
gaming.
break down? I mean, what is happening?
I mean, you said you loved watching Shysep play
I
Singed.
do.
This
Doesn't
is
mean
just
that I know
Singed
what's
gameplay.
happening.
Yeah, you just run around the jungle. You're an annoying little bug.
So annoying, in fact, that you get kills on MP, apparently. MP, I'll tell you right now, is definitely very annoyed by that. Lands on Iker. Pop Blossom coming out as well, but not going to be able to land it in time. Dombey Flash knockup lands on a Rosethorn. Nothing you can do to get out of that one. Toasty Alex, a little bit of a loop-de-loop. Where are you going to end up? I don't think the axe actually landed onto him there, but that one definitely did. Tried to play for the execute game, not quite enough time to do that one. 2 kills picked up by IUskins. Again, they are scaling in this early game.
Yeah, and every time there is a step made by TFT Gamer Hours, it's another step back for them as well, because IU's Kittens are just ready. And I think a big difference between this game and the previous game where we had TFT doing well, the Nocturne is way behind.
Yeah.
It was 3-0 Nocturne very early for TFT Gamer Hours. This time, we're 0-4. And yeah, Toasty Alex has a couple of kills, but the Pop Blossoms have not hit yet this game. Forcing Summoners, yes, but not landing and getting gold in the pocket.
And there's been, again, clear improvement from IUskins for maybe just game 1 of this series. Knockup lands as well as Charm onto the members of the bot lane here by IUskins. TFT Gaming Hours trying to shut down this lane, but Gorka lives for so long. They didn't have the damage. They didn't have the heal cut, and instead they're only going to give more kills over to Gorka. One more kill picked up by MP as well on top of the double kill. I mean, IUskins, they are showing up so much stronger in this game, and they're going to put their foot down and say, yes, we lost the Nico and the Nocturne in game 1, but in game 3, we know how to beat it this time.
Yeah, and that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back here, because I don't know how you come back here. Gorka is just so strong. It felt like an all-in that was needed to get this Neela back in the game, and Yurasan could not get the kill. The resets, the extra healing came in for Gorka, and that was just it. You lose multiple people on a fight that you yourself tried to take. TFT Gamer Hours feel like their backs are against the wall.
Paranoia dropped in the mid lane, 2v2. Oriana just trying to walk away, able to get a little bit farther for Ayukur. 150 shutdown picked up by Rosethorn. They need to get gold into, at this point, Toasty Alex's pocket. I think Rosethorn is going to be an R-bot. I do not see this Nocturne coming back through this game as a damage threat later.
Yeah, it's all about the paranoia. They also just need money into this Neela. The Neela is not one you can just say, you know what, you're on R button duty.
Yeah.
Neela has to get damage. We're still working on that first item. The injuries has been done for Gorka for a while. Yurasan definitely wants to find some way back into this game, and I don't know if Gorka's really going to be able to do it. At this point, Gorka's basically solo lane, and Dombey has been running around the map, and even with that, Yurasan and Applause, they can't kill this Swain.
Top lane is going to be a massive problem for TFT to try and deal with here. Just, you know, casually, Ares gotten herself 4 kills. As the Olaf, I'm pretty sure both of Jysep's deaths are executes, so they don't actually matter. Yep, she's actually 1-0-0 right now. It's just the executed 2 times earlier in the game, so that is the Singed ways of how the Singed plays. Toasty Alex, maybe very dead. Yes, is very dead in the mid lane. Just who's going to get this kill? It is Gorka.
Gorka again.
Yep, everything is turning up for Gorka.
Yeah, and I think also a point to bring up here that it doesn't seem like much, but I think is actually really big. Look at the support gold difference right now, too. Dombey has so much gold, already finished the Radiant Virtue. We're just on the Aegis for the Rakam.
Oh, Paranara dropped to the bot lane, but again, it is on to Gorka. Do they finally have the heal clutch to take him down? And the answer is not even close. Rosor landing absolutely every single auto double kill. No, almost triple kill if Domby didn't steal the last kill away. Only to gift the buffs yet again over to Gorka. This man is absolutely unkillable.
Yeah, and I question the push onto that when you already knew you couldn't do it previously. You have not finished an item. Nothing has changed except for the fact that Gorka has gotten stronger. And yes, Gorka was a little bit forward there. Seemed like you could catch him out, but not able to. Now, maybe get this one.
Top Blossom lands on 2-2, and it is on to Gorka. He has the double stun.
Shysept gets it.
Going to be enough healing for this time. Double buff gifted over to Shysept. I believe that should be a 700 shutdown. I'm not entirely sure if it was, but whatever it was.
550.
550? All right.
Yep.
Lots of gold injected into Shysept's pocket. It is a singed, but you know what? She can do some damage later.
Yes. You'd rather have it on the Nico.
That is
you
true.
Would 100% rather have this on Nico to make Nico's Pop Blossoms even more scary. You have to get more damage into this, and honestly, right now too, we need to see some heal cut. Swain is really scary, and we have double Radiant Virtue for Sejuani and Rel. So there is a lot of healing on this team, even before we take into account Olaf on top of that. So there's so much healing. You need to see heal cut because that is what has kept Gorka alive in a lot of these fights.
Heal cut is an absolute must for somebody. I don't care who it is, but somebody needs to build it on TFT Game Hours. You do see Yerson has finally completed the first item on the Neela, so maybe they're going to be able to start doing some damage in these later team fights, but objectives are up. It is a 7,000 gold lead at 18 minutes in this game right now for IU Skins, and there is absolutely no way for TFT to contest this dragon, possibly the next dragon as well. Just gifting these dragons for free over to the IU's Kittens.
I'm looking for a bit of a setup here. Trying to find
Potentially on the Airy. Airy does have everything up right now, though, and yeah, I think Airy knows. Airy also has a 600 shutdown on her head right now, though, so she definitely does
not know
to
all of
die.
it.
Okay, 4 members. Can they kill Airy with 4 members? I'm gonna say no because there's no wave.
Yep. Do not want to risk it in there.
She
yeah.
knows.
Yep. She's well aware. Not worried about it in the slightest. Just pop the emotes over and over again. On cue.
Stop
Thank
playing.
you.
It's so funny.
Now, Shysept continuing here to work through getting the mythic with the oh my goodness, why am I blanking on the name?
What is it
The
called?
Omnivamp item.
Omnivamp item.
The Omnivamp.
Oh, the little
AP
purple
item.
thing?
Yeah.
Something
I cannot
staff?
remember the name of the mythic.
Nope.
I cannot remember the name of the mythic. I know that it's Leeching Leer is the component. I cannot remember the name of the item.
Wait,
regardless. No.
Oh, I don't know.
Regardless, Shysept is gonna start to get to a point where her damage is gonna really start healing her, and that can make her at least a little bit more of a frontliner for TFT. But that's really feels like a drop in the bucket compared to what IU's Kittens have. Is that tower is gonna fall. Shysept.
The flash by
Fighting
Shysept.
again.
Richel dropped behind them in the top lane. Shysept is going to clear the wave, though, so they're not going to have a wave past these 2 creeps walking up right now. That'll watch the mid and the bot lane as well. Look at Nico and the 3 other members split pushing in the mid lane, so you are gifting this turret in the top lane right now, but what are you losing in the other 2 lanes? Shelly is going to get at least 1 more charge off and almost takes down that inhibitor turret all on her own, but no members of IU Skins are brave enough to walk forward all the way to the inhibitor. That is a 20-minute Shelly charge onto inhibitor, by the way. That is going to be a very scary threat later in this game if there is ever a team fight win for IU Skins.
Yeah, it just takes a couple more mistakes for the base to be broken into TFT Gamer Hours. They've sacrificed a lot to try and buy themselves time, but there's only so many things they can sacrifice here Inhibitor going down would be a major change for IU's Kittens to get them opportunity for more objectives. They've already been lining up these dragons. Baron is up and available. It's a slow Baron. It's a very slow Baron. But if you're that far ahead, it does not matter. No!
Oh, they drop Redemption for that as well. Okay, that is a little bit of an important cooldown actually used, as well as the Paranoia. Those are both at least decently long, even if literally nothing happened. It's
that was
2
MP's
cooldowns
Redemption.
popped. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say that the Paranoia is a more important cooldown than the Redemption, but the Redemption definitely is. And again, that's more healing. We still have no heal cut here. And I know that it's not like the easiest thing to build for a lot of these champs. They all want to hit their items. Nocturne doesn't really want to pivot into a heal cut item, and it kind of takes away from his bruiser items he wants to get. But somebody has to get it at this point. This team is almost entirely based on healing now, outside of the Orianna, who is still gonna get Radiant Virtue.
Nah, it's fine. We're chilling. We gotta chill for 55 more seconds, and then we got a Mountain Soul point fight. Woo! I just kidding. Say what? The one more dragon, and then they have a Mountain Soul point. Yes. Or we could get a 20-minute Baron. Thoughts?
That is a possibility. By your standards, yes.
My screen is currently frozen at 20 minutes and 0 seconds. Therefore, it would be a 20-minute Baron, yes.
Yeah, and it's also just, again, interesting to see this build from MP. This is really indicative of how we talked about MP plays the game from the
20-minute Baron, let's go.
No, it's just clearing wards, Cam.
Okay, you know.
You're about here, I need you down here. Anyway,
I get so excited, okay? You can't take that from me.
I understand. As somebody who plays sometimes, I understand. But I really, this build is just interesting to build into because it's really, again, indicative of MP's playstyle. MP has always been a jungler, and I believe they said this in the GC interview of they are support. They want to help the team. That's how they have always viewed their jungling style. And building a Radiant Virtue Redemption Sejuani, if that does not like amplify that, that's exactly what you see from MP.
Let's see, yes.
Exemplified. That was the word I was looking for.
Oh, I thought you said amplify.
I tried to say exemplify. Man,
there have been
it's a long day.
3 dragons taken by IU's Kittens. Where is my 20-minute Baron? I don't know. I am gonna continue talking about my 20-minute Baron until we get our first Baron of the game, because that is all I have on my minimap right now. There's actually a sticky note.
There's a massive purple worm across the entire minimap.
No. It's a sticky note with just a little tiny circle cut out over the Baron pit, and that's the only part that I see.
That's an impressive amount of work for the bit. I honestly respect it a lot more now.
It's so good. It's perfect.
Yeah, Ice Kittens, they're playing this really slow right now. And
yeah, why?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by it. They have engage tools. They definitely have the ability to kind of just, again, hit them with the wallet right now. But they don't want to over-engage on this. They don't want to risk running this lead. And
good special.
To a degree, I do really understand it. This is the finals. This is the single game that now determines whether or not you are victorious or not. And one wrong fight with a team that is this stat check based can spell doom and cause a fall from grace in this game that Ice Kittens don't have a way to get back from.
I want to throw some real quick numbers at you right now. We are 25 minutes into this game 3. This is when the game ended for TFT game 1 of this series. You see the items right now in Rosethorn and Toasty Alex's pockets. Those were the items in their pocket at 11 minutes in the game 1 of this series. So, some quick fun stacks for you right there. Yeah. We are basically double the time into the game when those two members have the same items that they did at half the game time last time. So if that does give you an idea of how different these teams are just evolving through the series and the importance of best of threes or best of fives.
Yeah.
In League of Legends in the current time period, right? Like best of ones really tell you so little about how well a team truly plays. I think League of Legends is meant to be played in longer form to see more skill expression. And here comes your skill expression. Gorka popping the ult immediately, but knocked away means that the knockup might just be enough. Does have Shinestep in the range, though. Here comes the Paranoia.
They're chasing Singed.
Chasing Singed into the backline of the TFT Gamer Hours. Gorka does finally get one pickup for Ayukur, but the ultimate does end up running out for Gorka. Toasty Alex still being chased down into the inhibitor turret. So much burned for only that one pickup kill onto Applause, but the Baron is up, and here is the 20-minute Baron.
Nope, it's not gonna be. They don't want to fight this.
20-minute Baron.
Look,
yes.
I'm.
Start the Baron.
I hate to tell you this.
It's
Cam.
gonna be a Baron.
The team comp that Ice Kittens have put together
I want a
does
Baron.
not want to take Baron.
But
They
I
just
want a
don't
Baron.
have the damage. Well, I think they're a little more preoccupied with trying to win the
With
game.
taking
at this
the
point.
Baron.
Nope. Nope. All right, we were getting there. We were so close. We just need to move past the Baron.
There is no moving past it. It is mine.
Urson in
Yursum,
trouble.
is Yursum just dead, by the way?
Nope.
Yursum
Needle
does
moment.
have both of... I was going to say both of the sums up, so I don't think that they were going to die. Paranoia popped just for some
Ooh.
disengage, which is definitely not an ultimate that you want to waste for disengage. It's a very, very important cooldown, and now there is a Baron timer. There's also a Dragon timer, but more importantly, a Baron timer.
We're not getting it. I don't know how to get this through to you, Cam. We're not getting the Baron. They never take it. It's way too slow for them to take. But the dragon that spawns in 40 seconds, that one is one they can take. And that one is another great soul for them. Olaf is pretty happy with that one, with all the resistances built up on that. The Swain is great. There we go. Pick.
All right, there's your pick, and it is a very important pick as well onto Shyset. That member had so much gold earlier in this
Not
game,
bad.
remember. Chocolate lands onto Rose Thorn. There goes the jungler. 40 seconds. Guess what that means? We get the Baron. Let's go.
We now go for the Baron. It is almost a confirmed deal at this point. There is no real way to steal it.
20-minute
Now
Baron.
we get it. Yeah.
My
Sure
screen
is.
might be unpaused after they take it this time.
Just the Alex.
Gorka?
Just gonna,
Okay.
Gorka might be
Gorka going on a little bit of a tour here of Summoner's Rift. Chasing down Toasty Alex. Meanwhile, Objective Bounty was claimed at the top time. Excuse me, by Shysept on the Singed. Objective Bounties have been available for TFT game hours for the past couple of minutes, and unless they steal this dragon, I don't see them claiming any more anytime soon, because now it is only on those inner turrets, and those are so much harder to get when you are this far behind. Mounted Soul will be claimed uncontested by the IU's Kittens. Rosethorn does have the Paranoia just available now, but didn't have any vision on anyone to actually try and engage.
Yeah, and this extra shield is killer for IA's Kittens. They really, really love having that Sejuani. Have a little bit more durability. The Swain as well, being able to just run up and tank forever. Right now, IA's Kittens, it feels like they're just slowly choking out TFT Gamer Hours, and they just need to finish this out. They have not cracked an inhibitor tower yet. That inhibitor tower that got the Rift Herald charge, I think, has healed mostly at this point in the game.
Definitely heal as much as it's been able to, for sure, but
Yeah.
even being exposed at all doesn't matter. If it's 50% or 100% HP is going to be the weakest point for Ayukur's Kittens to try and just continue to pressure if at any moment they are allowed to do so. All 5 members still strong, still holding on to the Baron. And
So-
now they're able to continue to push their lead onto the mid in the bot waves. You see Gorka pushing up the bot wave, and Ice Kins are kind of just hovered around him at this point.
So I want to call this out before we run into it. There was a pot. There was a AP pot on Tricep right now. It just got popped. If there is a time where we're looking for a fight, Tricep wants to do it now.
And Tricep is kind of stuck standing in front of Airy. Airy is keeping Tricep and a couple of other members of TFT Game Hours away from the spot side so that IU Skins can just continue to make this super aggressive push. Double stun lands. There's the engage. What are they going to be able to do? TFT Gamer Hours, such massive damage and healing. It's just absolute decimation wet again by the IU Skins. Flashing into the backline, Triceps, she wanted to take this fight, but she's going to only be able to take the wave with her life. Flashing in as well by Airy, and there's just enough of a wave here for IU Skins to make the final push. That's ace. That's the clean ace, and that's going to be the game and the series going to IU Skins. They come back for the reverse sweep. They take down the two champions that were unkillable in game one, and they will claim the SGGP victory in 2023.
Yeah, big congratulations to IU's Kittens coming back after a very, very rough game number one to not only dominate game number two, but look really dominant in game number three as well. And like you said, that's why the best of threes, the best of fives are where these games shine, because IU's Kittens definitely needed that time to reset and get ready, and they came out swinging.
So well played by not only IU Skins, but the TFT Gamer Hours. I mean, that whole series, game one, TFT Gamer Hours, all day, every day. Game two, it was the same exact thing as Friday. Game two was IU Skins. That was their game. And the game three, the fact that TFT Gamer Hours picked basically an identical comp to the one that they smashed IU Skins with in game one. And then IU Skins were like, nope. We know how to fight this now. We learned. Game two, somehow, they magically learned how to fight against the Nico Nocturne comp, and that was enough to win the game and win the whole tournament for the 2,500 prize pool.
Yeah, and again, IU's Kittens looked so strong this entire... TFT Gamer Hours was the one team that seemed to have some kind of answer to IU's Kittens, but everybody else, it was just domination through and through, and once this team gets rolling, it's so difficult to stop them. They're so individually talented. And when you add in just how strong their team fights were in this game specifically too, it's a done deal. This fight just felt so impossible to come back from. You over-engage, and then you run it back again a couple minutes later. Nothing had really changed, and Gorka, well, yeah, got a little bit low. The healing from the Swain is just ridiculous.
It is. Gorka was unkillable for almost the entirety of that game. I think he died. Yeah, I think he ended the game with that single
one death. Yep.
In his KDA, and that was after being engaged on nearly every single team fight. What was it, R5? I think it was an R5 Swain, right? So, I mean, R5 Swain definitely came in hard for Gorka, but we've got an interview on our hands here. We've got an interview. It's IU Kura's Kids. We've got an interview with none other than IU Kura coming to you in just a couple of minutes after we have time to set it up.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the after party, after show interview with the legend herself, Ayukura, joining us, the team captain of the none other than the team victors of Ayukura's Kins. She will be joining us here, doing the dance.
Hey, there we go.
Welcome in, Ayukura. All right, well, obviously coming in from LCS Game Changer, second place win to the first place win here in Supergirl Gamer Pro. What was the difference, or any major differences that you saw between these two tournaments?
Well, they're two very different tournaments. Game Changers lasted like 3 months, and for this tournament, like, I think we only had about 3 weeks to prepare, and then because of people's IRLs, we basically didn't scrim besides like twice. So it was more like just a weekend tournament than anything else, just a lot different. Like I would definitely consider this to have been like more on the like the casual weekend serious tournament side, you know.
Yeah. I wanted to ask, because game number 1 was a tough game for you guys. How were you guys feeling after that? Because I can imagine that definitely would put you on edge.
Oh, we're pretty tilted, but like, there's a lot of like unfortunate things that happened basically, and we kind of recognized early on in the game that we're gonna lose it. So we're pretty tilted, but our ADC was just literally like, hey, we need to scream to wake ourselves up and get ready for next game. And then our fucking ADC and jungler just start screaming and call, and they're like, we're gonna reverse sweep it. And yeah, that's how we mustered our energy back.
That's beautiful.
That's good. I'm glad. You know, that was an awesome 3-game series against TFT, but you guys faced a lot of teams, not only today, but also in day 1 of qualifiers. Who do you feel like was the second most difficult team to face in this tournament, I guess?
I'm not sure. I think definitely like the team we just faced, TFT, they were very strong. But I would also shout out Serenity. Also a very tough team. Yeah, those are the 2 main standouts to me.
How prepared were you guys for this last composition? Because this one definitely felt like a very different comp than we had seen. The Ziggs was expected, but then the Swain last pick was a little out there when I saw it come through.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just used our champion pools, and like our bot lane has a lot of competitive experience, so I think they just tapped into that. We kind of just saw the angle and went for it. It wasn't so much planned, but we saw the winning draft.
Cool. Well, any final words, shout outs, anything you'd like to say to the people watching here today?
Thank you for coming to watch, especially my community. I have such a cute streaming community in my streamer Discord, and it's so sweet when my community comes, watches, and cheers me on. I appreciate it, especially because I'm such a inconsistent streamer, so it makes me really happy seeing them in chat. And yeah, I feel really supported and loved by them, so thank you so much.
Yay! Thank you so much, Ayukura. Congratulations again to you and all of your kittens, I guess, and your community. For coming out for this
I did
tournament.
not choose the name for the team, okay? Like, this was not my choice.
No, it's
my
so
top
good.
laner said, guys, let's be Ayu's kittens. I'm like, okay, guys, let's be real and come up with a real name.
Who
I
drew
drew
the
it.
icon?
I drew
Okay,
it.
so
Okay.
Yeah.
so you had a part, a heavy part.
You
in
had
it.
a say in it.
Yeah.
No, I just drew it like 5 hours ago because production asked me
It's
to.
so cute. No, it's so
Oh,
cute. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
But yeah, congratulations again. We'll let you go. This has been a really long day. You guys played the best of 1 as well. So like that's
Oh
crazy.
yeah, we were so exhausted day 1. Like I think we actually lost the last best of 3 day 1 just due to pure exhaustion because like most of our team was actually sick, Like I have COVID, my AD has COVID, and then we're running on fumes, like 3 hours of sleep.
Everyone has COVID right now.
Yeah.
Everybody that has COVID right now, please feel better. League of Legends is not worth getting COVID over or fighting through COVID to play.
Yeah.
It's not. But yeah, thank you so much, Ayakura. Please feel better. Have a good rest of your night with your team.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Thank you so much, Ayukura, and again to the Ayuskins for winning the tournament this weekend for the Supergirl Gamer Pro. Let's take one more final look at the bracket to see a recap of where all the teams finally landed, just in case you forgot. TFT and Serenity each winning the both qualifier days, qualifier number 1 being TFT. Serenity winning qualifier number 2 did get buys in round 1. Second and third place from each of the days faced each other across days. And that's where you see Ayuskins, they did play second day 1 against TFT Gamer Hours, and they had to fight their way in from the best of 1 to the best of 3 semis and the best of 3 finals, where they did end up reverse sweeping the team that previously took them down in the qualifiers. So much fun of a tournament as well as this final bracket today.
Yeah, so much story too. Just the rivalry between TFT and Ayuskins just spanning over multiple days was so much fun.
So much fun. I had so much fun casting this event. Personally, I casted LCS Game Changers, and then this was a really easy, like, of course I want to cast Supergirl Gamer Pro after, right? Like, the women's scene and the non-binary and the marginalized gender scene just gives me such happiness to be able to support, personally as a non-binary person myself, that I'm like, of course, I want to cast these events more often as much as they happen, right? Unfortunately, this was, as far as I'm aware, the final cast I have for this year, so hopefully I'll see everyone again next year. But speaking of that, Supergirl Gamer does have some more tournaments. Tessa, tell me about them.
Yeah, so coming up next weekend, CS2, Counter-Strike 2 is going to be the tournament, so keep your eyes open for that. We also have the 3K Rocket League Co-Ed Duos tournament, which is going to be held live in Jacksonville, Florida for at Supergirl Surf Festival, which is November 11th and 12th. There's going to be free live concerts there from Sean Kingston, Joywave, St. Lucia, We the Kings, and many more. Make sure you guys type !LAN in chat for the info.
Thanks so much, Supergirl Gamer, for making this tournament and all the other tournaments throughout the year happen. Was a fantastic time casting this League of Legends one, but like you just mentioned, there's so many more other games that they do support around here. Thank you, Tessa, for casting with me today. Thank you again to Sophchan from The Void for casting with me yesterday. Production for making all the things happen, and the fans and the players for being here to support the initiatives as well. I've been Camcom. Thank you to our sponsors once again, US Air Force, Logitech, and Nissan for making everything here happen and work. Thank you all. Have a fantastic rest of your evening, and come back next weekend for more Supergirl Gamers and other pros.
The Supergirl Gamer Pro is brought to you by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. And by Logitech G, who is on a mission to change gaming for good through the power of positive play. And by the United States Air Force. Full-time, part-time, in or out of uniform. Join us.
The moment I had wings put on my chest, I told myself, I'm proud of you. Something I would tell my younger self as a woman or as a minority in the aviation career field. Hard stuff is going to happen. Don't let that stop you. Keep your vision in sight and just know that in the Air Force, there are people who are rooting for you, whether they look like you or not.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.